Hello, my name is Take. I'm a monk for the Great Empire. Well, shortly after we reached the castle age, I was hanging out in the monastery, but I wasn't really religious back in the days. But 100 gold is 100 gold, if you know what I mean. To be honest, I expected a much more glamorous life. Most of the time, I just run around to carry relics from A to B, which really is an annoying task. You know, we have these well-trained, very strong knights with horses, and even some basic cartwheels who could do the job just as well. But no! Let the monk do it! Because he's so holy and strong! I hate it. Do you know how fucking hard it is to convert a fucking elephant into a Christian? It's not even that they don't talk. I basically have to make him forget his old beliefs. But elephants never forget. It's hard, man. I'm not gonna lie. In the end, I managed to pull it off. And you know why? Because I'm a man of faith. Sometimes, and this might sound crazy, but sometimes I have the feeling there is a giant hand in the sky guiding me and telling me what to do next. And I talked to Brother Olaf the other day, and he had the exact same experience. The healing powers are pretty neat. By learning the technique, they told me I can heal 1 HP every 0.4 seconds, or whatever that means. Anyway, I cured Brother Olaf's fever the other day, and it was pretty lit. It's strange that for some reason I can't cure myself though. I always hang out with other monks for that reason, just in case. Oh man, what the hell? Don't break the fourth wall like that. I'm just a unit in the game! By the way, from me too, buddy. Don't join the Portuguese. They pay less.
Hello and welcome to the second edition of the Red Bull Wololo. The weekend starts early this week as we've got 4 days full of Age of Empires action to look forward to. 8 invited players and 8 qualified to form 16 of the strongest Age 2 competitors on the planet today, representing 11 different nationalities and spanning every continent except for Australia, although behind the scenes, we do have our favorite Aussie, Robo, keeping the players on time and ready to play. All rounds will be a best of 5 right through until the grand finals on Sunday, which will be a best of 7. So put it in your calendar because you won't want to miss that. Players are competing for $30,000 this weekend, with first place taking $8,000 of those dollars for themselves. But nobody leaves empty-handed, with $750 guaranteed to each player who made it this far. All of the matches will be played using the Empire Wars game mode, but we have made a few tweaks since last time. Here's Barbecue Turkman to explain how it works.
Played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players begin in the feudal age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. Unlike the first edition of the Red Bull Wololo, players begin with a standard scout to explore the map. Due to the quick start nature of the game, players can pile on the pressure from minute 1, resulting in fast-paced, aggressive gameplay. Each player begins with a barracks, blacksmith, and houses to accelerate the player's choice of strategy. Loom has already been researched, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 900-year time limit, roughly 1 hour 15 game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the current highest score wins the match.
Fast-paced, aggressive, and action-packed from minute 1. And we've got 6 brand new maps for this time around, which is going to give us lots to talk about and analyze right here on the Red Bull channel. So here's the order of today's matches. Kicking off the day strong at 13 GMT, a few moments from now, with Mr. Yo and Vinchester. Mr. Yo is the defending champion. He won a convincing 4-0 victory over the Viper here, and to prove that it wasn't just a one-time thing, he followed it up with a 7-0 sweep in T90's show match last month. Viper will be glad that Mr. Yo is once again on the opposite side of the bracket, after proving that there can be some cracks in the scales of the snake. Vinchester qualified through now for a second time, and he's hoping to have a deeper run this time after being knocked out in the first round of the last Red Bull Wololo by Leary. Let's see if he can find an upset here in the first match. At 15 GMT, we have HERA versus ACCM. HERA is on great form as ever, winning the Mario O'Vale Arabia Invitational earlier this month, taking a 4-0 victory over the Viper in the finals. He did lose to the Viper here last time around, but he has proven that he has what it takes to get to the finals. ACCM has outqualified his fellow countryman, backed for the second time in the Red Bull Wololo now, and he's definitely making a case that he could be hailed as the #1 Vietnamese player. We'll see if he can take any games off HERA today. At 17 GMT, we have MBL versus CAPOCH, and that is a name that I didn't think I'd be saying in a tournament in 2020. CAPOCH, the returning old school expert who hasn't played competitively since 2007. Well, he's back and he's turning a lot of heads after having an incredible performance in qualifying, taking matches from the likes of Slam and even Vivi. MBL has had some pretty mixed tournaments results lately, winning Battle of Africa 2 with his teammates, but finding a few victories in 1v1 events. He does still occupy the first 2 spots on the Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition 1v1 ladder though, but will that mean anything for his match later today? Our final match today at 19 GMT, we have TATOH versus DOGAO. TATOH returns as both the winner of the Clown Cup and as King of the Americas, but he's still going to have a lot of work ahead of him to make it through this half of an incredibly tough bracket. DOGAO was invited as a top 8 player to the first Red Bull Wololo, but after losing to Lan in round 1, he had to go through qualification this time. The big dog is back again and definitely has something to prove here. And for our commentary team this weekend, we've brought back T90, Nili, and Dave to give all of you the play-by-play as it happens. Today, Thursday, is Nili Day, and he'll be joined by T90 to bring you the live commentary of Yo versus Vinch right after this.
My name is Gang Fan. I'm a professional AOC player and a streamer. I play H2 because when I was young, I saw an uncle playing the game, and I liked it really much. And then I get to play more when I got older, when I have the time, and I fall in love with this game until now. The most enjoyable civilization for me is Inca, because I always love to go Tower Rush. Tower Rush with Inca is just amazing. If I would be an H unit, I think I want to be Mango Dai, simply because it just runs fast and shoot fast. It's a free unit. I think this time HERA might have the best chance to win Wololo 2 because he's looking good lately, and he beat Viper 4-0 last time. I mean, last show match, but still, it matters a lot, and I don't think Viper performed as good as before. Yeah, so I think maybe HERA should be the most favorite.
What's up, AoE lovers? Welcome to the start of Red Bull Wololo main event. Tristan did unmute himself. Oh, how excited are you for the second event of Red Bull?
Well, now that I'm here, I'm excited. I didn't realize you were talking. My bad. A little bit behind watching the broadcast. Now I'm pumped. What I'm most excited for is if we're going to have a different winner. Viper was favored going into Red Bull 1. Mr. Yo 4-0'd him. And then will we have a different winner? Yo said right there he thinks HERA is the favorite.
Interesting, right? That he says, okay, he looks pretty good. Also interesting that he said he really loved those Incas. Would love to see some interesting matches. And we will start off with Mr. Yo facing against Winchester. That has to be a mistake by Robot there, setting the tournament up, right? Because normally how you want to structure tournaments is you want to start slowly, then get into more exciting matches and like have the final main event at the end. But starting off with Winchester against Mr. Yo, that's a crazy matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's always mistakes from Robo. When's he ever going to get it right? Come on, Robo. No, I mean, this should be great. Vinch is so fun to watch. Dave, who will be joining you later, and I've talked about for years about how this guy's great, fun to watch, fast-paced. Unfortunately, doesn't really have the tournament repertoire that comes into play. Has not got results, but I still love Vinch. Would I expect him to win here? No. Do I expect him to put on a show? Yes.
Absolutely. He is okay. Now I'm getting info from that. So you will fill the time, and my camera quality on my side is crystal clear.
Okay, wonderful. Are they missing your beautiful face right now?
No, they're not missing it. It's just pixelated, but my output signal is hot.
Fine. This is Robo's fault. It's fine.
Okay.
Anyways, so as we sort that out, apparently, Winchester said that he was going to show people how goths are able to do in this today.
Mm-hmm.
Vinch has been trying to do that for 3 years. So now he said it in a Twitch chat, but still, I'm shocked that Winchester is going to continue to try and use goths. I know there's some people out there who are pretty excited for this, but
anyways, we should still be here, right? Yeah, I thought you would just fill the full time. Now they're showing the prize pool, something we had before there as well. 8K for first. Winchester did qualify, did win 4-0 against Lux there, already guaranteeing himself $750. Nice step for someone who is now putting on a lot of hours into Age of Empires.
Yeah. Big money, man. Just a few years ago, this would have been unheard of. Hey, look at the bracket now. Yo Winchester, MBL CAPOCH. I won't be casting that one. That will be you and Dave later. I'm excited for that. TATOH DOGAO will also be epic. HERA ACCM. The big names in the top half of the bracket, well, I'd say, well, there's 4 right now, arguably 5, but HERA definitely someone you're going to want to look out for. Maybe potential for HERA TATOH. on the second day.
Mm-hmm.
Or excuse me, that would be the third day. MBL Yo could happen again. I think they played a show match yesterday, but man, don't count out CAPOCH. MBL said he's very scared of him. What do you think about the lower side of the bracket?
Did the MBL say that?
He said his words were, I did not want to play CAPOCH, but his reasoning was, if I lost to anyone else, it'd be acceptable. Losing to CAPOCH, who's playing his first big tournament since 2007, would not be acceptable. So it's a little bit different than what I said.
Yeah. So he's not scared of CAPOCH. He's losing to CAPOCH.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, didn't really sound like MBL being humble there. So I was confused.
No, I mean, it's typical MBL. Just thinking about like who he doesn't want to lose against instead of I want to win, you know?
Yeah.
Leary's been in outstanding form. He played so good in the first Red Bull. He'll be up against Velez, Land versus Max then. That should be fun. Both players very similar. Very boomy, very clean styles. Doubt versus Nikov. Oh, man, finally Nikov doesn't get Viper first round in the tournament. So, great for him.
Let's take a look at the maps. We are looking into best of 5. In the center, you see Arabia. That will always be our starter. And then we have for Mr. Yo, Kavasan, and a map that Doubt calls Habubi. And Winchester goes for Cross and Blockades.
Interesting. And soon we'll have the Civ draft. Atacama was banned out. Eruption was banned out. What do you think of the maps in this tournament, Nili? We have a few different ones this time around.
I think banning Eruption makes a lot of sense for Mr. Yo. It's a very tricky map that you can prepare very well for. So I like that Mr. Yo took that away from Winchester. And Winchester taking away Atacama, arguably one of the most aggressive maps, pretty much impossible to wall.
Yeah, okay. Well, that might have something to do with the fact that Mr. Yo loves his towers. I feel like Atacama is a tower map. Said it before. Winchester might not prefer the towers.
Distances are long, and yeah, Mr. Yo scary there. Now I want to see, did Mr. Yo go for his Incas? How many Mesosivs did he get for himself? Maybe do we even see Vikings?
I think Vikings not banned.
Ooh.
Okay.
And look at that, triple Meso plus Vikings for Mr. Yo. He has to love this draft.
Yeah, it's so weird to see some of these civilizations not be picked by Vinchester early. But then again, Red Bull Wololo 2 is a bit different, right? You start with that scout now. You don't start with the scout, the auto scouting camels. So I think possibly having a scout cav is better than having an eagle scout in early feudal.
Yeah. The Eagle just feels so good to transition. You can instantly build it as well. You don't have to build the stable. It is nice, and it's an interesting draft. Also, Magias, we didn't see Land Madness. We did see Atacama banned. Vincester's pick feels a bit more creative, and Mr. Yo, that could have also been a normal random map draft from him.
Yeah, but I guess this is how you have to see it. Are there more questions in Vinchester's draft? For me, yes. Like, to give up all 3 Mesosivs is a bit questionable. But is Vinchester favored against Mr. Yo? He is not. So I think to get a win, a best of 5 against Mr. Yo, you do have to think outside the box a bit with the draft and with your gameplay. So this might suit Vinchester to have to do that, because he probably would do that anyways.
When we jump into the scene where we see the civilizations and the maps, then we can kind of try to figure out some distributions there and figure out where hunts could be viable, because also a strong civilization for something like Cross, for example. And apparently we get the note that the game is about to start, Tristan.
All right, I'm ready.
My body
it's about
is ready.
To start.
Yeah,
Don't tease me.
Oh, sorry. And then there's still
Yeah.
a spec delay. Obviously trying to prevent some stream sniping there. And we will have a 1-minute delay on all games. Could have gone higher there, but Empire Wars starts off so fast. We thought 1 minute should be enough.
Yep. I agree. Yeah, so 40 seconds till the first game starts. Nili, we got to hear Zach's thoughts on the players and their strengths. What do you think happens here today between Yo and Vinchester? Does Vinchester have a chance, or will Mr. Yo move past him to the later stages?
Ooh. Like, this is like yesterday, my chat forced me to give some percentages, and I said I see Winchester having 15 to 20%. Simply because it's a short set, he can prepare home maps, and he just gets so creative, and Mr. Yo might underestimate him.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, I think 15 to 20% is probably a solid guess, and here we have it. Game number 1. Welcome back to Red Bull Wololo. This is the second edition. The prize pool is higher. The players are taking Empire Wars a lot more seriously, and this will be fun. Mr. Yo, the winner of Red Bull Wololo, who 4-0'd the Viper in the finals, is here and looking to show everyone that was not a fluke and he can do it again. He is playing as the Mayans, and then in the yellow, we have Vinchester from Russia. And Nili, your thoughts on the Civ matchup?
Let's quickly talk about the changes between Red Bull Wololo 1 and 2 before we go into the strategic analysis. You already mentioned we are now starting with an eagle or a scout instead of the horses, and we also increased the time limit from what was 58 minutes to now 75 minutes. And also, Chinese are an option to be picked as well. Civilizations, Mayans, as we said, love to wall, love to go for their archers, maybe squeeze in some eagles.
And Khmer love their eco, so at the start here, it's always tough to know. Should you go for eco upgrade? Should you add military buildings? Yo did not get Horse Collar, which is not uncommon with this build. Vinchester immediately for Horse Collar, so we'll see those Khmer farms kick in at some point. Yo, I mean, he's taking his hunt in the back, and he's using a Spearman to take out the Zebra and the Ostrich from Vinchester. And as you said, Nili, the Eagle can be really annoying. And with an eagle and a spear, that villager could go down and probably will go down if Vinchester can't find a way to run away from this.
Oh, a bit of an underreaction by him. Could he not have gone to the left-hand side? That's a weird move to see that. And Archer Range is not really producing. Look at that. Winchester actually tries to play fast castle here without any army.
Wow, no army whatsoever. Didn't make a skirmisher, didn't make anything. This is so risky. Like we said that risks needed to be taken, but this is too risky, I think, for Vinchester. He's not even running away.
No. Like, guys, the game dropped. That's why we didn't see any reactions. The game continued for us. All come down. It looked like a crazy strategy and no reaction, but that happens if you're actually not at the game.
Like, I noticed, okay, so there was the drop, and then, yeah. I mean, I saw the idle villager next to the range, and I saw the idle villager next to the woodline, and he wasn't running away. Come on, like, for people who haven't seen Vinch before, they're like, I thought this guy was fast. What is this, low elo legends? Okay. All right.
I was like, okay, no, it's this one strategy, but just I can't do mistakes like this.
Neely's like, the only thing that it could be. Okay. All right. So I guess we go back here, and they'll have to restart that, I imagine, then, right? There's no...
Yeah.
Maybe they do have a restore file, but to do it that early makes not make much sense.
Agreed. And, yeah.
So now we can talk more about the Civ matchup, right? And Yo will possibly shown his hand a little bit with the start. So he has the starting eagle. You add the spear immediately with that, and that means that there won't be any amount of scouts out that can deal with that in the early game, and then he's going to follow up with archers. Like, normally what I'd say is Khmer, they're going to need to boom more, and they're going to need to use their mobility. But certainly at the start, Khmer are going to be, I think, on the back foot.
That's mainly because of the eagle, right? Because if we just face archer and spearman, it feels very natural to just have like 4 skirmishes for the defense. I think that could be pretty easy. But yeah, it feels, especially with the opening that Mr. Yo went for, Winchester will be put on the defensive here.
Okay. Well, good old thanks DE to start off the day, right?
If the time runs out after 75 minutes, the player with the higher score wins this game. I think in the qualifiers, from my knowledge, and we played like several hundred games, 2 games went to the time limit. So not really likely that we will see it a lot.
I'm gonna guess that one of those games had Stark involved.
No, I don't. I don't. Might have been Stark. Maybe Robo can inform us on that. One was Jupe. And the
against
other one
Rhea,
had like a 50-minute Castle Age fight as well. So they only reached Imp, and then the game was over for them.
Really? Wow. Okay, that sounds interesting. I remember Yupe. I heard him say something about how he felt like he was gonna win that game. But that's such a long time, right? Man.
Back delay at my end at 30 seconds. So try to jump into that. And let's see. That must have been a weird roller coaster of emotions for... Oh no, actually, who dropped? It was Mr. Yo dropping, right?
So Yo was actually... Wait a second.
No,
So Yo dropped...
played. So it had to be Winchester dropping.
Yeah, because Vinchester wasn't reacting. I don't know. Unfortunately, it's hard to tell when the player drops out because sometimes the game like continues. They don't realize the player's not there, but hopefully we won't have to focus on that too much. We're going to try this all again. We can do better with our introduction. Ladies and gents, here we are. Game number 1. This is in Red Bull Wololo 2. I can say the same thing I said as we tried the first game. The champion of Red Bull Wololo number 1. Remember him being so happy in interview when talking about how he beat the Viper finally. He's here today to show you that he can go far again. Very similar build to last time, Nili, so I think he knows what he's doing. He's Mayans. And then we have Vinchester playing as the Khmer. Vinchester is the challenger here, playing from Russia.
Did go through the qualifier, but in very convincing fashion there. Did finish his last best of 7 set with a 4-0 victory over Lux. And we mentioned in our pre-game show, he will be creative with his strategies. Did pull some villagers away from gold. So that's going to be a mix of skirms and archers here, what it looks like.
All right. I think Mayans definitely have to get the walls up before any scouts do come out, or maybe knights later. I think Vinchester, well, he was not going for FC at the start, and there was just a drop in that first edition of game number 1. I think he is going to opt for a lot of eco here, Nili, and try and get to Castle Age faster. The Khmer are so good with that, with a few Scorpions. Actually, with Scorpions and Knights, there's not much Mayans can really do against Khmer. That gold's a questionable area for Vinchester, though. He's got to lock that down.
Yeah, sometimes to try to wall up, get to plumed archers, that could be an option. Not the greatest one, you lose a lot of map control while doing that. Or eagles, but, well, then against 1-2 elephant, you're not looking too hot. Also, you have to remember the mind games potentially here, because the game dropped and we did see the opening, but both players opting, that's the opening I wanted to go for, and both playing the same.
Yeah, I mean, the only difference really is that Yo hasn't killed villagers, because Vinchester is actually here. So it's funny when the player's here, how competitive it looks. So 2 range opening for Vinchester. I said a lot of eco, but he's going to make skirms. And it's not so easy when Yo could send forward more eagles, and he already is.
Ooh, and those villagers need to be pulled. Now, this time a bit earlier, Winchester takes the fight for a small second. Kills an archer. Solid defense.
That was really good, yeah. I mean, thought you would lose the villager there. He reacted quickly. Now he's got to react again. Vinchester sends back his scout, though. And can he get one more hit with the skirm? Oh, he can't. But still, it's dicey. But good work from Vinchester right here.
Winchester not going for too many archers, right? He is floating some gold, now goes a bit heavier into it, and has to pull some villagers to fight off. Do you think Winchester should have built a defensive tower?
I thought about it, but if he was pushing the army away, then no, there's 2 eagles in there which are weak. I think he's done a good job here. Now Mr. Yo, we'll be curious to see what he's up to, because this is the first time that Vinch is threatening to counter. Wow, Vinch is getting foraging? What? That has to be a misclick.
Well, but what else did he want to do? Like, without the stable, he's not going for Spearman? He's missing the defense upgrade, but that's truly weird. He also has eco upgrades, so it cannot be like a hotkey mistake. That's so weird.
I mean, maybe he has hotkeys for his blacksmith upgrades, and is getting the wrong one right now? I don't know. Or maybe he wants to completely mind game Yo into thinking he's going all-in scouts. But, like, getting foraging for a 23 HP scout is so peculiar. That has to be a mistake.
Yeah, and maybe Mr. Yo is super scared then. Because, like, that foraging, I would ass my pants here. And would go home, would wall completely up, because I know, okay, my opponent goes mass scouts, and he will commit heavily. But, actually, Winchester just debating.
Maybe. Is it worth it, though? That's the thing. Like, is it worth it for just a bait? I hear a stable now for Vinchester, so maybe he was just ahead of the game there with that upgrade. Great micro from Vinch. He will clear out this army. Whether Mr. Yo likes it or not, Mr. Yo will have to run away. I think Mr. Yo will be clicking up soon. Mr. Yo getting wheelbarrow, which is not something we saw too frequently in Feudal Age in Red Bull Wololo 1.
Yeah, well, we saw a lot of Vikings as well, so no option to click those. And yeah, Mr. Yo, one of the options, like when do you get wheelbarrow, the last upgrade before clicking to Castle Age, feels very reasonable. Cancelled the last villager and now is up to the Castle Age.
All right, so we'll see what Yo's going to decide to do here. He's obviously going to lose most of his archers. And Vinchester has quite a few ranged units. Vinchester now clicks up to Castle Age. Later, because he invested 150 food into forging, which I don't think was worth it. Are we going to see a lion kill? Oh, man, I thought we were going to see a lion get a kill at the start of the series. But anyways, back to what I was talking about. Is it going to be barracks or is it going to be ranges for Yo? Nili, it's double barracks with one range.
Let's see how much archers he's actually producing since he lost so much. Going for full eagle switch could be an option, but he keeps producing archers. Quite a weird choice. That's going to be massive army in Castle Age.
I would love to see Vinchester go 1 TC for a while here and go for elephants with crossbows and just like if you get enough elephants here, you can take out the buildings and you could really pressure Mr. Yo. And Mr. Yo is walled to his gold, so ranged units can easily hit that. I don't know if Vinchester scouted it yet. Most likely he has not. Oh no, you can see the mining camp. Yeah, Nearly. I'd love to see highly aggressive play from Vinch.
Let's see about that. He is knocking at the front door, send some archers around, get some more intel, is getting more vision on the gold. Meanwhile, Mr. Yo, 5 sneaky archers at the left-hand side.
Oh man, the classic China style. What we used to call it. The walls and the sneak. I don't know though. It's only 5 crossbows. It's going to take some time to get through. And Vinchester has an outpost there, so I think Vinchester will spot that. Also, his gold's forward nearly, so it's not like he's going to be pushed off of gold, which is really important.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Walls of the front. Does he know about the barracks? Line of sight, he knows about at least 2 barracks. Is pushing those villagers away from gold. Production won't be crazy by Mr. Yo.
All right, Mr. Yo going to boom then, I assume? Play quite defensive. I'm sure he'll need a monastery because he might expect the elephants. There's the TC. Oh, man. Like, Vinchester, if he goes over to the gold right now and has an elephant or 2 come forward, he could deny that TC. But he's got to deal with the sneak army in the back, and he's lost a villager already, Nili.
Jumps into the house, though. The specialty of Khmer can easily save those villagers. And you look at those wild farms. Now just sends 1 elephant back, and that one actually should be enough unless Mr. Yo goes for the craziest micro ever.
Wow, man. If that elephant went forward, then Mr. Yo might not be able to complete that town center because the ranged units would still be there. But because Vinchester went for husbandry right away with 1 stable, and then he was creating 1 elephant with the other, and that elephant had to go back, Yo's able to get that TC up. That does not mean that he's out of trouble, though, because the elephants are now going to come forward. We also see a siege workshop from Vinch, but I think that was really important for Mr. Yo to be able to secure his gold.
Look at that. Mr. Yo even tags into pikemen, so that's going to be mass amount of eagle, pike, also some monks. Yeah, lots of Castle Age aggression upon us. Siege workshop now by Winchester.
Yeah, I'd love to see Scorpions. Mayans and not getting redemption is a pretty big deal here. So if you want a counter to the monks, it's either going to be your ranged units, which Vinch could still do, or just use Scorpions instead. Scorpions have amazing range. Cav Archers! Khmer Cav Archers! I love Vinchester. This is why people like to watch Vinch. Very few people are going for CA with Khmer nowadays. Vinchester knows he needs some firepower.
Well, does that really make more sense, though? Yeah, you have more mobility, but Scorpions, they are just so much better also when it comes down to killing eagles.
Oh, Vinchester's got to react here! He's got to react, and can he react in time? Meanwhile, he will... Oh, don't tell me. Nope, he takes out the monk. I mean, honestly, Nili, if you think about it, right? He does not have a lot of... like, he doesn't want to get crossbow because he doesn't have a lot of archers. He doesn't want to get elite skirm. So, you already got Bodkin, and then you just make the Cav Archers. I mean, it's mobile, and they're very tanky. I feel like it does make sense.
Yeah, Bloodlines, Husbandry, as you mentioned, so got a lot of upgrades for those. And now, tiny bit of a problem for Winchester. He did build an outpost left-hand side, therefore down to only 95 stone, and cannot drop his desired 30C.
And Mr. Yo already has 53 villagers. It's 46 for Vinch. So the whole theme of this game is going to be, can the Khmer player kill the Mayan player before the Mayan eco kicks in? Good micro from Vinch, but Mr. Yo again with a small little army to run in here. Yo knows that he has to play defensive on the front. The best way to do that is to continue to stream small groups of units into Vinchester's base.
And that's sometimes the problem with Empire Wars, right? Winchester, he had to scout for fighting. He only built some skirms and archers to defend. Didn't really have the vision over the left-hand side. And then it was so difficult for him to wall that one off.
Yeah. So the one elephant's still there. And the pressure coming from Vinch. Now, he's got to pressure more. He's got to take out this range. He's got to take out the barracks. He's got to take out the next monastery. By the way, my apologies for the Voolaloos. I'll remove that mod in between games.
Oh, God.
It's all right. Red Bull authorized the Voolaloos.
Yeah. Red Bull Wololo Cup.
Yeah, duh. A big fight here, though, and the Voolaloos did make a difference. The Scorpions sniped the monks, and I think with this many elephants on the hill, Winchester should clean up. That's a huge fight for Winchester. And now the only Voolalo, or the only monk, has to run back for Yo. Look at the population, Nili. It's not so different anymore.
Indeed. So only slightly the favorite. KD plus 11 here for Winchester. Took some good fights, but obviously elephants way more costly than those eagles. Trying to find another hole, but Winchester full control over the right-hand side.
Yeah, I think what's problematic is that it's 10 more villagers for Yo, and he's done such a good job of maintaining that to the point where I think soon he'll be able to have an opportunity to make a big switch into more pikemen.
Right at the left-hand side, at the goal, Tristan, and those CA won't find too many kills. Only one.
Yeah, only one kill, and now... Oh, there's a hole! There was a hole at Winchester's base, and there's no houses to hop into here either. Oh, that's going to hurt so much. And also, Yo would maybe get a few conversions if Winchester isn't paying attention. There's always a hole, as ZeroEmpires would say, and has said for years. That hurts so much, and so unfortunate for Winchester.
Oh, let's take a look at the conversions at the front. Already each one. Second one as well. 2 elephants converted. Speaking of unfortunate.
Oh, man. It's because Finch wasn't able to pay attention because he was so distracted. And the defense holds now. There's still a TC there that could be denied. I think Winchester will opt to fight the army first. He has to take out the monk before there's another conversion, and there is another conversion, Nili.
Oh god, no more elephants for the main player than for the Khmer player. Not really, but well, we are getting close to it. The TC goes up. That was really important for Mr. Yo. It felt very risky, but paid off.
Yeah, he just calculated it well. But there's a saying in sports you hear a lot where you create your own luck by trying to make chances, and Yo has continued to do that in this game. He's continued to try and raid. If he played defensive, Winchester would not have been distracted. These elephants are so good. There's not many cav archers now for Vinch, and there's still going to be monks for Yo. And the Eagles are here again.
Goal open, by the way. Eagles swarming in again. House one not in time.
If he hits it now, he's fine. If he hits it now, he's fine. If he hit, he's not fine.
He didn't hit it in time.
Nope. I think he's distracted. Doesn't want to lose the elephants on the front again, and you can see game one falling apart for Winchester. 55 villagers. I like the YOLO move. I think it was the play, but Yo's so good defensively, especially when he gets a slight eco lead. He knows how to hold against that. And 80 villagers for Mr. Yo. Red Bull 1 champion. I struggle to see what Winchester's going to be able to do now.
Well, speaking of Yo and YOLO, look at that forward castle that Winchester is building behind the wood line.
I love Winchester so much. Like, I really wish that this was a best of 11 just for more potential games with Winchester. He obviously wouldn't be favored in more games against Yo, but oh my god, like, not resigning. He's going for it. This is the type of stuff you want in competitive tournaments. You want players who are aggressive. And Mr. Yo has so much knocking on the door or the siege workshop and the houses at Vinch's base. We'll see how Yo adapts to this now. That's funny.
Also some stone walls at the top did pull all the villagers, so not a single loss. Will obviously lose control over that area, but just running through the center. Is he trying to grab that stone from Winchester? Winchester surely will lose the villagers at the
Yeah,
stone.
looks like it. Yeah, they're just going to stone swap here, right? Both the stones were forward for Yo. He thought he would secure it with the town center. And that was not to be because of the castle drop. I like the castle drop, though, because imagine if Winchester would have been a bit stronger with his push. To back that up with a castle could have been the game-winning move. Here, it's giving him a chance to come back when he's very much behind. But yeah, also good decision from Yo to say, okay, whatever, you're not going to be there, so we'll just switch sides.
If you're behind, making it a scrappy, wild game often gives you a chance for a comeback, but Mr. Yo just so good at decision making, always knows where to move the villagers, the map awareness, just superb. Not really the guy that gives you so many chances for a comeback.
Yeah, and also, I have to point out that he stonewalled immediately after seeing the castle was going up there. Because he knew he wouldn't be able to address the army, because he'd send his army forward. So the stone walls being up now is a huge deal, because the elephants and cav archers, they're not counted as base right now. These stables are about to go down. Most of the gold for Vinchester's on the front. So none of this is good for Vinch, and I think Yo has got to be thinking about the Imperial Age now, and maybe a defensive castle to trap that castle from Vinchester down.
What army can we advise Winchester? I don't really see anything, right? Eagles in his face, elephants won't really do the job against the monks and pikes. CA doesn't feel great. Ooh, he's losing so much momentum.
Yeah, I mean, he tried, right? And he's going to make what he can. He has 10 farmers right now, and I know Khmer farms are fantastic, but they're not that good. This isn't pre-nerf. Nah, he'll take, even if he cleans up these eagles here, Nili, there's going to be more coming from Mr. Yo. Mr. Yo knows this. He'll take the fight. He'll go for a forward castle, and Yo is about to click up to the Imperial Age, too. Oh, my God!
And counter castle, elephants are around. Maybe Winchester goes wild. Can we see that castle denied? It feels like there's enough army to defend against the elephants.
Yeah, I think both castles go up here. Vinchester has pulled most of his economy to complete his. And, of course, does not have the res to go imp after this. So that's the big concern. All right. I mean, if he had a siege workshop, he could start making rams, potentially, to take that down.
Yeah, but there's so much melee out as well. Not going to be too easy. And yeah, Winchester sitting at 30 food while his opponent is up to him and has 750 food in the bank.
Yeah, I mean, you still do have some time if you're Vinchester. He's killing villagers. And this would be when Yo is most vulnerable because he's put 1,000 food and 800 gold into the imp upgrade. So he's got that. If he can get another counter in, if he can get the cav archers and elephants over here, maybe. But I think realistically all that needs to happen for Mr. Yo is just full pike. He doesn't even need to make eagles anymore. And go into halberdier and trebs, and he's golden at the start of Imperial Age, and he's making plenty of pikes, a few eagles, I guess, just for the cav archers. Do you think in a closer game, do you think if this game was closer that Yo would have placed his castle forward, or do you think he would have placed it defensively?
Depends on what situation we would be in, right?
Yeah.
Normally, you feel, okay, I want to get to El Dorado, want to have a safe castle, more defensively makes a lot of sense. But also, I see those goals very exposed. So, Mr. Yo, with all the army he went for in Castle Age, forward castle, even in an even game, could have been very juicy.
Yeah, maybe the defensive castle's more suited towards standard play. But yeah, it depends on the situation. Just there's risk that I'm going to come off as rude here, but we have to talk about something until Vinchester realizes he can't do this. As he goes for another castle. I love Vinch's spirit. This is great. He'll lose these villagers, and the castle will probably get taken care of, but he's trying.
Well, let's be honest, right? It's the most important set Winchester ever played.
Yeah, at least in terms of prize pool, certainly, right? Could be said for quite a few players.
It was even the qualification for the Gamescom LAN, but that's some years ago. But now we see it's against Imp, against Elite Eagle Warrior, Mayans, Untouched Eco. Nothing to do here. GG.
Vinch, just to point out to viewers at home so they realize how crazy Vinch is with aggression, he was making petards in that castle at home. Like, he was not giving up. He wanted to petard that castle down, build 2 forward castles, and try to continue to push. What decided game 1 here, Nili?
Winchester, we both questioned forging, right? It did delay his Castle Age timing. He couldn't really go for the push. Also, the hole at the left-hand side, Mr. Yo, just so good in reaction, had a long timing where he didn't have any army, but didn't get punished at all, although he had such a small base.
Yeah, I feel like Yo sending multiple armies towards Vinchester and distracting him led Vinchester to not have what he would have wanted on the front. Like, the 5 archers killed 2 villagers, then the eagles went in, and that first elephant had to go back. Obviously, the hole in the wood line was unfortunate, but at that point, Yo was already gaining a lead. So, like, that was a very impressive game for Mr. Yo. And if people saw the No Walls mod set against Viper, while it wasn't Viper's best set, Yo won 7-0, and he did the same thing, Nili. And we casted that together, where there's like, you get one army, you take control, and you make the other person respond. So, Mr. Yo looking good. We'll move to the achievements now and talk a little bit about that. I am really excited to see what Mr. Yo and Vinchester will bring us for the next game. All right, so we'll make it quick here because Game 2 will probably begin. More kills for Vinchester, the power of the elephants. But the economy for Mr. Yo, more food, more wood, and way more gold. I didn't have the stone Nili, but didn't matter.
Didn't matter at all. And game pretty much straightforward. Better KD for Winchester, but more costly units. Let's take a look at the remaining civilizations and maps. In theory, craft a bit what Winchester could go for now on his next home map.
Yeah. All right. So, well, it's Vinch, right? Like, he's got to have something in mind. Does he want this to be a boomy game, Nili, or does he want this to be an aggressive game? Because he has 2 very different maps. Blockades, you're on separate sides of a big wood line. Across, it's wide open and there's multiple pawns to push. I'm not sure.
What I love about Cross, while you fix the Wololo mod, is that he has the option to go for Hans here. And I don't see a supernatural pick for Mr. Yo. Lithuanians could have been strong, but that is banned. What do you really go for? Cross, Mazo, not super good. Your boom won't be nice. Vikings, not really the civ that I want to see there. Chinese, not any bonuses. Saracens could get punished early on. So I think Winchester with Hans on Cross might even be the favorite.
Yeah. You know, thinking of blockades, if we get there, we saw a lot of Saracens in the qualifier, and that was not a counter to Teutons, but it was against Teutons frequently. And there's no Teutons for Winchester. Like, a lot of these civs, I'm thinking, where on earth is he going to play them? Yeah, I just like Vinch because he makes you think outside the box. He's kind of like TATOH in that sense, though TATOH has achieved way more.
Yeah. Winchester, just so nice. We didn't get a sign yet when the game is starting.
Should be starting soon, I imagine. But like, Nili, you're in Vinchester's shoes, okay? You're in Red Bull Wololo, biggest tournament set, and you're up against Mr. Yo. Do you feel like you need to get this win?
Me?
Game started? Okay, cool. No worries. Do you feel like you need to get this win? Or can you still win the series if you go down 2 games to a legend like Yo?
Oh, it will be really your back against the wall, especially on your home maps with the civ advantage here. I think that has to be a W for you, unless you want to. Yeah, it will be so tricky otherwise.
Okay, cool. All right, well, we're in game number 2. A little bit behind here. In the red, we have Mr. Yo playing as the Vikings. We'll be caught up to normal speed, which will still be fast in a bit. We have a range opening, so spears and probably archers for both of them, Nili.
Well, we see 4 villages on gold, so Mr. Yo did pull 1 away to build a dock at the top. Is going for archers indeed, and is adding the stable, so he goes for the mixed army composition, while Winchester simply plays double archery range as Hans.
Wow, okay. Viking player going for a stable. You know, maybe Mr. Yo is almost expecting the double range play. And he says, well, if I take care of those spearmen, and he starts going skirms, thinking I'm going full archers, I'll have the scouts out to counter. Man, it's so fun to watch these 2 micro. Very close. But Mr. Yo on the hill, and Mr. Yo, with a much better spot right now. He'll even pick off that archer.
Oh yeah, gets the 2 for 1 there. Scout getting low HP as well. Feels like Winchester didn't build a second spearman, and nice little advantage there. Mr. Yo already with a slight lead.
All right, well, we don't have a ton of time here to talk about the differences between the civs, but both are fantastic civilizations. And Winchester going to start off with a tower, something he didn't do in the previous game. Oh, this is such a bad area for him, Nili. It's forward, there's a hill, there's a wood line, there's a gold. Like, this is really unfortunate map generation, and Winchester has not been able to protect it.
Uh-oh, and well, he did scout the short distance, a bit surprised there. Is going fully archers, maybe squeezing in a skirm could have been nice, but skirms could now be bad because scouts are already knocking at the front door. Only the tower keeping him alive.
Yeah, I mean, the tower was the right move, but maybe he should have foreseen that that was going to be an issue. Mr. Yo's so confident, he's going to build a mill on deer that are within sight of another mill. He knows that he's going to be here. This is extreme confidence, man. Like, this is unbelievable. It's such a small thing, but still.
To the side, that feels so weird. Why is he leaving that? Like, now he leaves his villagers exposed there.
Yeah, well, I guess he has town watch so he can see what's going on. And Vinchester has to react to him. It's perfect. Wow.
Oh, another archer instantly goes down. Having those scouts still alive is so nice. Vinchester's trying to fight with the villagers, tries to take it down. Okay, Vinchester did hold this one. Low HP on Mr. Yo's unit. Remember, guys, Vikings, 87% win rate in Red Bull Wololo 1 main event. Surprised to not see them banned here.
Yeah, surprised to see them not see them banned, excuse me, but also surprised to see that it's being picked on Cross of all maps. But players are fishing a bit, and it's just been all Mr. Yo with the land military. I feel bad for Vinch, because after losing the first fight, it was always going to be so difficult for him. You start with 3 lumber camps and a mining camp, and 2 of the lumber camps and the mining camps all forward. And he lost the first fight and has been trying to catch up ever since.
Yeah, but he's doing a good job at that. And behind the scenes, you see why hunts are so good. He could put down 2 dogs, is already 1-2 fishing ships ahead, and his economy will simply catch up quite nicely compared to Vikings.
Yeah, exactly. Now, for the first time, Vinchester goes out for a counter. And Yo was not waiting on the hill, which would be the norm. Now, Yo's not going to be on the hill, and there's a scout from Vinchester. I think Vinchester made the incorrect move to split up his archer army, though.
Did go forward with 4 there. Now some scouts helping out.
Oh, they have forging.
Another very even fight.
Oh, the scouts have forging there. So early forging pays off. All right, picks off some archers. Good stuff, Vinchester, man. If you guys like micro, watch Vinchester here, because he tends to go overkill with micro at times. As I say that, he runs away, of course, but...
And he did have an unfortunate engagement at the very start of the game, but now ahead by 2 when it comes to KD. Takes the fight downhill 20-16. Vinchester pushing back.
And Mr. Yo doesn't have the army numbers. He now has 2 ranges. Vinchester microing the spearman down, using the scout to get some hits, but I think it was a little too much there. This is
stable, double archer range here by Vinchester. This is full Feudal Age aggression.
This is amazing. I love this. All right. Well, Yo collected most of the deer. You got 3 out of the 4 deer. We talked about that. There's so much more on food for Vinchester because of the power of Huns. You don't have to build houses, and you can make those fishing ships, Nili, as you said. And so eco lead for Vinch, and now Yo's building a tower on berries.
Oh, but that's not protecting a lot of berries. I think that's mainly to keep control over that hill.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, 2 pawns against 1, and now both contesting the right-hand side.
Oh, that was so bad for Vinch, though. He lost all of his archers there. He had 3 or 4 archers, just tossed them away. Like, scouts are great, but if you don't have archer numbers with them, spear archer counters you. Again, Vinch probably looking to do something else at the moment, and he might even lose his scout. Almost lost it. Right-hand side docks, as you said, Nili. We got both players over here. I don't know if they've seen each other. So far, they haven't, so that's interesting.
Bloodlines and forging for Winchester. That will be a long Feudal Age aggression. Now goes for Wheelbarrow. Lacks a bit of the scout production. On the other side, already up to Castle Ages, Mr. Yo. He needs to camp this one out.
Yep, so Mr. Yo will play defensive. Mr. Yo will clear out or push those scouts away, and Mr. Yo has the archer numbers and the walls to keep the pressure from Winchester away, Nili. He's not full walled on the left yet, but he should have time for that. He's actually not full walled on the right, but still will have the archers at home. I feel like that tower was so good for Yo, just to protect the area. And now the other areas he can protect with walls and army.
Yeah, and it feels weird, right? There was only 129 food left, and I was like, really? But then I thought about the bigger picture, and having that hill control guaranteed for yourself, not allowing Winchester to keep attacking the villagers there, that's a beautiful move.
Yeah, seriously, it's such a Mr. Yo thing to do as well. Yo's going to need to make a decision here. Does he keep his archers next to the stone, or does he come to deal with this tower? Looks like he's coming back to deal with this tower, and he might spot... Yeah, he will spot Vinchester looping around with those scouts. I think the scouts are pretty weak. They could still kill 1 or 2 villagers with these upgrades, though.
And also keeps the archers, soon-to-be crossmen, very far in the back. And now we see a problem why we both question Vikings so hard on this map. If you try to contest pawns, normally Fire Galley is the best unit. But what's the only civ that doesn't have Fire Galleys?
Vikings. But Nili, to be honest, I feel like in Empire Wars, if you make it to this stage with Vikings, you've got to be praising the AoE god and making longboats then, right? It's a big investment. But you make longboats in these ponds, and maybe you can take control of them. I think it's almost too much to ask of a guy, though, who now has to defend so much on land.
Well, and also you need to kind of mess them up. Tough to micro then.
Yep.
Loses the fish over there. Still knocking at the front door. Mr. Yo needs to buy himself some time. And we see stable number 3 from Winchester as Hans.
I like it. He has 3 ponds. So use the food eco. As Yo will make some longboats. But yeah, he has so much food income. Make knights with this. Could still get crossbow. Could still get bodkin. Could still get to the cav archers with Huns. But with 1,000 food and 800 gold, he's going to spend it all on knights.
Look at that beautiful move. Winchester, he is 10 workers ahead. Mr. Yo has a very small timing window where he needs to do damage. Winchester preparing against that. Triple tower defense already set up.
Wow, triple tower defense and a siege workshop. Is that overkill in defense to go for the workshop?
Well, siege workshop, I think with that very short distance and the major hill in the center could quite easily be used to, well, even send the Magnolds very aggressively. So I don't mind that.
Okay. I mean, it's going to be just like the previous game in early Castle Age. He's going to try and kill with a lot of military. Only the difference is, Yo is actually behind an eco, at least for now. He is on 2 TCs. Still keeping an eye on the right side where he has 4 longboats. If he wanted to right now, he could eject these, and he could micro down the fires, and he could then micro down the fishing ships and maybe fish himself. But Vinch still has 2 other pawns to work with, Nili, and he's pushing forward, has bodkin now. All those resources have disappeared, but I'm loving how Winchester's playing this.
Absolutely. So many floating resources for Mr. Yo. Don't tell me he's thinking about imping this one, right? 800 food, 500 gold? Does he want to go for Arbalest?
I think maybe. 2 TCM. And this was why Vikings were so good in the first Red Bull. What little we saw of them anyways. Even nowadays in standard RM, I brought it up so much over the last year. Like, this civilization is stupid strong with booming into fast ARB. There's gold that Yo can take. Gold is all that Mr. Yo needs. And he's playing defensive with stone walls now on the right side. Mr. Yo's defense is next level. This is so good.
I'm not sure if you remember a semifinal Mr. Yo against Leary, where Leary also played a very defensive style and Mr. Yo played super aggressively. And, well, it feels like Vince is now trying to do that. Maybe he can cut him off most wood because there's only 1 real safe woodline at the moment for Mr. Yo.
I do remember that. I think Yo was Japanese? Or Leary was Japanese?
Vikings,
yeah. Yeah, that was a good series. Can't wait to see Leary play in this tournament. A knight from Mr. Yo, 1 single knight to take out the Maganel. It should be enough. I doubt he'll get the next one. But Yo wants to go up to Imp.
Oh, but he has 7 villagers in the queue now, not going for any more crossbows, so basically only waiting for gold.
Yeah.
I think this might have been the spot to just build a market and try to buy yourself up to him.
We'll see. I mean, he has more villagers, right? So this is just the power of Vikings. It's not like he's not creating villagers. He's been creating more villagers than Winchester is. He's just not going for knights, which costs a lot of food. So maybe it's not that faster imp, or at least as fast as we thought, Nili. And he's going to shift into guard tower defense. Oh, Vinch is going to run in. This could be amazing, or it could be a huge fail. Oh!
Oh, nice walls, crossman shooting, but actually is it the fight that Mr. Yo wants to take? He is trying to trap, but you can only trap if you have the stronger army.
Yeah, but Yo is going to place a palisade there so he can sit his crossbows between it. I mean, Mr. Yo is killing a lot here. He still has 21 crossbows. And all he needs to do is avoid the Maganel.
Oh, he didn't avoid it, Tristan.
Oh, that's a big shot, and those are some weak crossbows now. Winchester also got the knights to the gold. I like the pressure from Winchester. The defense from Yo was almost perfect. Oh, man, there's 19 on food for Yo. as he tries his best to snipe the next Mangonel, and he cannot. He just still hasn't clicked up to him.
Look at the resources. It feels like they didn't change. I'm looking at 800 food, 500 gold, roughly in that ballpark for the last 3-4 minutes. And he's constantly producing stuff, but like he's so close to him, and yet so far.
Yeah, I feel like maybe you idle your TCs here a little bit. But then again, he's so worried that he's going to be pressured. So maybe it's... I can kind of understand going guard tower defense with a boom. Sorry, everybody, but my mouse... This is just a DE bug. I just got to redo this for whatever reason, and everything's back in business. Cool. Forward castle from Vinchester, Nili.
Oh man, that was so nice. Well, and I think they might even click up to him at similar times. And there was so much stone invested into all those guard towers. He has 500 stone more to mine, 600 in the bank. So he can go for one if he buys some 2 defensive castles and can go into a trap war. But Hans, really good at that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Vinchester's doing everything right. That's a 4-tile gold, which Yo will want to take. He cannot take that anymore. He is going to be imping before Mr. Yo. And Mr. Yo going to place his own castle, and he's also going to go to imp. But it will be the Hun player with the hill and also full map control. So, Vinchester, I said it before the game started. You've got to get your win here. If you go down 2 games to Mr. Yo, the champion of Red Bull 1, you have very little chances to come back in a best of 5. But if you tie it up, the series could be yours if you continue to play this good in the remaining games.
And, well, maybe if he has some more plan how to counter Mezzo, because Vikings will be gone, and taking a W against Vikings could be pretty damn sweet. Also, something we have to point out in the trap war, Hans with their incredible accuracy on the traps.
Yeah, I know we have a lot of math whizzes, a lot of statistic nerds in the chat. Sorry, chat. People who are going to love the stats that ZeroEmpires will bring out throughout this tournament. And I remember last time we were talking about Vikings and their win rate. If Vikings lose the first time we see them in Red Bull 1, in Red Bull 2, it would be much different than the first edition.
Absolutely. I think they won 11 out of 12 games, something like that. And
they were banned
crazy. Yeah. Well, makes sense. Oh, actually, they were heavily underbanned, right? Only
yeah, that's true. It was
banned.
Aztecs who was banned a lot, and
Indians, but we got rid of all the heavy shorefish maps, or most of the heavy berry maps, so the bans to avoid those clear Civ losses are not really here in Red Bull Wololo 2. Nice improvements in that regard.
So if they go into a Treb war, who has the best potential to snipe the Trebs?
Clearly Hans,
Yeah.
because of their great accuracy. Also, you have the hill advantage, so you do more damage. Positioning should be pretty easy as well for Winchester. The question is, do we go for more castles? Mr. Yo, well, his second stone spot is outside. He's sitting at 500 stone, just bought himself another 200. But if he drops another castle, that means he can't really repair his first one.
I feel like he should place it forward if he's going to place it, but maybe that's too aggressive. Like, he's going to get Bracer, he's going to get Chemistry. If he can get Arbalest before the Knights and the Tarkans and the Cavarches arrive and keep this army in Vinch's base, this is very possible for Mr. Yo. It looks like he's going to go for that counter, and then he's going to go for the Trebs at home. So already he's taken Vinchester's army, which could snipe the Trebuchets away from the middle. And it's going towards Vinch's base. Now, Nili, when plate barding comes in is going to be really important here. It's going to come in at around the same time as the upgrades for Yo. Oh, geez, this is going to be fun to watch.
Let's take a look. Important that Mr. Yo doesn't get into the pocket there between the wood line. Oh, Mr. Yo with a beautiful spot there. Doesn't allow the big surface area, but Tarkans, Cavaliers,
yep,
just a pretty good counter.
Also, updated melee pathing. I think if that was a couple months ago, those Arbalests would do a lot more. I have to give credit to the devs on that. Game's not perfect, obviously, but yeah, it was so much better than what we'd seen for many, many months of DE. Winchester with one castle, but he has the hill and he's repairing it, and now he's bringing his army to the front, Nili. And Mr. Yo will lose his castle, and he could even lose the next, and he could just be raided to death if Winchester runs in.
Absolutely, and that's the problem that I said. Maybe he could have played just with one castle and have the chance to repair. Now Winchester, he dives in deep, wants to get that win.
Yeah, Vinch will take out one Treb. He'll take out the second Treb. And I don't even think Vinch needs to fight the Arbs. He can, but a lot of players might just spread the Cavalier out throughout Yo's eco and raid him to death. And here it comes. It's a mix of both. Yep, he splits up. Yo attempting to quick wall but failing. There's so much that Mr. Yo has to do now to have a chance. I don't see how Mr. Yo can win this.
Oh, neither can I. Population is actually still 10 ahead. I'm trying to explain that to you. Well, we have 50 idle villages.
It's like he rang the town bell because every single TC is fully garrisoned. So
and the towers as well. Crazy moves here. Winchester's so active and will get a lot of villager kills.
Yeah, exactly. And Vinchester's economy is untouched here, so an easy transition into cav archers could be good. Maybe even skirmishers. He's still taking that gold. He still has 2 of the puns. I don't think having that right pun really matters much for Yo anymore. This I think came down to the options of Vikings versus Huns, and also the time window that Yo had to get imp faster, and he didn't take advantage of it.
Yeah, it felt a bit like that. Now we're attacking into elite skirmishers. Vikings, well, they're kind of limited in what you feel, right? Most of the time we see them going for Arbalest, and, well, Winchester even opted for some Tarkans as a very nice counter there. Castle might go down or might actually be saved by Winchester. Just such a good awareness and will save that castle.
Should, yeah, he does. You know, I'm looking at the pop, and I'm going to backtrack a little bit. Like, we feel like Winchester could win, like, should win this from this position, but now I see 130 pop versus 130 pop. I guess Yo doesn't have any potential to take the castle out now, though, because he doesn't have siege.
Sometimes numbers can't tell the story. Sometimes you have to look at the positioning, right? What are the options here for Mr. Yo?
What?
He can't break that castle. He can't really protect his economy. Like a Cavalier at the left-hand side, 40 villagers have to run.
All right. Well, I feel like maybe Vinchester was a little bit late to Elite Skirm. Because that's a lot of pikemen and a lot of arbs. And Vinchester also took his foot off the gas with the raiding. Like, he could still raid on the right and on the left. Like, look at all the villagers there. Vinchester isn't raiding, Nili.
Yeah. That's a lot of idle Cavaliers. I think he forgot about one waypoint there. He's now sending his army back. The thing is, Mr. Yo, that's not really an army that can kill you. That's an army that can annoy you. But Winchester can run. There's no siege to follow it up.
Yeah, this is, well, there are going to be some rams, right? But you would expect that Vinchester would be able to deal with that. I think Yo just wanted some room to breathe so he could expand a bit. Vinchester sees this the whole way in. Yep, now has the skirm numbers. Now is getting ballistics and just decides to take the fight. And while he will lose one too many Cavalier, I still think this will be a good fight for Vinchester because he has all the map control still. Or not. Yo's micro, great, and the skirmisher's getting caught up on the trees. Oof.
Still no chemistry. Winchester didn't really need to take that fight at that angle. A bit surprised that we went for it.
And 2 trebuchets were lost to one single capped ram on the front. And the skirms! Vinchester! Don't do this, man. This is like the last 4 years of Vinchester, of me casting Vinchester all over again. He has all these skills. He's just got to get some wins, finish off the game. Oh, this hurts to see, man. He still should win this game. Finally, a raid. Okay, 2 different raids. That's what he needed.
Yeah, and that's kind of why we said Winchester so far ahead.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
That's the things that Winchester can exploit so easily. Impossible for Mr. Yo to plug all the holes. Finally, the army is getting cleared up at the back as well, and we can breathe a bit because Winchester has a 30 pop lead.
Yep, exactly. This is what we thought would happen 2 minutes ago. Hopefully Vinchester's packing up that Treb to run away from this. He doesn't lose another Treb to the capped rams. Yeah, how huge was it that Yo built 2 castles and lost both of them without killing a single one? A huge deal.
And also bought his way up. I think it makes more sense to have 1 castle. I'm not even sure if he built any traps out of the second one and just go for a lot of repair, try to go for masonry, trying to hold this one. But it's always literally an uphill battle.
Yep. 47 military population for Vinch. He also has what we consider the stronger military as he's sending more units forward. Expanding his economy, mining more gold than Mr. Yo can, of course. Vikings without gold are not really that special. They do not get halberdier. The pike can get a little bit more HP, of course, but still, most of what Yo is making, now all of what Yo is making is countered by simply Elite Skirm. And there's Cavalier as well.
Yeah, also pretty bad cavalry there without bloodlines, no Hussar upgrade. And Winchester, he's jumping in again. Now really wants to kill that farm.
Yep. Hey, hurt the food eco. Then Mr. Yo can't make any more villagers. That's how you win the game, obviously.
Duh.
Just waiting for Winchester to finish this one off. And I'm so happy because feel like you mentioned that this has the potential to be the series of the day, or even just the first round, and it's living up to expectations. Nili, Winchester gets his win. The score is 1-1.
Oh boy, and yeah, I said Hans should be good against all the civilizations that Mr. Yo had left on cross, and I'm very happy that he did perform here. It looked rough with the very early engagement, but then lots of scouts, lots of archers. Mr. Yo so cornered and kind of in this weird spot for several minutes where he had a lot of resources floating and couldn't really put them on the map.
Yeah, I was surprised that he didn't try and go imp. I thought it was going to be 2 TCs. I didn't expect guard tower defense. I just expected him to be in the Imperial Age a lot earlier. And with the earlier Imperial Age, I thought he'd push back the Mangonels instead of using guard towers. So anyways, we'll go to the statistics here. I'm curious, the Winchester getting more kills. He slaughtered Yo in many of those fights. And Winchester had more eco, more food, and more gold. So eco wins all, just like Yo had more eco in game 1 and got the win. Winchester gets the win in game 2 with more food and more gold.
And normally Vikings wants to go fast imp, and therefore Hans goes for a massive castle age all-in attack.
Yeah.
And to defend against that, guard towers makes a lot of sense. But Mr. Yo couldn't really execute the first step of the fast imp.
Yeah, something went wrong there, but that is not something I expected to see Vikings lose. I mean, on cross, of course, you say they're worse than Huns, but just on paper to have Vikings losing the first time they're played in this tournament is pretty funny to see. So we'll move on now, Nili, and we can speculate what Mr. Yo will do with his home map and his civilization.
Okay, so let's take a look at the civilizations and the maps. Mr. Yo, I think he had Kavasan, if I remember correctly, and we see Haboob, a very aggressive map where walling is very tough, a bit similar to Land Madness, or at least some similarities, and maybe you can call it the love child of Colosseum and Land Madness. I will go for that. Good civilizations on Kavasan, obviously Franks, that's why we saw the ban there. And Saracens could be pretty scary. Something like Persians could have been an option. I'm curious to see that. Haboob could be very aggressive, short distance, could have a very similar opening compared to, or like similar to Cross.
I feel like if we see Kalasan, Yo will go Saracens. He picked it really early. Could be wrong on that, of course, but I remember Saracens were picked somewhat. They were picked a decent amount, I think, in Red Bull 1 on that map. And then if it is Kawasan, then maybe Winchester goes for something like Ethiopians, which I also recall seeing. Or even Malay could be good there. But
it looks a bit confusing to me, honestly.
What's
I will investigate. Yeah, I will investigate if the draft is in the right order. And yeah, it's in the wrong order.
Oh, really? Okay.
So basically, it is picked from left to right.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
so
Vikings being picked last
Vikings,
would make sense.
Aztecs, Mayans, Incas, and Saracens were the second last pick.
So does that mean for Winchester, his first pick was Malay then? So it's left to right for him as well? Okay.
Yeah. It's always left to right.
Okay, well,
so
that
really
makes a lot more sense. So Saracens and Chinese were the two final picks. Maybe we can get that adjusted for the future sets. But either way, I recall seeing Saracens a decent amount.
It is so weird, right? Because normally, in most of our viewers, we read from left to right, but we are kind of picking, due to the picking system, from the center outwards.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Chinese first could have made sense in another universe, but yeah, we had Saracens and Chinese very late there. Aztecs could be a good choice for Haboob here.
Well, I think Winchester probably has a plan for blockades. So I think if we see another Vinchester home map, which we might not, maybe he wins this and wins the next game and wins the series. But yeah, if we see it, I think that he'll go for some crazy arena build on blockades. That would be my prediction. But we can only speculate, Nili, but the series has lived up to expectations so far. I've had fun.
Yeah, I had fun as well. Like Winchester, like it's like weird that they put the two of us, like huge Winchester fanboys, on this one.
Yeah.
Because it's like us, like, oh, Winchester's the greatest, and yeah, maybe he can make the upset, and oh, he goes for the wild civilization. Everything is beautiful, and yeah, we're kind of missing that Mr. Yo still obviously with a world-class performance, and the game will start pretty soon as well. Everything is still open. 1-1 the score.
Yeah, I think it would, like, there's a lot of players out there who've always been on the cusp of the top 10, and they get close, and then they'd get disappointed, and in the past, they wouldn't have a game that they could play or a tournament that they can compete in for another 6 months. But this year, players like Lan have shown us, now Vinchester have shown us, CAPOCH qualified for this, Miguel is in this, right? And he's very excited to be facing off against Viper, by the way. But anyways, I just feel like players have more opportunities now after like losing a tournament or not getting as far as they would want to regroup, train, and get back into it. Vinchester is one of those players.
Kavasan on the way. We're jumping into the game in 20 seconds. Mr. Yo did indeed go for Aztecs, Winchester, Magyars, expecting a very aggressive approach there. And yeah, I think like how much prize money we paid off this year is just enormous. I think like 2009, it was like 8,500 in total. I think this year we are already at like 220,000.
That's obscene.
Good year.
Obscene.
Good year for you.
Yeah. Oh man, I should have practiced my farms a couple years back. See where I'd be today. All right. Well, here we are. Game number 3. Mr. Yo in the red, playing as the Aztecs, and Vinchester has gone for Magyars. So I was thinking maybe Saracens for Kawasan. I was incorrect. Yo going back to the old reliable Mesosivs. I don't think I've ever seen Magyars against Aztecs on this map, Nili.
Neither have I. Obviously, we had a lot of Franks in the early stages. Some Celts were squeezed in as well, just to have the one-dimensional push. And Persians were considered to be really strong. Maybe some Japanese squeezed in. I'm excited to see, and we see already instantly a lot of walls. Doesn't want to take the damage against the mass scouts.
Yep, those scouts can be dangerous. And also what I like about Magyars and Empire Wars is you can afford to get your eco upgrades with that. However, we say scouts, and Vinch is going to open up with a range. All right, so he's attacking the eagle. Actually, wall the eagle in there. I was expecting scouts from Magyars, not archers, but maybe Vinchester was expecting walls from Yo, and he knows scouts can't do anything against walls.
Mind games. And then the big question is, what are we doing against Aztecs if we're not going scouts? Goes for mass crossbow, but well, we know that Mr. Yo can put some of those eagles on the map, but Mr. Yo, very unfortunate goal spot here if he faces mass crossbow.
Yeah, true. Vinchester with a good choice to go archers for 2 reasons, both because of the walls and because of the forward gold. 2 ranges seems kind of excessive. I feel like certain players in this tournament are going to go, even though it's an aggressive format, I feel like they're going to opt for 1 range in fletching and walls and economy. Would you agree with me on that, Nili? Would you say 2 range openings going to be uncommon or common throughout this tournament?
I don't really know yet. I think it will be different players, different approaches. I think Britons will play 1 archer range a lot. The big thing here is for Winchester, go in his fog of war. He has no idea what Mr. Yo is doing.
Yeah, and he just traded scouts with him. That's not good. So now he's got to send army forward. Like, this is always a bit iffy. Do you want to send your military forward? He has full upgrades, Nili. He has fletching, he has armor, whereas Yo has walls and is building a tower. I feel like Yo is not really interested in making military right now. He hasn't even made a range or a second barracks. It's just full walls.
He's just sitting behind walls. Not unlikely that he will try to get a market up at some point. Now sneaks a villager out. Wants to contest the point at the left-hand side. No, it's just to collect 2 sheep. Oh.
He's hungry. All right. Listen, it's morning. I didn't eat that much for breakfast. I can kind of relate. All right. So perfect tower from Mr. Yo. There's still...
You didn't have your sheep as breakfast, or what? What do you mean you can relate?
Come on, man. You get six villagers on sheep in the morning, and then around noon you put 4 villagers on wood. Builder is a bit different for Empire Wars breakfast, but I've got it. Someone said T90's jokes are even worse than Nili's. I don't know if that's a diss to you or a diss to me.
Let's not start a competition.
Like, which one is it? Should that hurt more? That's funny. It's all right. We'll put that name on our list. But Vinchester's knocking on the door. I just don't expect him to get through.
Dave already pretty upset this morning when we had some rehearsal, and I was already on fire with some really bad jokes.
You used the worst ones on us. Let's just put it that way. Nili used the worst ones on us. But I can respect it. I look at the game here, Nili, and I feel like Vinchester's invested too much for too little reward. His Castle Age time is going to be so late, and he's making archers against a guy who's just going to go straight into eagles.
Is he though?
That's what I thought until I saw he wasn't
not really
creating
producing
any.
yet. I think this might be Mangle Monk. Okay, now he goes for 3 barracks, but not producing anything earlier was a bit surprising to me. And just think about it. If you get control mid to early Castle Age as Aztecs, you just put a monastery in the center and 5 relics basically instantly jumping into the monastery.
Yeah. So who cares if you can't make a second TC right away because you had the tower, right? Just take those relics. We will not see Lithuanians in this set. Look at Vinchester. Like, is this necessary? I guess it is. He wants a Vil pick.
Oh, it's not getting punished, right?
Yeah.
And losing 3 skirmishers for reducing your opponent of 100 gold is totally fine.
Yep. That's a good point. I'd expect it's all going to end here for Vinchester. Not the game, of course, but his position. A spearman for you? What? I'm confused.
Might have been one of the early ones to get his walls up.
Maybe. Just tossed it away. Yep, there you go. The tower will help, and the eagles will help as well. Scale mail about to come in. Vinchester on the way to Castle Age, Nili. So, what do you do against Aztecs when they're going to be going eagles and going monks, and you're Magyars?
Well, the answer is double stable, bloodline scale, barding armor, and yeah, just pray that the extra attack upgrades are carrying you. And that you take very efficient fights, but Mr. Yo is sending the villager forward and then taking efficient fights if monks join the battlefield. It's really tricky.
Do you... I know that this might not be a tournament that you were paying too attention to. Nice shot from Vinchester to stop Yo from docking here. But did you watch Clown Cup at all? Like and see how Aztecs performed?
Not really. The final.
Okay. So... in Clown Cup, Aztecs were not getting wins, and players were not being aggressive with them. They were trying to boom, like with other civilizations. So just for recent comparison, Yo is not playing it that way. He's playing aggressive with Aztecs, which is how you should play them. And it's going to get complicated here for Vinchester. Now, thankfully, if you want to go light cav with Knights, it is possible with Magyars. Plus, you get that extra attack. So it is one of the better stable civilizations to go up against this Aztec push. We'll see. A dock going up for Yo. Vinchester already there fishing, so he'll need to defend from that in some way, or he'll lose those fishing ships.
Will be tricky for him. He did have the archer around that area earlier, so might actually get the was sure that he pushed the villager away. Won't really be too scared of that dock. Will most likely lose his fish. Now goes for knights. He needs to contest the center.
I love this wall. Yo's like, oh, I'm in. He didn't quick wall. Yes, let's go. Let's raid, boys. Let's go. Oh, he's walled again. That's really funny. But yeah, he does need to contest the center. And he's going to go with what he did in game 1. Go cav archers with knights. And mix it up a bit.
The second layer is broken now. Villager. Oh, look at that. Villager's actually running to wall behind. Ooh, couldn't trap him.
Nice trap attempt. Okay, well, the eagles will run back to where the monks are. Vinchester still in a nice position, but losing some fishing ships now. And Yo's getting the relics. Here are the cav archers, Nili.
Only 30 HP on those monks for now. Shooting some uphill. Conversion at the left-hand side. Deleted the knight.
Ooh. He almost made it so far, I thought he was going to get away without losing it. But he deleted it just to make sure that he would not donate a knight to Mr. Yo. Yeah, monks, pikemen, eagles, siege. There's truthfully nothing you can do to fight this head on. You've just got to have amazing micro and get some pickoffs where you can. This is one of the most devastating comps in the game.
Absolutely. Most important thing is that you don't like move in, move back, move in, move back against monks. That's going to be really tricky. And because now we can see, well, one knight goes to the opponent, right? You want to mess up and then make one major fight happen.
Yeah, or maybe use the cav archers to get pickoffs, but that's not so easy. Oh man, it is so difficult to micro. Good attack round there from Yo. Oh, Vinchester trying to pick off the monks, and he picks off 2. The cav archer's doing a good job. Also took a good fight in front of his archer range, and he picks off another monk Nili. So this makes life a bit easier if he wants to engage. Now might think about it, but I think with only 3 knights, it'll be too difficult. There he goes in.
Right now. Indeed, CA needs to run back. All the feudal army is getting cleared up. Mangonel now becomes so good as well, but well, Mangonel might even fall. Knight dies before that. CA, they aren't that good for Magias and Castle Age.
No, they're not. There's no bonus for them in this age. There's a bonus in the next stage, and it's super expensive. Cav archers in general, most people seem to think, oh, goodness gracious. Oh, my God. Well, most people seem to think that they are underwhelming in Castle Age now. There's too much of a frame delay compared to the classic game. And, ouch. That hurts.
Now, next monastery being dropped by Mr. Yo. Still 5 relics kicking for him. He is adding a TC behind this one. And, well, it's not like, okay, Mr. Yo's playing 1 TC, Winchester's eco will be ahead. No. It's actually Mr. Yo's eco being better. He did get the left-hand side pawn. Makes sure that the right-hand side is not taken for Winchester, who plays with 1 TC himself.
Yeah, exactly. So he gains the lead. He takes control, takes the relics, and said, okay, I'm going to boom. And you know what he's going to do? He's going to bury boom. He's going to build a town center in the middle on the fruit bushes, which is extremely interesting. And you don't see that too frequently. I mean, maybe with Franks, but with Aztecs? Okay.
I must resist some jokes with your name.
Oh, yeah. It's true.
And... okay, CA trying to make something happen, looks okay-ish, but getting scared away by the monks. And the thing is, if you hurt some eagles, they can just go back, heal up, and it's like nothing happened. And you had to invest so much micro while your opponent can just boom.
Exactly. Wow. Okay. Luck was on Vinchester's side there. I thought the monks would get conversions. No conversions. Vinchester happy with some of the monk snipes, but he's lost so many cav archers. You really can't be losing cav archer numbers, and he's doing it again. Loses another unit to a conversion. The TC is actually there, so the monks can hop inside Nili. That's so funny how the monks can now hide in there and heal in there.
That's such a good TC spot for that reason as well. You could have built it a bit more efficiently next to more berries, but you wanted to have it in that forward spot simply for the fact to hide some units in there.
It's crazy the way these guys just look at the game. And I'd say a good fight for Vinchester, but he's still behind in economy. So he's got to make this count. Good splits. Take out a monk and should take out the Maganel as well. Yeah, good work. What? Oh my God, no. No, Vinchester. Oh, that's so unfortunate. It's hard to have 2 casters casting when everything's going so quick here. It's like, it's a constant fighting. There's nothing else to talk about, really.
Yeah, but it's way harder for Mr. Winchester to make something happen here than for us to cast, because his bag is against the wall. He sits at 1 TC, 20 villagers / workers behind now. Yeah, military is even. Yes, he got to the army that he wanted to go for, but the numbers simply aren't there, and your opponent is kicking away with more villagers and 5 relics.
And Yo's played it near perfectly. He's been booming, he's been repairing, he's been converting. He is all over the map, the quality that you would expect from Mr. Yo. And I think it's got to be GG now, man. Look at the score difference, look at the eco difference. Maybe one more fight for Vinch before he finally gives up on this. He takes out the Maganel and takes out a monk. Mr. Yo's going to be imping soon, though.
Yeah, but that's the big problem, right? Trading off units in small numbers isn't really what you want to do with CA. You want to be killing, you want to go back and forth, back and forth. Those are the moves, but he still doesn't have ballistics, for example. And that makes it so tough for him to trade off properly. Another not so great engagement.
Yeah, he needs to win this fight, and he needs to win 10 more to have a chance. Because Mr. Yo is now castling the middle. And Mr. Yo has 87 eco, and it's 58 for Vinch. And Nili, this brings me back to the investment from Vinch in Feudal. He invested a lot into Army that all died. Should have just been in Castle Age faster to get the ball rolling and start creating the Cav Archers and Light Cav a nice faster. Imp for Yo. Vinchester will try his best. He has Rams coming. What? That won't work.
I'm not sure if you knew about the castle, and indeed, it won't work.
Wow. GG. All right. So Yo goes up 2-1. After game 1, it looked like Yo was going to just steamroll because he was so good defensively. But then Vinchester responded with a home map pick and a strong civilization. Nili, I think Vinchester has something planned for us. Before we get there, though, we'll go to the stats. I imagine that before I look at this, is it going to be a win in every category for Yo? I think so. Yep. More food, more wood, more stone, and more gold collected. And look what those relics did. 2,000 gold. Just from the 5 relics in the middle.
In such a short game, right? That's just crazy. Yeah, that's what AdSex can do for you. And also, like, sometimes if we have, like, 5 relics, the first one comes in, like, 10 minutes before the 5th one comes in. Not in this case.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go to the home maps. We have, blockades or, Nili, help me out. Come on.
Haboob should be. No, the other one. Yeah, blockades. Haboob is the other home map of Mr. Yo. Something I still wanted to say with Magyars, your scout is so much stronger, and that's why you're super happy to trade off against the Eagle early on, right? Because you have so much more HP left.
Yeah.
But that resulted into Winchester not scouting early on in this one. And then he only faced the walls. We had the defensive tower instantly, and we said, yeah, he did too much army. But I think the main issue before that is he did too little scouting.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, he didn't scout it, then he went 2 ranges, then he got full upgrades. Like, the armor upgrade was kind of useless. Just in general, he was making a lot and hoping to find somewhere to hit Yo, and Yo had properly scouted it. And also, like, Yo went for a strategy that was a bit risky with the forward gold, right? Like, if his gold was further in the back, he would have never even need to build the tower. So, Yo still properly
you spawned
adjusted.
simply there with the 5 villagers, right? So it just feels very natural to just stay there, build the tower. And also your push is just so much shorter if you already have the villagers at the front. And thank you so much, guys, in the production team. Now the civilization. First pick in the center, last pick on the outside in this overlay.
Wow. They must be drinking some Red Bull, huh?
Huh. They're quick.
Yeah, but seriously, that's awesome to have that adjusted for us. So we're not as confused. Viewers aren't as confused. And Mr. Yo just went boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3 with his picks. You think he'll go Incas next on blockades? Or do you think he'll go Saracens?
Think about it. Blockades? Why aren't we going Malay? They're really good in getting...
Well, I'm talking
wait,
about Yo. Sorry.
Incas, no chance for Incas. I think it's Saracens.
Yeah, with the crossbows and the market.
Yeah, Malay Saracens feels like a very reasonable matchup to me.
Okay. Yeah. I kind of foresee some weird, or not weird, but some interesting fast castle builds from Vinchester. Fast feudal and the fast castle. Something only possible with Malay.
I think I played one game against Dark, the training partner of Winchester, at least that's what I'm assuming, one of the 2 very young Russian guys, and he played a 4-minute 10-second castle age in my face. So Saracens can make crazy things happen on this map.
Okay. You said 4 minutes and 10 seconds, and I was thinking, wait, what? And then I remembered, oh, wait, they start in feudal age with 25 pop.
Yeah, and you can, like, your first building is the market, sell 200 stone, sell some wood, buy some food, and click.
Okay. Is that the noise that happens too when you do it with Malay? Like, click?
For me, it does, yeah.
Okay. I've never done it, so. Yeah. I mean, people are going to judge, but they've probably never done this build order, so get the map and try it out.
Click.
Yeah, I hope Winchester ties this up because to have the first best of 5 go to 5 games would be something else.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Okay, game has started here. And I want to say something else. I don't really know.
You wanted to say that your game knowledge is amazing because it will be Saracens versus Malay, right?
Yeah, but that's what you are here for.
Wait. Oh, to compliment you. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. Nili would never compliment himself. Come on. Can't do that. No, then again, if we didn't guess that correctly, I don't think we would be the right people for the job. I think that they should probably have gone a different direction if we couldn't get Saracens versus Malay on this map. So,
yeah, well, we could have said they misclicked, or we could question them. Yeah, that's like what we are here for, right? To just say like either we are right or the players are doing a mistake, and then have the full game to rant on them and look pretty damn smart if they lose the game.
maybe that's how you do things, Nili.
That's my
I'm
dream
a
job,
type
by the way.
Your dream job. Okay, well, my dream job as well is to cast Age of Empires 2, and here we have it. Mr. Yo, game 4, he's up 2-1, and he has gone for the Saracens. Then we have Winchester with the Malay. So I think I'll start with Saracens and talk about what we've seen from them. Nili can touch on the Malay. Saracens, it's all about the markets. Selling your stone is very common, then buying resources because of the market bonus and the market being cheap. You don't have a lot of gold in your base, Nili, so getting to Castle Age fast is the play.
Indeed, a lot of people won't really know about this map. Feels a bit like Hideout, but very limited resources. We don't have any stone. Moving to the outside, but cannot wall on the stony road here. Therefore, our resources always exposed. But, as you mentioned, easy to wall our home bases.
All right, so will Winchester go for some crazy FC time? Looks like he's starting off with archers. I'm not seeing anything else too crazy from him. Did go for both double bed axe and for horse collar. I have not seen Mr. Yo use his...
Actually trying to go for then. Is he just going archers while the stream drops?
It's not on my end, so I'm sure it'll be fine.
I think we will just continue.
Okay,
right?
Yeah, let's continue. I think it's
Okay.
fine.
Maybe YouTube is fine. And oh, look at that. Mr. Yo goes for a sneaky villager around here. Quite interesting.
Yo, sneaky villager on the left. Really? He hasn't clicked yet. This is an early time to be running forward.
And seems like we are back. Welcome, guys. You didn't miss too much. Mr. Yo on the way to Castle Age. Did click here at the 3-minute 30-second mark, roughly. And we'll reach Castle Age at 6-minute 30-second mark, roughly. And we'll reach Castle Age at 6 minutes and has a sneaky villager.
Yeah, now this is a very dangerous location to send the villager because he sees the archer range with the archers inside. What? Is he gonna go Knight Maganel, a stable? Is this TATOH?
Well, actually, I don't want to brag too much, but I did play the same Saracen strategy as well. My opponent Stark did go for the skirm defense, and therefore the full knight attack is actually a nice counter. The thing is, though, Winchester did go for archers, not for skirmishes.
Gotcha, okay. Nili, I think we're on your POV now, by the way. I'm
Ah,
not sure.
okay.
I believe so, but I'm not sure. Everything's fine on our end, but we'll just continue to do our casting here. But anyways, Yo makes a scout after losing his, and I feel like Winchester's going to be very happy to see that this guy is not going for crossbows. Those bombard crossbows that can melt your buildings will not be out for Yo. However, perhaps this is a bit of a mistake from Vinch. He wants to wall in the stable. I don't think he realizes that Yo is going to be up.
Yeah, well, I think he will, but he can easily fight off one knight. Maybe he tries to finish the second one. Nice move here by Mr. Yo. Actually, building one scout to fight off the other scout. Winchester needs to quick wall this one.
For partially built palisade gates, and it'd be fine, right? Because the knight would not be able to get out to hit it.
Correct. Winchester is trying to go for it. Missed one.
Oh, man. Vinch doesn't see the Vil, though, Nili.
Halfway through. Well, he knows that there's a stable out of nowhere, right? So there has to be a villager.
Yeah, but I mean, he can't stop the siege workshop. That's my point. Like, he has to stay here. And, like... Oh, the knight's out! Oh, God, there was 2 palisades! Oh, man, and now I think the knight and the scout will clear up all the archers, right? And then the siege will follow.
Oh, the knight going down, though, and the moment he kills that scout, which will be so close... Oh, and you see, the other knight is trapped in the stable now.
It is trapped in the stable. And then the other stable could be denied. Vinchester's actually okay. Oh, and the knight, he's trying. He can't hit the palisade walls to get out. He's stuck in there. Just Age of Empires things.
Okay, now deletes the stable. It frees himself with the palisades here. Winchester needs to run, but is getting crossbow now. Villager dies.
Wow, that's huge. So now there'll be no stable on the front for Mr. Yo. Winchester will still need to micro here. He's got to get crossbow. He's got to get bodkin. I think the knights could take these archers on, and they should.
Winchester does a beautiful move of adding a stable behind this. One elephant alone should now completely stop this push.
I think, like, while I was good for Winchester, I feel like he should have known not to stick around with his army there the second the knights showed up. Like, he just lost a bit too much. But yeah, to add an elephant here is nice. I'm really curious to see what Yo's up to at home. Yo's actually on 2 TCs. So he wants to go for a boom and maybe even a 3rd soon. So he, I think, is going to just shift into attacking with scorpions and the 2 knights he has and booming.
Yeah, he has a stable at home, so wants to do some more there. But yeah, that aggression is never going to be massive here. As we said, the elephant can easily now deal with the scorpions. Knights shouldn't really get too many kills off either. And Winchester did hold. Villager count dead even.
It just considering the situation that Winchester was in, I feel like the KD is not something he'll be too happy with. But what he will be happy with is the fact that he has military to counter. And he is now adding a 2nd TC on wood, nearly. So he's not building... Oh, no, never mind. I lied. He's building a 3rd TC on gold. Okay, so Yo will have a slight eco lead. Yo won't have much in the way of defense.
Yep.
And Winchester only got into this crazy good defense and all this knowledge because he won the scout war there as well.
Yeah.
You remember the scout war just half a screen away from the stable? If Mr. Yo wins that one, Winchester has no idea that the aggression is coming, at least not for another 30 seconds.
All right, so Yo maybe wants to stick around here, Nili, or at the very least wants to hold control, making a monk, and the siege workshop is going to go down slowly. I'm kind of surprised he's adding the monk when he knows he won't have the siege for the crossbows. But you know what else is impressive? Oh, another siege workshop. Okay, this makes more sense. What else is impressive is Mr. Yo's ability to get into a standard eco with Saracens. Because he sold his stone, and then he just bought the stone again, so he could be on 3 TCs. And he has a decent amount of farmers here. So he's actually able to boom on 3 TCs. Whereas with YOLO plays with Saracens, you don't see that too frequently. Normally they don't have eco upgrades, and normally it's going to be a struggle.
But it's also because he's facing melee, right? Most of the time you're trying to find a timing attack against your opponent's Civ where he is behind in tech. You try to go with your crossbows, have botkin, maybe have ballistics earlier. But since melee are flying to castle age so fast, that's kind of the timing that you got robbed off by your opponent's civilization.
Yeah, also maybe why he didn't go for the crossbow play wouldn't have worked as effectively. Now, this will be very difficult for Mr. Yo. I'm kind of surprised that he built the monastery so forward, because now he's going to lose the monastery. He's lost a monk, and Winchester catching up in the KD and catching up a bit in the vill count as well.
It's a bit stubborn by Mr. Yo, right? It felt like, okay, I forced a lot of army out of you. I can play 3 TCs. Maybe the monastery and the siege workshop a bit more defensively could have been better for the defense, because Winchester, he can dictate those fights quite easily now.
Okay, I'm getting way ahead of myself here, but I feel like if we were to interview Yo about this game, he would say something along the lines of, and he wouldn't mean it to be disrespectful, it's just like how Yo tends to answer questions sometimes. He'd be like, well, I played Vinchester before, and he hasn't been that good. Like, that's how Yo would say it, and then he'd be like, but it really surprised me. Like, he really surprised me how good the boom was, how good the reaction was. And Winchester just needs to slowly take out these buildings and push forward and actually harass Yo's economy. Because if he were to arrive to the wood line now, that's an area that could be hit.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that Winchester takes so much time there to finish off the siege workshop. I think just leaving one elephant there and moving out with the rest
There's a
would
hole
have been
there.
a good option.
Okay, never mind.
But they said it this one off. Did you doubt Winchester? Our boy?
Maybe.
Your mistake.
Yeah, I also think on this map, even though someone can get ahead, this almost always goes to Imp, and what you don't want in Imp is for someone to have a side position, so maybe that's why Vinch was spending the time doing that. He sees a stable, a Mangonel, and a monastery at Yo's base. Surprised he didn't go to the wood line first. And he's going to get scale barding. So, Nili, I feel like we might see a lot of Castle Age play from Winchester if he's going to come forward with the stable.
Oh, he just wanted to build an aggressive siege workshop. Did cancel that one. And now the two villages are moving forward without a real command for building.
Yeah.
Mr. Yo flirting with Imperial Age. Winchester, Malay, not really the civilization that I want to see with a massive Castle Age push.
Well, I feel like on this map it can make sense, but I'm really surprised to see Mr. Yo going up to Imp already. Like, what on earth is he going to do? Oh, he's going to go ranges now. So he's on his way to Imp. He doesn't have a single archer. Like, what's he going to have, 10 when he gets to Imperial Age?
Well, something like that, but with his micro and bracer, he can maybe do something. And, well, 10 Arbalests alone are really good against basically every amount of battle elephants in Castle Age.
Yep. We'll see if Yo can get there. Certainly for now, Winchester is happy with his position after defending well. Oh, the splits from Winchester immediately. And then he gets rocked. Ouch. Splits again. The monks are there for Yo.
Oof, but the Mangonel shots are there for the Yo as well, and that was quite good for Mr. Yo.
Yeah, Yo will be loving that, especially since the Malay elephants are so weak. If that's all that remains here, that and one crossbow on 6 HP, which will now die. Yeah, Yo will be loving his position in the Imperial Age. Still only now on fletching, Nili, but he's going to have numbers that can push this back, I believe. Unless heavy elite skirm comes out. Like, maybe if Vinch stays all in castle and gets a lot of elite skirm elephants, maybe he can just hold and stop Yo from being able to push.
Never really. I think he needs to push himself. Monk converted now. And look at that. That crossbow alone gets so much scouting intel now.
Yeah, it's true. Yo converts the crossbow. He's going to send it to see. He's going to see what's up over here. That's funny. All right, so Yo will know he needs more monks. Yo will know he's going to need arbalest quickly. Can't afford much. Only 17 on food. Also, we have an army from Winchester to the right. I think the reason Vinch is doing this is just to control the sides. He feels confident that he's going to get to the Imperial Age regardless. He just does not want Yo to push him in early Imp, where Saracens are very dangerous.
I think he was hoping to catch some villages of guard that were trying to maybe build a forward base. Another conversion there against the elephant. Mangonel survives, gets a good shot off. A really good shot.
Yeah, really good shot.
Arbalest. I wanted to say, but actually no upgrade.
I don't think he can afford much right now, Nili, doesn't he? Has to choose between Bracer or Arbalest.
Uh-oh. And the push at the bottom could be really good. Winchester, if he didn't patrol in with his crossbows, if he just went for the goal at the bottom, that could be something. And nice anticipation by you. Elite skirmishes by Winchester to keep up the aggression.
Yeah, Vinch has 37 on food. Yo still has 17. Vinch doesn't care. Like, yeah, I might not have the best units, but I have the best economy, and I have the map control. I love this play, and I'd actually be okay with him continuing to create elephants at this point. Keep Yo on the back foot. Yo's just now able to afford Bracer with Arbalest.
Uh-oh, and we are looking at the big storylines like, can Viper get the redemption against Mr. Yo? Well, a lot of people were quite far ahead of themselves. We have to look at this set first, because Winchester, he is making Mr. Yo work and is looking beautifully in game number 4.
Yeah, seriously. And he's using the home maps well, too. Huns on Cross, played very well. Here we have Malay against the expected pick Saracens, and now Yo has to house wall out elephants. He doesn't have the army in the right spots. It's 30 military for Vinch. It's 20 for Yo, and the eco continues to grow for the Russian. 10 more villagers and a ton of space.
Oh, Mr. Yo needs to wall his second wood line as well. Winchester obviously not having the greatest vision. Goes in with his elephants, doesn't really know where to go. Wood line could be so exposed. Now goes with the right command. That would be tricky for Mr. Yo, who's trying to defend the other angle.
It's kind of awkward for Yo too, because he might want to sell some of that wood. Can't chop the wood now. 12 on food, so many idols. The Arbs have to go back to the main TC to clear up elephants. Okay, the one thing I could be critical of is Vinchester is not on stone. I feel like with this type of a push, there is always a risk they're going to push you back, so you might want to go to stone to get a castle up in the choke. But he is imping, so I think he'll still have decent enough army numbers to be able to hold. It's just, if he doesn't, he will have wished that he had a castle.
Yeah. The castle for the defense. It is obviously not easy to decide where to build the castle, right? If you want to build it too aggressively, then you maybe could have invested those earlier. If you build it at the left-hand side, he can attack from the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Can't really have the vision too nicely, but yeah, at least the moment you click to him, sending 10 villages of stone never hurt.
Yo did get chemistry, so he could start with bombard cannons. Vinchester does not have anything like to really stop Yo from running past this right now, but, well, his units. Bracer and chemistry will be enough for the Arbs. Elephants are still in attacking the house, by the way, Nili.
Oh, let's see if he will spot that. So far, not a lot of army coming. Mr. Yo not sending all his arbalists to the front. Now takes a fight that I don't like too much.
Yeah, not a great fight. Once bombard cannons come out, it does change things, but Vinch will get chemistry as well. Still no villagers on stone for Vinchester, but 48 on food, 15 on gold. Yo has 33 on gold and 20 on food. That eco is such a Saracen economy. It's insane. He's using the market.
Now building a forward base at the right-hand side is Mr. Winchester. Tries to strangle Mr. Yo, who gets the trap out, goes for the push. Mr. Yo just doing such a good job with all his conversions, but trap goes down.
Wow, and great micro from Vinch too. He'll take out a Maginot, he'll take out a Treb. He used elephants, skirmishers, and a few crossbows for that. The value in that fight was insane.
Such a nice job. Both players with limited economy upgrades. We see Winchester still lacking the second farm upgrade. Mr. Yo not even having handcut or the second farm upgrade. Well, the pressure was just so much on. One relic behind all this for Mr. Yo.
Okay, so I think Yo now needs to make a shift into getting his eco to a solid state. Obviously, he was an imp faster, but he's clearing up the buildings he's at least holding here. He's got to make sure that he gets more farmers than 20, because you don't want to be buying resources too long-term with Saracens. As for Vinch, he's probably got to hold this side and push the other side. And it looks like he's starting to think about doing that, or at least raiding. And raiding with skirmishers is fine, but all players are making is ranged units.
Yeah, skirmisher, most of the time not the greatest unit you want to go for an imp, but simply because Yo has so few farmers, that basically results into him only having the option for Arbalest and Winchester. Very cost-efficient trials for him.
And he takes out a bombard cannon and a Maginel. And then also, we'll catch out a monk here. Yo sees the skirmishers, will add a stable. Long term in this, which civilization is better?
Well, we could go into the scenario like, okay, if the gold runs out, yada yada, but actually there's so much gold that we don't really get into that scenario. So, and both players far away from getting to the, well, top limit here. I think maybe with mass elephants, I'd probably like Malay slightly more.
Okay, I was actually going to say Saracen simply because they get Hussar, Siege Ram, Siege Onager, and Arbalest. But you're definitely right that in situations where you're running low on resources, that Malay tend to be better. But right now, that is not the case for Vinchester. And he sees that Yo does not have a TC here. He has an Arbalest and a Skirm on the Golden Stone. Like, this is the problem for Yo. He needs actual farming eco. He can't just be buying food. And Vinchester's economy is way better.
Mr. Yo has such a slow pushing army as well. Tries to defend with some stuff at the bottom, but that's so many exposed villagers. Hi, Winchester. Is there maybe a shot for a tech switch, or will you just stay on Skirm, Arbalest while we see Mr. Yo already preparing something?
Yeah, I feel like if you go Skirm, Arbalest, Bombard Cannon on both sides until you have like 2,000 to 3,000 food, and then just go full tech switch into elephants and go for elite battle elephant. Like, don't show the elephants until they're going to be elite. Now, as I say that, he's queuing up elephants before elite. But he's doing fine with Skirmisher, Arbalest, Bombard Cannon. I suppose or he was doing fine on the left until he lost his building. But he's still not on stone. He doesn't have conscription. He doesn't have the ability to make trebuchets. Like, I'm really surprised that Vinchester has completely forgotten about mining stone.
Yeah. Well, traps are a tricky unit on this map as well, right? It's not like we have the super stalemate fight. If we remember the cross thing, like castle, the castle facing each other, massive hills to control. This is just such an open fight with so little walls that rams are actually the better option, but we're so far away from rams for either player.
Yeah, definitely. Gonna be more so bombard cannons now. Yo saw the stables over here. Now we're gonna see a castle for Yo. This is kind of what I meant. Just control the side of the map. And you can even add some stone walls. While you can't fully stone wall because of that terrain, still, some stone walls can be helpful. And this allows you to pick a side to push on. So Vinchester's making army on the left, thinking he's going to need it. And Yo's just going to completely deal with the right side. So Nili, tell us about Malay elephants. Because elephants are seen as very strong. But with Malay, it's a very different situation.
Indeed. Well, you only get one single armor upgrade, and therefore those Arbalests actually do reasonable damage, but also Malay elephants so much cheaper, so you can really mess them up. And if you just send 2 troops, right-hand side, left-hand side, a mix of elite battle elephant and skirmishers, it's close to impossible for Mr. Yo to have the perfect army size for the defense on both sides.
Did you see that micro from Vinch on the left? That was unreal. I'm not sure if people saw that, but oh my god, he won a bombard cannon war 1v1, and then he also sniped a monk so his bombard cannon wouldn't be converted. That was sick.
I was actually watching the right-hand side where Mr. Yo out-microed the bombard cannon.
Ah, that's funny. So they both microed a different side.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, Vinch not watching at all.
Yeah. No, it was cute, probably for both of them, whichever side people were able to see at home. I can't help but feel like Vinchester has not used this extra economy to do much for him. He's just now gone to stone. It is 43 military for Vinch. It is 41 for Yo. And again, I feel like the military at this point is stronger for Saracens if they get to Hussar, Arbalest, and Skirmisher. Malay have very weak Cav, and Hussar is so important. Billy, how long can this game go? Like, what's the
I just
cutoff?
wanted to say, like, I already hear people complaining, like, oh, this game goes to time limit, but we're not even halfway through.
Yep.
It could go to 75 minutes, then whoever has the highest score is winning the game, while Winchester is taking a nice move there with his bombard cannons. Texan to Onagers himself now. How long can this game go? I wouldn't be surprised if we break the 1 hour mark here.
Okay. Onager is an interesting one, because you wouldn't normally see that when bombard cannons are out. And players are so good at microing, but I think it's worth it when you have the food that Vinchester has. Like, to drop 800 food and 500 gold on Onager is not a big deal when you have those resources. And he's maintaining control on both sides now, Nili.
So I would have loved to see Battle Elephant Ram goes more than going for Onagers. Just it's like an easier army to control as well.
I just want like, get a lead at least. He doesn't even have a lead. He could research a lead. My worry is the bombard cannons and the Onagers are all going to get focused down by the light cap. So like, Mr. Yo's comp, when you micro it like this, is so much better. The elephants will melt. Just Mr. Yo just can't find room to breathe. He cannot push both sides at once. And Vinchester has continued to be annoying on the left as he's trying to defend the right.
But look at the outside. Mr. Yo, he doesn't have that much more gold control, that much more stone control. Right-hand side is something he can somewhat go for, but left-hand side, very uncontrolled area.
I think this brings me back to that push from Vinch. Take 70% of the map and then be later to imp, but be able to hold it. Elite Battle Elephant finally, Nili. And he has 48 on food with 1,500 food in the bank. So I think with Elite Battle Elephant, he will be able to continue to hold at least one side.
Yeah, I think a better elephant isn't really something you want to use for holding, right? That's way too inefficient. Your opponent can always move in, move back. I think he needs to mass up, something you mentioned earlier, and then go for one surprise attack with maybe 30 better elephants plus.
Well, I mean, he's over booming. He has 157 vills right now with 20 idols. So he's not going to have pop space. I guess elephants is more efficient pop space. He's very clearly focusing on the golds now. And you're right. Yo has maybe 10 more tiles, 20 more tiles accessible before he has to take more space back.
Ooh, that crucial castle falls. And yeah, for now, Winchester's actually pretty happy with playing the very long game, while bombard cannons are connecting quite nicely. The army here to the right-hand side looks really unstoppable at the moment. Yeah, not the highest numbers. Go ahead.
I was just going to say the game could actually end here depending on how the fight goes. I mean, as I say that, no, the bombard cannons. I would so like to see Winchester making ARBs. Because skirmishers die so quickly to these hussars. 5 bombard cannons are going to go down here. Unbelievable. And what a swing. Yo's also breathing on the left side. He's starting to raid a little bit. Oh my goodness. The elephants did nothing.
Boom is hurting him so much.
Yeah.
Can't really go on to army. He was pop limit and still losing the fights. That's the moment where you have to see, like, okay, where's my army? How many idols do I have? And he needs to delete at least 30 villagers.
Yeah, too much. You can see that now. That is common when you're stressed and focused on the gameplay. You, funny enough, don't focus on the one very important thing, which is your population. DE does show you now how many villagers you have. Mr. Yo has double the military, and he's just passing now with hussars. Now, funny enough, if he raids the economy of Winchester, it might end up helping Winchester a little bit. He doesn't know that, but I think in terms of control, even if he kills the villagers and then Winchester has more pop space for military, Winchester still he has to react to Yo, and that has not been the course of the Imperial Age. It's been all Winchester making Yo react.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the first raid of the game here at 42 minutes, and if you're a Winchester fan, you hope that those hussars kill 30, 40 villagers now.
Dude, he's still adding vills. He's at 163 now. Thank God he's gonna lose some.
And he's also floating resources. Sees that his queues are working as well. He's not trading off massive armies. He has to realize at some point.
Yeah. Oh man, he's getting rocked. Yo's paying attention on the right side, and this will allow Yo to take a bit more gold, Nili. And the elephants are doing a good job, but they're all very weak. And they will probably be taken out, not before they take out a few bombard cannons. And now Winchester holding on the left side a bit. I say holding, but he's already lost some grounds. Okay, so 145 vills for Vinch. That's more reasonable. He's at 165.
Too much for my taste, but yeah, more in the reasonable direction. And well, soon we should see Winchester just regrouping, builds more stables, builds more archery ranges, and then might be able to push. And it will feel so weird because he's not doing a lot of clicks differently.
Yeah. Stone mining and gold mining just now for Mr. Yo? What? He had like 35 on gold. I guess when you have 35 on gold, you don't need to get your mining tax.
Well, not really the right logic there. And Mr. Yo, well, realized, okay, those are pretty damn efficient.
Winchester, stop making villagers! I'm sorry, Nili. Stop it! He's making so many. I mean, and now the raid's gonna come in again. So he could lose another 20, and we're just going to see this over and over and over again.
Oh god, and the hussars now, they will go in deep, and Winchester might think, okay, I might lose another 10 villagers. Let's just produce another 20 to compensate. Gets the defensive castle up, should go up, I think, with his numbers there. But look at that. Elephants, in small numbers, they do very little against that amount of arbalists.
Yeah. The arbalest numbers are always very, very low for Winchester in this game. And I talked about the importance of having castles up on the side, which he never did. And this castle might just be denied. It should be denied, actually. Yo has 74 military.
Both players indeed pop limit, double the military for Mr. Yo. He will deny that castle. And this game hurts my soul.
It does. It hurts to see someone in a good position to win the game and take it to game 5, not be able to finish it off. But Mr. Yo, I don't want to take anything away from Mr. Yo because he was behind. He got to him faster, didn't do enough for him, and he's making all the right moves. Rating is correct. He's getting Madrasa. Madrasa, that's a tech we never see. He's making monks on both sides.
So Madrasa gives you 33 gold back if one of your monk dies. So quite interesting tech. Also, something funny to know, Lay actually the only civilization that has elephants and heresy. So we could see some more monks and fewer monks at the same time. Funny tech, surely.
Yeah, maybe just a balanced suggestion for the devs that would help Vinchester is to add a tech where you get 30 food back after a villager dies. Because he'd have a lot more food in the bank right now. He's only at 600. His TC is going to melt. I already see Yo thinking 2 steps ahead. He already got Zealotry, he already got Heavy Camel. He hasn't used them yet, but he's going to soon. I think Vinchester has kind of thrown this one. It's not a complete throw because Yo still had to play amazing to get here, but Vinchester had the game in his hands, and he tossed it away.
Oh man, maybe that's why Winchester's always playing God. That it's okay to go for the 160 villagers to still have 50 military.
Yeah, that's true. You can get 10 more pop. Look at all these monasteries. Look at all these monasteries. That's ridiculous. Converting the elephants.
Look at that production. 20 Arbalest, 10 better elephants in the queue. Finally, he gets on the numbers down to 133 villagers. And look at that. He's pushing back.
This is stupid, man. If he actually pushes this back now because he lost villagers, I'll lose my mind. Now, is he creating more? No, he stopped. Okay, all right. Now, if this does go really late, score matters. And getting monk technologies and all these unique technologies does increase your score. So Yo has a very big score lead right now. So Vinch, he's not really on the clock yet, but it is something in this you do have to worry about because eventually there's a timer that will come into play. I think that's at 1 hour 15, right?
Exactly. So
Okay.
25 minutes more to go. So much more map control now for Mr. Yo, though. It doesn't look super unlikely that he might be able to finish this one off. And yeah, you see the big score difference. 100 more kills for Mr. Yo now.
Yep. 100 more kills because he was fighting with more military. And Vinchester will find it difficult to win back the left side because Yo has a castle on the hill in the choke point. And now conscription. That's so late, Nili. So he had too many villagers. And then he's trying to repop with military and he didn't have conscription, so he wasn't creating units fast enough. It's so easy for us to say that, right? And it's so easy for people watching to be like, why? Why? But also it's because there's so much pressure. It's his biggest tournament ever in terms of stage, and also it's a very close series too.
Yeah. And also he was microing at 2 sides, right? Wanted to go for the gold
Oh my
control.
god, in the middle, honors are cut from Vinchester. Imagine if he floods elephants.
Oh, elite Mameluke now by Mr. Yo even. He will have enough gold. Theocracy, gold chef mining, so goes for the upgrades indeed, as you said. That could be tricky. Waypoints actually in there, but a bit too early. Elephants going the other way around, but now he should break in. That's interesting.
If he... Yo's going for technology after technology after technology, but Yo, if he loses villagers here... Okay, it looks like he's noticed. This could be... Oh, I don't know what to think about this, actually, because still Vinchester, if he wants to raid, he's still going to die on the right side, right? He needs to respond. Maybe I got too excited for that, Nili, because there's only 1 elephant here, now 2, and now 2 onagers. I think that's something Yo can deal with.
Well, sometimes you have to talk about the elephant in the arena. And, well, push at the right-hand side. Elephants are somewhat dying, but a lot of Arbalests and Skirmishers now joining the party from Winchester as well. I think that could be a clear-up. Actually, something we don't see too often, but hill advantage could be used on this map now.
Mamelukes are disgusting against these elephants. They're not so good against the Arths. We just lost 7,000 viewers, Nili.
Hi.
I love the fact we're seeing Mamelukes. Like, Mamelukes are not a unit I believe needs to be buffed right now. I think they're really good. It's just getting to them that's difficult. And loses 1, kills the elephants, no problem. And Vinchester at 150 pop, Yo at 177. Do you think do you think he needs to do anything different right now, Nili, or do you think he just needs to ride this one out into victory?
Mr. Yo has to be happy. Like, he is now the one controlling 70% of the outset, right? Just continuously raid the gold. That's always exposed. He's attacking the left-hand side. Stay active there. More production actually at the right-hand side. Would love to see some archery ranges added there as well.
Yeah, it's like every time I switch sides, Yo is switching sides. A Ram, a Treb, and now some Hussars to the left where he's killed villagers and will kill more. More production on the right side. Now he'll realize he's losing the fight and he'll fall back a bit. Or just go for conversions on the elephants, which will help. Mr. Yo is in the driver's seat, and he has been here before many, many, many times. Of course, won the first edition of this tournament not too long ago. What was that, April? So...
April? Maybe May?
May, I think. Maybe late April, early May? Something like that.
Something like that.
Well, either way, it wasn't that long ago.
No, like how does the casters not know?
I don't know if anyone knows, but the GG is called. Vinchester is out. Nili, I'm torn on this one. He could have won this game.
I'm not torn, I'm only sad.
Okay. Well, I feel like Mr. Yo's got to be like really grateful that he didn't lose this. He played it well, but like imagine winning Red Bull Wololo 1 and then in the interview saying that, you know, Viper or HERA or some big names are like your biggest threat, and then losing to Vinchester. I mean, this game could have easily been Vinchester's, and the way the series was going, Vinchester could have also made it very close for the final game. So Mr. Yo moves on, but I guess salutes for Vinchester and respect to him for playing well and getting here. Of course, it's something that we've wanted him to do for years, is to go deeper into tournaments. He qualified to get, and had to get past many good players to get here. I know that round 1 loss was not what he wanted, but against Mr. Yo, I can't be too disappointed, I guess.
Yeah, like, disappointed with the result, not too disappointed with how he played. Surely, clearly a top 16 in the world performance.
Yep.
Maybe even better here against the defending champ.
Yep, 585 kills for Yo, 460 units lost. It was the KD. Vince just didn't lock down the sides, Nili. I was not convinced with the lead battle elephant. I felt like he could have gone Arb, Skirmisher, Bombard Cannon, maybe even his own monks, but just continued to do what he was doing. And then if he gained a lead with that, switched into elephants to get the kill. There was a moment on the right side when he had 5 Bombard Cannons, tried to use elephants to protect them, and they all died to Hussar. The Bombard Cannons, that is. Vinchester with more food and more wood. He had less stone and less gold in this game, and he had a 164 Vil high.
Well, we can stop bashing him now. We mentioned it often enough. That's just way too much. Therefore, he had the horrible KD. And yeah, Winchester, GG, well played. We'll finish 9-6, and Mr. Yo will go into the quarterfinals.
All right.
CAPOCH against MBL. A set that we will see later tonight will be the opponent there. And let's hear it from Zach. Maybe he has some thoughts that we didn't have yet.
Yeah, hey guys. Actually, I think it's going to be all 3 of us. We were hoping to get an interview with Mr. Yo, but unfortunately, he won't give us an interview just yet. He might be saving it for the grand finals like last time. But wow, it was a great series. Great to have you both casting again. You know, a blast from the past here already. It's always a pleasure to hear you both. And I guess we can just discuss the series between the 3 of us. I did want to actually, first of all, discuss the draft. Malay weren't picked once in the Red Bull 1, but here they are in the first match today. So Nili, how different do you think the Civ drafting is going to be compared to Red Bull 1 here because of all these different maps that we have?
Not only included, but also pick number 1. So Winchester clearly had a plan, and it was clearly for blockades. So he had a vision how he wanted to play it. I think still not the greatest pick to go for it as pick number 1, simply because Mr. Yo won't go for it himself. So he can delay it a bit later. At least that's my approach on how I want to draft civilizations there. When it comes to the changes, well, the big change simply is that we don't have those very heavy shorefish maps, and therefore we don't see the jump on Indians and Franks every single time, and can go for a bit more of the quote-unquote standard civilizations.
Yeah, and hopefully it sort of helps to broaden the civs that are picked throughout the tournament. We'll be keeping a close eye on that throughout. Obviously, one of the civs here that were picked for Mr. Yo and not banned was the Vikings. And you both mentioned it, of course, that they had such a high win rate in the Red Bull 1. And yet here they are against the Huns in the second game. And Vinchester got the win there with the Huns. So we'll be tracking the civ picks and bans throughout, and we'll be keeping everyone updated with what's going on. But yeah, so I know you're both big Vinchester fans. But the last time Yo and Vinch met in a tournament was actually the 2016 Arabia Invitational. So it was quite some years ago. And Mr. Yo won that 5-1. Obviously, both players have come a long way since then. And I think Vinchester had some really good moments in that series. But Tristan, would you have expected Vinch to get a win there? Like, he's obviously the underdog. Did you expect him to do better? Did you expect him to do worse?
In that last game, I expect most high-level players to win from that scenario. In the best of 5, you expect Yo to beat him. And I think the safe guess in that situation is always going to be 3-1. So the result itself isn't a surprise. But that was a set where Yo did not play way better than Vinchester, put it that way.
Yeah, it was kind of close in some of those moments there. It's kind of funny listening to you both, like, delete your damn villagers, get rid of them, get them out. But, Vinch did look awesome in qualification. He got a 3-1 victory over Stark. He got a 4-0 victory over Lix. So he's got a good amount of talent. He's got a lot of potential. And again, I think he'll be a little disappointed that he's eliminated in the first round. But I think you both said it really well earlier as well. There's so many events. There's so much going on these days. Players probably aren't too disheartened if they do get eliminated. Of course, they want to go far. But the next opportunity is just around the corner.
Yeah, there's plenty of players who fall in that boat of can go further, but haven't been able to pull it off yet. You look at players like ACCM. ACCM has improved his play a lot over the last couple of years. It used to be Backed was seen as #1 in Vietnam. Backed didn't qualify. ACCM's always been there. ACCM will be up against HERA today. That's going to be a tough task. You have players like Lan, who played very well. I think against Mr. Yo as well. He had an amazing set in the first Red Bull tournament. And then Miguel and many more. So it's not just Vinchester. The competition is so fierce that the games are going to be close, and it's just for those guys who are right out of that top 8 who need to capitalize on a few moments in a game.
Yeah, I think the big question for me will be, are any of the 8 qualifiers going to make it through the first round and into the second round? As you just said, it was actually Lan who managed to be that one player who made it through last time. And actually, he forced DOGAO to end up having to go the long way through the qualification this time. So yeah, I'll be really excited to see how that plays out. One more thing, though, before we do take a short break here. Mr. Yo seems to play quite safe, quite standard. He seems to take the obvious civ advantages when he can. Do you think, Nili, that Vinchester's playstyle could be a little bit too risky? He always loves those forward castle drops and those sort of off-angle plays. Do you think if he plays standard, he might have a better chance, or is the way he's doing it just fine?
Well, it's certainly fine for him, right? Otherwise, he would not have gotten there. It's simply how he works, and he trains it differently, right? He doesn't really care about what's meta. He's the guy that sits himself down, watches his own records more than other people's records, unless he actually faces them, and just has so many different ideas on how the game should be approached. So yeah, he's playing a bit off meta, but I also think that's what makes him so good.
Makes him enjoyable to watch as well.
That's as well, yeah.
Awesome. Well, we're going to have a short break right now, and we'll be back after that with HERA versus ACCM. Get hyped. We'll return very shortly.
Well, my online name is HERA, and I'm a professional Age of Empire player, and I've been playing the game for about 7 years competitively. and played it a few years before that, even just casually with my brothers. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I play Age of Empires 2 because it's a game that's very very in-depth, very captivating. It's fun for pretty much everyone, because there's a casual aspect of the game, there's a competitive aspect of the game, there's a historical aspect of the game. There's just so much to it that can keep you interested and keep you wanting to either play more or look into more things revolving around the game. And even after 20 years, we're still discovering new things, new techniques, new build orders, whatever the case may be. That keeps the game fresh for the competitive scene and for pretty much everyone else playing it as well. My favorite civilization would have to be the Mayans. I get asked this question a lot, and it's something that I've came to the conclusion that Mayans is my favorite civilization. Although I like playing a lot of civilizations just as much at times. However, overall, Mayans are my favorite because they have really fast mobile units with the Eagle Warriors and the Plumed Archers, and they have a really good economy to back everything up. And I'm a kind of player that likes to play with good economy at home and constant either aggression or some army to defend. And I like to have good power spikes throughout the game, which Mayans does very nicely with the early Imp and early Castle power spikes. If I had to be an Age of Empire 2 unit, which one would I be? That's something I haven't given too much thought to. I guess I'd have to be a longbowman, because there's something that's very satisfying about sniping people from 12 range where they can barely see you, and I guess you stay out of harm's way, so you get to survive longer and potentially dish out more damage, which is, I guess, the dream in war. I don't know. I guess that's where I'd want to be. Okay, who will win Wololo 2? So obviously the first one was won by Mr. Yo. So I'm a firm believer that that if one player wins the first edition of a tournament, then they should definitely be a favorite for the second, assuming they're still playing and active, which Mr. Yo most definitely is. So I have to say Mr. Yo is one of my candidates, although I'd say I have like two more that I can potentially see winning the tournament. I would put Viper up there and Leary as well as my candidates. I think I have my chances, and I will obviously give it my best, but those three are the ones I see winning the tournament. Who would I want to play against and who would I want to avoid? Honestly, I'm with the mindset that I don't care who I play and when. If you want to win a tournament, you have to beat everyone, so just bring on whoever and I'll do my best versus them at any point of the tournament.
All right, we're back, Nili. Next set, HERA versus ACCM. It's another one where one player is expected to go through, and there's one person on the cusp of greatness if they get a result. What are your thoughts?
I'm not sure if I would go for greatness, but yeah, ACCM obviously would make that huge jump. I'm not even 100% sure, but I think he became a full-time player since like 2 or 3 months ago. Okay. So he improved so much, is playing very actively as well, is training a lot, and you mentioned earlier he made the jump to be the best Vietnamese player, constantly in those top 16 places now. And yeah, he will be tough for HERA, who didn't put himself in the top 3 in this tournament.
You know what I'm curious on? Who do you think prepared more? And then of course it's how important is preparation. But I remember the first time everyone was playing a lot of Empire Wars. Here I feel like players maybe feel like they have it under control, and I don't know how much training they've done. So I don't know, did you hear about ACCM doing any crazy training, or HERA? Maybe they did some practice sets with teammates?
HERA would surprise me, honestly. Like, he did at least play till Sunday against Leary, right? So if he wants to train, he only had 3 days, really, right? Yeah. I think he didn't stream. So that's probably a reasonable assumption that he did train those 3 days. ACCM, when did he qualify? I think in the second one, right? Yeah, in the second one. Yeah. So he did play a lot, but couldn't like go into his full main event preparation earlier than.
Sure. Obviously, it was a completely different tournament, but I'd use this as some insight from another pro player. I would believe it. No. It was actually HERA, I think, in Hidden Cup 2 or Hidden Cup 3. Anyways, he said that being one of the top 8 was he felt like a slight disadvantage because he didn't get a lot of tournament practice on the maps with the settings. So I'm sure that HERA would have loved to be invited to the top 8. I'm sure he was happy with that, but still, maybe ACCM having to play in 2 qualifiers gave him more experience and some thoughts on the civilizations and the maps before playing a beast like HERA.
Yeah, those statements make me angry. Like, it's not like HERA didn't have the time. He had the same amount of time that ACM did. And ACM, being forced to play the qualifier, simply has taken time away because he will face like the number 2000 in the world in a best of 1, has to wait for an hour, and therefore like his practice time should be so much better.
Okay.
And
see,
I think that's not really an argument.
but I think this is because we're mortals, Nili. Like it's frustrating for us.
But you shouldn't be. You should be training.
It's frustrating for us to put in time and training and then have someone who just came out of a Dota game beat us 4-0 in a best of 7. Looking at you, Leary. Yeah, I don't know. Like it depends on the event, depends on the situation. But with certain players, I think they're going to step into this game and they're going to be just fine. So we'll find out soon enough. But anyways, to that, maybe ACCM's practice more. I'm sure HERA's prepared. Who do you think will win this best of 5?
Let's take a look at the Civ draft and map draft, and then we can get some better ideas. Obviously, HERA, the big favorite there. My chat always asks me for like percentages, and I gave ACCM 8% to advance in this one. I think HERA is the strong favorite and will take this set very seriously.
Okay, now a follow-up question. If this was not Empire Wars and this was standard, what would your percentage be for ACCM? Would it be higher or lower?
On standard settings, it's actually better for HERA, I believe, because that's
what I was
he
thinking too.
grinds day in, day out.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. So you give ACCM more of a chance. However, like, what is up with these percentages? It's a best of 5. Where do you get 8%? It's oddly specific, Nili. But
Really math.
I'm very much used to your crazy specifics. So, all right, there's the Civ draft. And HERA picked Vikings first, then Britons, then Mayans, Slavs, Persians, Byzantines, and Vietnamese. ACCM went for Huns, Berbers. He loves Berbers, man. Now that bothers me because I've seen him pick Berbers so frequently. Not that it's bad, but Lithuanians, Incas, Koreans, Burmese, and then Khmer.
Vikings and Lithuanians are the sniped civilizations there. So Vikings won't be shown here. Lithuanians pretty strong on one of the upcoming maps. Home map of HERA was Haboob ACM going for Cross. We could see Hunt shine again there.
Yeah, that's very true. For some reason, I'm not seeing all the maps, so I will trust your judgment on talking about them.
Frigid
I'm
Lake,
blind.
Band, and Land Madness. It is in our important channel in Discord, and it's now on the scene as well. You see Golden Swamp by HERA. That's interesting. Actually, the picks are reversed again, so picks are from left to right. So Haboob and Cross, the first picks, and then HERA went for Golden Swamp. Probably the reason why we saw Byzantines from him as well.
Byzantines? Did he have Persians too?
Oh,
I think he had Persians as well, if we could see the civs and the maps. And Persians, at least a few months back, when Golden Swamp was seen more frequently, were a strong civ there. Still could be. The Persians aren't as strong as they were in the past, okay?
Interesting. Korean choice probably for Golden Swamp then. Not having any demos, but you can potentially go for some turtles. That's going to be interesting. Where do you want to see Incas from ACCM?
Koreans. Okay, I'm not too familiar. I haven't seen many games on Eruption or Haboob yet, so I would defer to your judgment on how Incas would perform on these maps. Obviously, Arabia, you could pick Incas.
Well,
I wouldn't
think
say
Haboob might be better then.
Okay.
Although Woodlines are further away on Haboob, they're basically at the edge of the map, similar to Colosseum, so not really being able to put the pressure on there, but the distance is just very short. Incas could be lethal there.
Which draft is more unorthodox, comparing ACCM's draft and Vinchester's draft? Normally, I'd say Vinch, but here I'm thinking ACCM's is much more surprising.
Well, it is wild maps as well, right? Golden Swamp, that's why we see the wild Koreans. probably had the plan with Incas. Don't ask me about Burmese, a civilization that I don't have in my top 20. Maybe a man-at-arm aggression, but then your follow-up isn't pretty.
Do you want to hear something interesting? And it looks like the game will start shortly, everybody.
Please tell me.
So ACCM, when training Cross for Hidden Cup 3, would always pick Berbers. And he would try and use the faster villagers to sneak docks. I feel like that'd be like kind of a weird move when you have Huns for Cross. But I was always shocked by it in the past. So just something to bring up. I'm reopening something here, Nili, but I should be in here in a moment with you. I think it starts in 30 seconds.
Indeed, 15 seconds to countdown for me. And well, speaking of shocked, very standard pick. Mayans here for HERA on Arabia. And he is facing Burmese, a civilization that will have a very tough time fighting off against a lot of ranged units. Normally a civilization that shines having Rambai, maybe having a Magnol push with that, but not going to be easy. By the way, the full draft without Aztecs as well.
That's true. No Aztecs. Mr. Yo frowns upon that in the next round. Having a thanks to E moment. That's fine. Fine, we'll get into game one in just a moment. But predictions for the series, though? You said 8% for ACCM, so you're thinking 3-0 for HERA?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, honestly, we might need to go off your POV to the Red Bull listening, because DE is not cooperating with me at the moment. Oh, no. That we're fine. Just give me 10 seconds, Nili. I'll be in.
9, 8.
You have to be really specific with Nili. You can't just say like 2 seconds.
1.
All right.
Okay.
We can hop into the game now. We will have to speed up a bit at the start. What are your thoughts on the Civ matchup here? Mayans against Burmese. I see this in standard RM. I think Burmese are going to struggle heavily if they can't do damage early.
Yeah, and
They can't do damage early.
yeah, and I'm really curious how we will see this one approached. Burmese opens with the stable. What are your advantages? Yes, your man-at-arms would have the nice damage output, not going for man-at-arms. You get the wood upgrade for free. Okay, but is that enough to carry you through the whole game? I don't see it.
I don't see it either. I don't like for whatever reason, ACCM's build is just, or not his build, his Civ draft is just not making any. Maybe Arambai, but against archers, that's always questionable. So, anyways, rocky start here, and villager snipes. So stable opening worked so far for ACCM.
The question is, though, 1 villager down for 3 scouts built. Is that enough? But maybe more villagers here. A HERA still not completely walled. Right-hand side open. 1 eagle. Not enough to protect that.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff here for Mayans. Pretty standard stuff here for HERA. Very safe. Heavy walls. Very defensive play to keep the aggression out. And then use that to get macro to then push out. Probably the safest way to play Age of Empires. Probably the best way to play Mayans. And the type of style that HERA has perfected over the last year. He's got to be careful with this villager, though. Could easily lose that villager here.
Let's take a look. He's running towards the forest. Tries to make some quick walls happen. No, doesn't even try. Minus 2 builds.
Yeah, minus 2 villagers, just like that. So, bit of a risky opening, I guess, for HERA. But maybe that's just credit to ACCM for being aggressive. We didn't like Burmese, but he gets a 2 villager reward.
Okay, the next steps here for HERA. After he has this very good map, easy walls, he's trying to move around. 1 eagle through the center, archers sneaking around. But ACM, he should know about that. He should know, okay, I saw the archers, now lost them. The side attack has to be coming in.
I should know. Also, there's not a big reason to push forward, right? Like you know he's going to be walled. If you really think you're going to break in, you're kidding yourself. And no, Nili, he's not patrolling or anything. On the left side where he does have villagers. HERA has fletching. He has 4 archers. So I'd expect HERA to maybe get a Vil snipe. Maybe more.
If he puts himself between the mill and the TC, it could be maybe even 2. HERA moves in. Didn't have any exploration, but finds the perfect spot.
Yep. Great spot to find. Gets 1 Vil. Oh, he's going to get so many. He's blocking them. Can he get 3?
HERA snipe!
Got it, man. And meanwhile, HERA's got to be careful at his base because ACCM is here. HERA, though, behind his walls with his own archers, and you'd expect him to be fine. He is 20 on food at the moment, Nili. There's a reason that HERA plays the game like this. He's already on his way to Castle Age. This is really bad for ACCM.
Indeed, maybe some walling behind that, but where do you even go? If you break through, the TC is so close. Just need one house between the other house and the lumber camp. HERA, all of a sudden, a villager ahead on the way to Castle Age. Looks solid for him.
Yeah, and ACCM, while he did kill villagers, he spent a lot of food. HERA is just gonna, he's gonna be content to sit behind these walls, sit in the archer ranges, and wait for upgrades. And then, like, you can't make elite skirmishers with Burmese. I mean, you can, but they lack the second armor upgrade. It's one of the worst civilizations to go skirmishers with. I don't like Burmese at all. This is a big tournament. Why are we picking Burmese, ACCM? So weird.
Maybe it was some mind games as we look back at the draft that he wanted to pick, like, out counter something.
Yeah, maybe.
Burmese somewhat considered as a counter against, like, some cavalry civilization. Shouldn't be too bad against Persians. Shouldn't be too bad against something like Teutons. Not too bad against Frank. But, well, HERA, a guy who loves his crossbows.
Yep, exactly. And props to HERA for not deviating from game plan either. He didn't, like, he feels like he's the better player. And I think most would say he is. So just continue to do your thing. Play standard meta, play clean. Gets the snipes. Ideally for ACCM, he's able to take out these archers before they're upgraded. HERA will be microing against archers and skirmishers, but he's double the numbers, and the skirms and archers do not have armor. So this should be easy for HERA.
Like, yeah, they don't have the second armor upgrade. Well, if you don't get the first armor upgrade, it doesn't really matter.
Yep.
Now ACM goes for stable number 2. I don't even want to ask it, but could have been a misclick?
For what? The second stable?
No, the Burmese choice.
Oh. On the draft? Or in...
Yeah.
No, I mean, like, there's other aspects to this as well. Like, he wants to take risks. Also, HERA has perfect main gold. He had his hunt safe. He had his berry safe, everything. Whereas ACCM's hunt, berries, and even golds are, like, more rangeable. But I don't know. I think this is just... It was too much of a gamble to go for Burmese here. And I'd be very surprised if HERA falls behind now because he can do anything he wants to do with this map. Anything he wants to do from this position. Already ahead in eco, and ACCM isn't even in Castle Age.
Oh man, now goes for the +1 defense. Wants to go for knights or elephants. I don't even know. Is HERA jumping under the TC here? Oh, that's a risky move. Very untypical for him. And yeah, he goes back.
Yep. All right, maybe. Wanted some more villager picks. More crossbows coming forward. HERA will have ballistics at around the time ACCM hits Castle Age. There's ACCM in Castle Age. ACCM only has like 14 or 15 on food. Wasn't able to take all of his hunt. Wasn't able to take his berries. So +2 knights are going to struggle against crossbows with numbers. And from here, HERA will probably just add TCs and boom.
Yeah, nice position there for HERA, potentially behind the wood line. In the back, that's a nice spot for ACM to boom indeed. Skirms trying to go for the defense, but we mentioned it earlier. They just melt to Mayans and HERA's micro.
Yep. I feel like of all civilizations, HERA would have won in game 1 of any tournament. Unless maybe like a deathmatch tournament or something, like RM or even Empire Wars, the Civ would be Mayans that he would want. Like, I think most sets, when he had Mayans available, he'd go Mayans.
Yeah, something that like that. Like just mass crossbow play, right?
Yep.
Britons, Vikings, Mayans. Those are his civilization where he just shines so much. +2 defense for the knights, though. Let's take a look if we find an engagement. But HERA, already preparing the counter, goes for monks.
Well, good thing would be if ACCM can get the Siege Workshop up, because he's clearly behind right now. So if he gets the Siege Workshop up, Mayans can struggle against Knights and Mangonels. Now, many people talking about how when you're not as good as a player, you need to play something that's not standard. And I agree with that. But I think more than anything, it's the style, not necessarily the civ. There's a reason certain civs are favored. But here, like, any civilization could be going Knight Mangonel, and ACCM's going to do it. So The big risk is if he loses a knight to a Mangonel, then that knight can then turn around and attack his Mangonels and I guess Scorpions. So he is really going to have to be careful, as Hera's done the right thing to get the hill, and Hera has the monks already on the way.
And HERA goes for the counter attack, gets another 3 villagers, gets out of there without getting punished. So active, and look at how he's yoinking the relic.
Nope, he's like, that's mine. Nice try. I'll take that. Thank you very much. All the way to the bank. 2 TCs for HERA at the moment. It is also 2 TCs for ACCM. I'm slightly surprised that there's not a bigger Vil difference, but I think that's because HERA has Wheel. That is not an upgrade that ACCM has.
And HERA also did delay his TCs quite a bit as well. So it was Ballistics first.
You know, what HERA has done is he has sent villagers to stone rather early, is not going 3 TC. I think if this was standard RM, you'd go 3 TC, but HERA realizes he's ahead, and he does not want to be all-ins now. So he's going to invest into mining stone so he can get a castle for defense, and also adding a barracks and his own siege workshop. So this is a great decision from HERA, in my opinion, because if he tried to boom, he could be punished for it. Oh man, and the micro.
Look at that. The monk baiting all the
ACCM!
scorpions.
I feel like the engagement was awful for ACCM. He didn't click the scorpions onto the crossbows when he could have done so. And then he ran in there with the knights, lost knights to conversions, and didn't even engage against the crossbows while he was on the hill.
Ooh, that did not look pretty for ACM. And yeah, it is easier to defend there if you're sitting on the hill, your opponent attacks into you, you can simply go for the conversions. Crossbow obviously is so responsive as well. I would love to see a Mangonel pop out, but not even one in the queue.
And maybe now HERA adds a 3rd TC. Yeah, it's like, honestly, it's when I think as a caster who's not playing the game that HERA should be doing something, it is always happening. The decision making is so clean. And even adding pikemen now, ACCM was struggling to use the siege. And if he won't have the siege out, then those knights will probably die to the pike and the crossbow. HERA using a knight that he converted to snipe villagers on the berries, using crossbows to snipe a knight, and you see the score nearly. This is not even close.
Fight in the center. While we had the raid going on, we had one conversion. ACM taking an okayish fight, but not the one he needed to get some sort of a snowball, some sort of a comeback rolling for himself.
Yeah. I think HERA will take very little risks with the crossbows now. HERA will soon build a castle on the front of his base, probably on the hill. He has more farmers working for him. He's also not spending as much food, so he will definitely imp faster from here. Like, I don't think that was ACCM's best game, but he didn't do himself any favors picking Burmese of all civilizations in game 1 of a best of 5. I feel like we will never see Burmese game 1 in a best of 5 in Empire Wars again, unless it's ACCM. Like, unless there's some extreme counter mind game going on, I don't see the reasoning for it.
Let's just forget about this game. Let's approach it like 4 games left. ACM win 3 out of those.
Yep, that's the mindset that ACCM will have to have. He tried something, maybe was hoping to surprise HERA. 54 kills for HERA. HERA had more wood, more gold collected, sorry, he didn't have more gold collected, but this doesn't matter because the Vilhai would have kicked in, and then he would have had more of every resource. HERA gets a very easy win. If there were any jitters for him here, Nili, he certainly doesn't have them now. Getting the win has got to feel good, and ACCM, he's got to do something different in the next game.
Well, he will, right? We have more on the wild side maps for him. ACM can go for Eruption. That's going to be a tricky one. Or he can go for Cross. Still has Hans, so I think game number 2 will be a bit more competitive.
Yeah, I think the Berbers one is really interesting to me, Nili. Because I look at these civilizations and these maps, Berbers. Now, I'm not familiar with Eruption. I don't know if Berbers are really good for Eruption, but I don't see Berbers fitting well on the maps, and he picked it second. So he has to have a plan for Berbers.
Maybe for Haboob, goes Mass Knights. I think they're kind of a Castle Age all in.
Yeah. Competitively, that's where they're going to shine in Empire Wars, is a lot of knights.
Maybe we can see them cross, like you said earlier, but then where do we use Hans? I don't think Eruption is that pretty because he will always fight up for the hill. So it's a bit like Gold Rush, I would say, but way bigger hills, and the center is tougher to control. But very hilly map. Wouldn't even be surprised if maybe someone goes wild and picks TATOH for it.
Okay. Ooh, Tatars. Be great. I like that civ. I feel like, you know, it's not the best civ right now. I don't know if I'd be bold enough to pick it in a tournament, but I still do like the civilization. I'd love to see that at some point. So you think that we will have cross for the next game? You are spot on. As for the civilization, it will be Huns for ACCM. It will be Persians for HERA. So a bit of some old cross meta. Many months ago, when Persians had the faster working TCs in Dark Age and Feudal Age, they were chosen a lot more frequently. I think Persians can do well against Huns.
Yeah, and they still have the faster working TCs in Feudal Age. So, and since we're starting Feudal Age, they didn't change too much there. So a bit more production, 50 extra wood, 50 extra food. You can get those upgrades a bit earlier. The question is, do we go for a stable first? Do we go for the dock? Lots of choices early on. And remember, on cross, distance, most of the time, pretty short.
All right, we'll hop in soon. Hey, to everyone who's watching here on YouTube or on Twitch, thanks for watching. Nice to see you guys. We cannot see all of you, obviously. That would be weird. I can see some names in chat. Thanks for watching
Maybe
today.
If everyone waves now? Wave at your PC.
Yeah,
or at your
go
TV.
ahead. And if you're in like a internet cafe or something, you see other people waving at the PC, just go say hello, but social distance, of course. All right, HERA in the red. He looked amazing in game number 1. He's Persians. And then here in the yellow, Dave's waving at me now. Get out of here, Dave. Here in the yellow, we have ACCM playing as the Huns. Nili, why are Huns so good on this?
Huns don't need to build houses. Therefore, you not only save the 25 wood for every house, but your villager can work at the same time. You aren't getting housed. Really good for people like MBL who don't always have an eye on that, and therefore it just feels so much smoother to play. You can build your dock earlier, the production is faster, you can get the second dock, and in Castle Age, cheaper CA.
These players are very close together, and ACCM has not found HERA yet. HERA sees an opportunity to snipe a villager, so this is just kind of unfortunate because ACCM still has not found where HERA is, and he's already close to losing a villager. And you know HERA is going to go in for a doink or snipe here. He gets the hill, and he doinks it right out of there. Just very easy start for HERA. Persians are also a good civ here, Nili. They start with more resources. I believe that's the same in Empire Wars. And also their docks have more HP. Docks also work faster, correct?
Indeed.
Yeah, so
not the biggest bonuses because like we won't have the dock fight, but yeah, in some other maps it obviously helps out there. Surely, same goes for the TCs. Now we have ACM moving out, takes 2 hits from the spearman. Horrible start into this one.
Oh man, yeah, not good at all. Yeah, in the previous set, like maybe in some instances we felt like Vinchester could out micro Yo. Here I feel like HERA's always going to out micro ACCM if he has equal numbers. And also HERA. He just shot his own deer!
What?
He tried to click back and the deer was there. Oh, man.
Now taking the fight. The villagers are being pulled to the front. KD is 7-1.
Yeah, it's just a slaughter. 7-1 and -1 deer.
Oh, make it 8-1. Being pushed away from the berries. HERA not even killing the deer after that. Now goes for the gold. The very defensive tower has to be built.
Yeah. This is just as much of a stomp as game number 1. Like, even worse, actually, because HERA has a walled here. He's gone forward. Oh, my word. Crazy performance from HERA. It definitely has a lead now, Nili. Are you surprised to see that HERA didn't take the time to dock or that ACCM didn't take the time to dock?
It was way too aggressive, right? The very short distance. Sometimes you can make the mistake and dock too early, go for too much economy when this fight is so wild. 15 to 5 KD, full control here for HERA. Still has that tiny hill control there as well.
Yeah, but ACCM continues to... He's not sending his units inside of his buildings. Like, he's losing so many units that he shouldn't lose. Like, yes, obviously he's fallen behind and it was the correct move to fall back to the tower, but I think it's just the pace of the game. HERA's so quick and ACCM's just doesn't know how to deal with it right now.
Well, it was the unfortunate start as well, right? He did go into the wrong direction. HERA just moved forward, got so many kills, did get the early villagers. KD is just looking horrible, and he's looking for the woodline. Oh, boy.
Okay, normally I look at the statistics. We're going to go to the statistics for a brief moment, and then we can go to the maps and the civilizations, because I honestly, I have anxiety. Like, that was, oh, my goodness. 21 kills, 5 units lost. 5 minutes and 59 seconds. That might be one of the fastest games from this tournament.
Yeah, truly. And I said, like, distance is very short. ACM, he did go for the right units, but did maybe go for the spearman a bit early. Therefore, the first scout was a bit more efficient. And yeah, let's just say, let's shake off those 2 games and just win the next 3.
Exactly. That's all you have to do. It's that easy. You know, just take it one game at a time, ACCM. Completely forget about the fact that you just lost that game in under 6 minutes. Just push that out of your mind. I'm sure most people have the mental capacity to be able to forget about that, right? And just go on to the next one, which will be on Eruption. This is bad, but I ruined it. I was going to say ACCM needs quite an eruption of form to come back here, but I ruined the joke, so it's fine. Boo me all you want. What can we expect on Eruption? Because I think I've maybe seen 1 game on Eruption, Nili.
So there's a massive hill in the center, and we have most of the gold there. I think we are having 2 gold tiles times 2. Therefore, very limited gold. We need to expand maybe 2 times 4. And we need to surely expand towards the center, but hill control will be the crucial thing, and therefore early aggression is a must again.
I think HERA just goes Britons and camps the middle with crossbows. Or Byzantines and floods a lot of trash units. I feel like Byzantines was probably saved for Golden Swamp, but
I think it's even more complicated than that. I think just going straight archers, then you never get the hill, because your opponent just goes skirms, right? It's not like this typical, like, okay, I camp, and then my tech advantage wins you, because if you wait a single second, your opponent gets the hill, which is so massive on this map.
What's the tower potential like in the middle on this?
It's kind of like in the super center, it's kind of in the crater again.
Okay, gotcha. So, I mean, I see Incas and Koreans, and I think towers first and foremost with both of those civilizations. So that was just a thought of mine. Khmer is certainly a good pick on most maps. ACCM could go for Khmer. They have a lot of bonuses that can work well, but we'll find out soon.
So Byzantines, Koreans probably saved for Golden Swamp. I think Vietnamese might be a good option there.
Yeah, I feel like HERA will save Byzantines, right? And then I know he loves Slavs, but I don't know if Slavs suits any of the remaining maps.
I think Slavs could be good for her boob, opening with men-at-arms.
Okay.
Because you have supplies for free.
Yeah. A boob. I think I've seen 1 game on that. I had to miss a day of the qualifiers, so. Were they picked too heavily? Were the newer maps picked a lot in the qualifiers? Because I didn't see many of the players playing on them.
No. Actually, it was very much the old ones. I think we didn't see Frigid Lake once, at least from what I cast.
Okay.
So, Eruption neither. It's a bit underwhelming. I think Golden Swamp, I only saw it twice, and one of those were when I played. So they went for the real standard maps.
All right, gotcha. Yeah, that's some potential for players who want to surprise the stronger players. Like ACCM, for example, maybe if he felt like he was going to be behind today, could have gone for another map that was not played frequently in the past. I forget what HERA's home map picks were, but Haboob one's interesting to see. There's something about that he likes, probably how open
Golden
it is.
Swamp.
Yeah.
Golden Swamp and Habub are the two.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Byzantines are really strong on that one.
It's funny how Golden Swamp is kind of becoming, well, it was in the ranked queue, right? I think it was Hidden Cup happened, we had Cup there, and then they added something which had some similarities in Golden Swamp. Deathmatch World Cup had Golden Swamp, and now Red Bull has Golden Swamp too.
Yeah.
Becoming
I
a
think it's
common map.
yeah, I think it's a nice map because we see very little water play.
Yeah.
Because most people think like islands is boring, Team Islands, Mediterranean, not the best maps, but that's kind of a map that most people that don't want to see water actually accept if we see some ships.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because they want the demos. they want the demo ships.
And it's also like, even if you have water, the beauty is that the land control just follows up behind this one so nicely.
Yeah, hybrid maps are the way to go. Not all the time, right? Hybrid maps can be a bit boring. Obviously, they favor some players, and they give disadvantages to others. But just ask Nikov out there. Hybrid maps are good. Good for the game. Nikov's a specialist on those hybrid maps.
He actually played Koreans on Golden Swamp. That was one of the 2 games that I saw, yeah.
Oh, yeah? That's funny. Nikov. Koreans. That'd be great.
15 seconds to go.
Oh,
So
glad you
jump
said
into
something.
the action. Byzantines here for HERA on Eruption, so completely different from what we thought, and Berbers as well.
Okay. ACCM's infatuation with Berbers is still confusing to me, Nili. But the one moment where competitively they can do a lot is with Fast Castle Age into the very cheap knights and flood them. Here we go, guys. Game number 3. It's a bit like Gold Rush, where there's a lot of gold in the middle. You have to walk up a massive hill, and then the gold in the middle. Can you build a mining camp in there, Nili?
Yes, you can. Sometimes with some generations you can even build TCs.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say,
one
otherwise
doesn't
that
look
wouldn't make
like
much
it.
sense. But they have 4 tiles of gold to work with. Nope, 8 tiles of gold to work with. There's some golds are more secure than others. HERA here in the north, opening up with a range. And then ACCM in the south, going for the stable.
And like some people think, yeah, that looks like Gold Rush, but the big difference is that the hill always ends directly in front of your TC. So losing the hill means mangonels just knocking at your front door.
Yeah. Like to see Huang play this one. See what he could pull off. That would actually be... Huang might be the best player in the world on this map. Every other player will disagree with that, but that would be funny to see. All right, so ACCM opening up with scouts. I kind of like scouts here because the players seem to be pretty far away from each other, Nili.
How many scouts is he actually building? Is building 2? I don't think he should go for too many more. He has actually a pretty damn good map. Look at that. He's already completely walled.
It's true. Yeah, don't invest too much. We saw Vinch do that. But maybe in the back of your mind, you still feel like, well, I'm behind 2 games. And the other player's really good, so I want to kill them early. And that could cause some issues if you create too much. Obviously, HERA is just going to... He's not going to leave his base when it's not walled. So he's going to stay at home. And he has a spear and 3 archers on the right side. And then, ooh, he just gets the... Actually, there is a gap, but HERA should be fine on the left side as well.
Yeah, that will be a game with very few kills for quite some time. HERA did scout the full walls at the front, so he knows, okay, this one is going to be a very passive game. We'll just sit back and, yeah.
Yeah.
Very passive game. The big question is, what are the army compositions in Castle Age? ACM with Berbers? Knights feel very natural.
If he goes Genitors, that would be Pog. But I'm not saying it would work. just seeing Genitors would be interesting. Yeah, I think Knight seems natural, but what's weird about it is, in a lot of these Empire War games, Scouts just doesn't pay off, and that leads into Knights not paying off because the person going with range can mask them freely as they're upping to the next stage. So I feel like, yes, Knights with Berbers is the norm, but what if there's 20 to 30 archers with even some cheap Byzantine spearmen for HERA? And HERA will have the hill.
Yeah. And that's the big problem with the strategy, right? I think ACM, he will get to what Berbers are good at, but maybe not what, this map
not what
is
works.
designed to be played with.
Yeah, the map's very wallable. However, he is the first person to click up here. HERA got fletching, though, and HERA could maybe find a few villagers to pick off. ACCM will have to show us what he's made of when it comes to defense. And he's defended well. Yep, he knows the archers are incoming. He's building houses next to the golds. He'll make a second stable. Oh, God. He probably has to do some further walling behind this. But that should be easy for a player of this level.
I think he's maybe even deleting the farm. Feels ugly, though, right?
I would say just build a house to the, like, 2 houses diagonally towards the TC, and then HERA probably will not run through there.
Okay.
And if he does, he
feels
probably
like-
gets hit by the TC, so.
Okay, we have one single skirmisher from ACM. I'm not really sure where that one is. Oh, yeah, now
there it
tries
is.
to defend some.
Alright. That might make HERA think that he's going to commit to scrims, but it doesn't have any upgrades, so.
Still no fletching, not really the sign, yeah.
Why even make it? You know, like, just wait for knights. I think ACCM should be prepared to build another house foundation just so HERA doesn't run through there. Now, HERA will never run through. He'll run through with the scout. Okay, so now we can see what's up. Oh, no.
That's just so good. This is so good. He sees the double stable, knows exactly what he's up against now, will potentially scout the gold, indeed sees the amount of gold. He knows exactly what ACM is going for now.
Now, HERA should go for pikemen or HERA should go for camel? The Byzantines have very cheap camels. He could make a switch. He could go crossbow with a stable, maybe. He's on 2 ranges. He's not producing any spears. Could also go for monks, right? He's currently running away, as he should do.
I'm personally a big fan of going stables in that one. You have the mobility, you can dictate the fight. I know, though, that HERA not such a big fan of camels, so his natural choice is just mass crossbows and maybe 3 monks.
Yeah, HERA will probably ballistics, micro, and boom. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I like the camels a lot, especially when you are going to need some sense of urgency here. And if you try and go for... Actually, it looks like ACCM's almost expecting camels because he's going to add a monastery. That's funny. He's going to add a monastery to make monks against crossbows.
And yeah, monastery coming out from HERA as well. Look at that. Thumbring before Botkin.
Ooh.
Quite a weird choice. NTC before university. That's so weird.
Definitely different. Running up the hill now. ACCM's gonna have... It cracks me up how he's gonna have monks. But if he has the siege too, it's perfect. You can use the monks to heal up. Chain barding armor, and now ACCM will start to think about taking fights. HERA will, of course, know that he does not want to be around here once these knights have chain barding. Nili, whose position do you prefer right now? Try and forget about the fact that it's HERA versus ACCM, and HERA is in great form lately. What position's better for you?
Especially because we have the Siege Workshop now, I don't mind the position of ACCM. Would love to see the +2 defense, which is coming in now. HERA still missing the +2 attack. I think this is better for ACM. HERA can't take any fights.
HERA will have a monk. All right, he'll see +2 now, and he'll have to think twice about running up the hill. He's just now getting Bodkin. I'd prefer to see a Maganel over a Scorpion. Yep, that's what we'll see. I like this map so far because there's so much focus on the middle and so much focus on the military. But HERA is booming. 2 TCs.
Also very easy camera work for us.
That's
just
true.
Look at the center.
Yeah, well, HERA's on stoned. We should really point that out because he definitely wants to win a fight and build a castle here at some point.
Ooh. Getting castle up there obviously kind of instantly ends the game. So tough to control that area then. Ramgo not really an option, going to Imp not really an option. So I think most games on this map should end somewhat in Castle Age.
Well, Imp could be an option for Byzantines. It is cheaper. Be very much like HERA or any player in the current meta to make crossbows into early Arbalest. Oh. HERA gets a knight. He loses the monks. And this is really dicey for HERA, but if he can get the Maganel, If he can get the Mangonel. Oh no, ACCM, you had to fire there. Oh, geez, that's way better for HERA now. That one conversion from HERA. And the Knight's still alive. The Knight did so much work against ACCM.
And now he's just going back. 3 HP is getting healed up, and yeah, he will collect some medals after that fight for sure. Oi, 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 oi. HERA still with 23 crossbows left and reinforcing. HERA,
day after day, is showing us that he doesn't care about the improved melee pathfinding. It doesn't matter. The meta is still crossbows and boom. And I have to give him credit for getting Thumb Ring too, because a lot of players would not do that early. But he knew he needed the firepower. Still a bit dicey though. There's 9 knights here. Remember, he does not have ballistics, so he will miss some of these shots. He also is not going to have the hill.
Oh, tricky, but that also means you will never get the surround, right? HERA doing a good job of shooting down the knights that are actually at the bottom. Now takes the hill himself.
Yeah, he takes the hill himself. ACCM trying to go for a surround, and it's just so expensive. ACCM's losing so many knights. I know they're cheap with Berbers, but still, HERA has more coming. The knights just don't seem to do enough. I think he will end up clearing up these crossbows. I think ACCM's going to need more than just knights after this, though. He's going to need Mangonel, and he's going to need a good engagement. And HERA should probably go Redemption for his monks if he's worried about the Mangonels. But he only has 2 monks. Might not be worth it.
Not doing the best job of keeping the resources on the map. Look at that, 400 food, 600 gold. Now drops 2 more archer ranges. What a weird choice. He's full knights, Mangonels, and he's just, okay, I will just build more crossbows.
What on earth was that RNG there? HERA got a conversion. And so he's 2 knights now, and ACCM can never move out with that Mangonel. Yeah, he's just going to imp now. Imp, forward castle, arbalest. So clean.
One reconversion.
And he stole the knight back. And now the other knight, which used to be yellow, is angry. Like, no, red is better. Okay. The monk goes down. Good work from HERA to know he could do that, because the monk wouldn't have faith anymore.
The other monk now at 100% faith again, but will get sniped. Both of them should get sniped. Let's take a look. And yeah, good job on the way to him, Mr. HERA, though.
Yep, so now HERA has to stay at home. He is the turtle. Stay at home, wait for Bracer, wait for Arbalest. I don't think he'll be able to get all of his upgrades, Nili, because it's pretty expensive to get Bracer, Arbalest, and Chemistry. But he will definitely get Bracer, and ACCM currently has control of the middle, and he's spamming Knights.
Okay, I quickly did the nearly math. 2,300 gold still left for HERA over here.
Oh my god,
the defensive castle.
Oh my god, the Knight sniped a Mangonel and then he deleted it. The value. Sorry, Nili, didn't mean to interrupt.
All good. And yeah, ACM needs to jump pretty soon. But HERA, also another bonus of Byzantines that is rarely mentioned. Those buildings have more HP, and therefore he just has a tiny bit more time.
Yep, and if he gets conversion again, the Mangonels won't matter. I don't think the Mangonels will matter that much anyways once Bracer comes in. HERA choosing to take some risky fights here. Okay, well, I guess he doesn't want the Knights to break through the house, because if they do, ACCM might consider flooding through. Do you think he should?
It's a castle, it's a TC, it's a reasonable amount of crossbow. It's only 1 monk, though. I would normally say no, but now Imp could trigger him to jump on it.
Yeah, but HERA
needs to jump into the castle, get out on the other side. Let's see if he does it.
Yep, good move.
Oh, beautiful.
Good move. And there's no way ACCM could do that. Yeah, the castle position's good. The defense is stellar from HERA. And now you're going to be making Knights against Bracer and Chemistry crossbows. HERA has to be careful still, but now that Bracer's in, he has 1 more range. And you'd expect him to easily take out those Mangonels. You know, ACCM's on stone. Thinking maybe if he can continue to flood Knights and get some castles up in the middle, there's potential here. But HERA could always make trebuchets for that. And also bombard cannons could be a strong follow-up.
It's not that easy to fire up that hill, right? It's just so massive. You're so far away. And I think you rather go around and try to find another angle, and that's indeed what HERA is doing. Fighting uphill, still a tough thing in Age of Empires.
Yep. Do you think that Are you surprised that HERA didn't even think about going pikeman with this?
I'm more surprised that he's moving out before he has Arbalest against all those knights. Could now run into all those. Indeed, Magnals are trying to chase down monks as well. HERA, not the greatest fight for him.
This is... no, it's not. This is the best case scenario for ACCM is to engage against this. Obviously, HERA's still going to get some cleanups, but HERA tried to move out before Arbalest. He's throwing his units away. Now, is he far enough ahead where this still might be fine? I would say so. Is this micro good? I would say so as well. But HERA is on the clock now for gold, Nili. He has 1 tile. No. Excuse me. 3 tiles, and that is less than 1,000 gold remaining.
Indeed, and well, that's nearly mad. Like 23 Arbalest that he can do if he doesn't use his market trap moving forward. But that's another 200 gold gone.
Another 200 gold gone. Another knight ACCM could get back. He also will fire, and HERA... Like, hitting and running is great, but when you're running on this map, that's not a good sign. He can kill everything. It's just, can he make enough? I think he can make a lot more. He might even consider selling 300 stones, so he still has enough to make another castle if need be. Oh, and a castle there for ACCM. Wow.
Very aggressive choice. Knights now diving in a bit too deep for my taste. Monks behind this one as well. ACM, yeah, you took some great fights, but that is not one of them.
I mean, I guess if you get 3 ARB conversions, you're doing more damage than your knights did. But, yeah, I guess he wanted to get his castle up. I can't say I agree with the castle spot. I would like to have seen it further back. No, you know what? I'm okay with the castle spot. I'm just not okay with losing the knights, because now HERA wants to castle here. Oh, HERA.
Castle cancelled. Needs to go back.
Yeah, or just reposition, right? Because I don't think ACCM can... Oh! Handcart, baby! We're faster now!
And Berber... No, it's Byzantine villagers.
I know, I
That
thought it was
weird.
Berbers for a second, but then I looked and saw he had handcart, yeah.
Just dodged them.
Wow, are you kidding me? Come on, these villagers... I'm so jealous of these villagers' lives. They can do everything.
And that's not enough knights. It was looking good against the crossbows and ACM remembers. Oh, Mangonel!
HERA saw it. HERA takes it down. Beautiful split. Great awareness. Nili, to be honest, I feel like the knights did it better than I expected because of the hill. But yeah, still, HERA is favored to take out that castle and push towards the middle. Still no pikemen.
And also, the knights have so much more service area if you had to split ones, right? If you have the clumped up formation, the knights will block each other, and if you have to dodge the Mangonel shot, the knights become so much more efficient at the same time.
Can ACCM hold on here? 32 on food, 32 on gold. Has to repair the castle. Doesn't have skirmisher in, obviously. Still producing knights. I feel like he still could do this if he gets to about 20 to 30 knights. Just gets enough to snipe the Treb. But HERA's going to be switching into pikes, which I think is a little bit late.
No more gold for him, but Byzantine's truly a civilization that can work with very little gold.
Yeah.
No one collected any relics. Behind all this, ACM with a 30 villager lead goes for another raid at the right-hand side.
Yeah, I was going to say, imagine if... It probably wouldn't be the play right now, I'm not sure, but imagine if he could get into HERA's food and wood eco. HERA might prefer that, though, because then he knows he could continue to push the castle. We'll go to HERA's point of view as the knights do come in. HERA's quick, but he's not going to be this quick, and he'll lose villagers there, but ACCM probably won't continue past that point, because he needs to keep this castle up.
What do you think? Should ACM just continue full castle age attack, or should he switch into Imp?
Imp is suicide here, right? It goes Imp, it takes him 2 minutes, and then he loses all control of the gold. I think full castle age is definitely the way to go. It's just so tough to know what to do against Arbalest.
Maybe squeezing in some skirmishers, maybe even really going for janitors might have been an option.
Yeah.
He has some upgrades for them already. Tries to keep that hill still alive, and it's not easy to kill a castle on that hill.
It's gonna come down to if HERA can micro down the Mangonels with Arbs. 1 or 2 Mangonels, you should be able to do it. 4? And the hill could be good for ACCM, and it's a risky position for HERA to be in. Oh boy. Oh man. Can HERA split against 4 Mangonels?
He shouldn't probably...
Oh my god. Oh, attack round ACCM. Oh, he's getting some big shots, Nili. That could be enough.
And he is clearing that one up. Still 1,000 score behind, but clearing the full army. Now a 40 population lead. If he gets the 3 traps, I think he can hold the castle.
All he needs to do is take out the trebs. ACCM, take out the trebuchets and hold. He'll take out 1. Now he has the hill, so I think even against the pikemen, he wins the fight. He'll get the second. He will get all 3 trebuchets, and that score, which was huge for HERA, was largely due to the techs and the arbalest he had. God, take out the trebs. Jeez, take him out. There we go.
1 HP goes down as well. Therefore, the castle survives. Now the tech into elite skirmishers. And what can HERA go for? Not a single villager left on gold.
Yeah, now he's got to... I think he has to consider selling his stone. And he's got to go full trash. And ACCM should now add elite skirm for the pikes. What I'd love to see from HERA is some expansion. If he could maybe like raid with an army or 2, even of trash, on the sides of ACCM's base, it could take ACCM's focus out of the middle. ACCM now with the mobility Nili is going to go in and raid, and HERA has to react to that.
Oh yeah, lovely move. Pikeman trying to chase this one down. HERA not losing a lot of villagers. That's pretty nice by him, but a lot of exposed villagers in the back. Well, HERA only sitting at 2 TCs with 75 villagers.
Yeah, I feel like Halb is still very good for HERA here. You can definitely push Berbers with Halb. Like, Berbers struggle against Halb Ram. Don't have much against the Rams that do not get countered by the Halbs. Except for Champion, actually, but of course still Castle Age currently for ACCM.
How do you get on all the Rams with 0 on gold at the moment, 67 in the bank? Just compare it. 0 villagers on gold against 39.
Well, ACCM still has some areas to deal with. As the 3 Arbalests show up from HERA. And instead of staying in Castle Age any longer, ACCM says, all right, I've done what I've needed to do. I'm on my way to Imp. And there, Nili, do you think he should change what he's doing, or do you think Skirmisher is still the way to go?
Skirmishers feels like the way to go. What can HERA do that skirmishers aren't great against?
Yeah.
Hasa maybe in the long run, but HERA's economy isn't set up to go for mass Hasas yet.
Yeah, and normally that's something HERA would love to get to. But the way he played this game was very different. Does not have the eco for that. But he is getting skill barding, so I think at least he'll have a light cav with the second armor upgrade, but and that'd be about it. No ballistics for ACCM, which is a big deal. And HERA's starting to... Like, he's going to try and raid and be annoying so he can breathe at home. I like this move from HERA. I like the way that he sacrificed these halberdiers so he can raid with the other ones. Also like how he's making the stables on the left. I could see how HERA could somehow come back if ACCM gets distracted.
Oh man, sometimes I don't understand how a score works. 50 more kills for ACCM. He has 40 more villagers.
Yeah.
And is 1,000 score behind.
It has to be Arb, Thumbring, Bracer, Chemistry, right? I think with those upgrades and Imp comes in for ACCM, he'll probably have the score lead. But yeah, scores also could be scouting, but score can be really confusing. And maybe giving HERA more hope right now than he should have.
Yeah, might be it. Maybe HERA thinks, okay, we did trade relatively evenly. If I'm ahead in score, I have to have the better economy. Felt like, okay, some raids in the back could do something. HERA is spreading around. Second cast in the center for ACCM.
It'd be an impressive comeback. This is definitely one of those comebacks where I think only top 5 players can do it. Like HERA, Viper, Yo, TATOH, Leary. Maybe add MBL to the list. A few more might come to mind. But this is, if HERA were to come back here, it'd be very impressive. Obviously, not saying he's not top 5 if he does not win. Just little raids from ACCM on the left. Kills a few vills. Probably won't make many more knights now. I say as he's getting Cavalier. All right.
Yeah, but he's not queuing up anymore, so I'm a bit confused there. Now goes down to 2. Might actually still finish it. Down to 1 knight. Is he finishing Cavaliers with 1 knight?
I mean, if you think about it, I feel like Cavalier still makes sense if all HERA is making is Halb and you counter that with skirms. But I'd like to see more ranged units as well. I know that he loves his ranged units, so he's making the camel archers. Yeah, HERA, I'm not seeing it. Like, I'm glad that he's going for these raids, and I think it's a good play from him. But ACCM's big fight with the 4 Mangonels saved him. And I think soon Hera's not going to be able to raid any longer, and Hera's going to be getting pushed back, and Hera is going to lose this game.
Score extremely close now. Hammer Archer will try to find some raids. Will clear up at the bottom first. Left-hand side skirmishers are coming in for the raid as well. HERA, he has a lot of options to hold, but I don't see a lot of options to win.
Yep, exactly. And his expansion is getting locked down on the left side. Normally, we'd see Trebs getting thrown away to trash units. We're like, what are you doing? But who even cares when you have full gold control? And I think ACCM is just lacking Bombard Cannon now. I think a few Bombard Cannons would pretty much seal the deal, if he even needs that. But yeah, Bombard Cannons or raids on the right side would probably win this game for him.
I think he's just pushing in the center. Camel Archers and Cavaliers now moving in. Halberdiers are traded off, and then there's not a lot of buffer in front of those skirmishers. Still 2 traps alive, and well, it's simply an uphill battle since minute 10.
Yep, that's the risk when you go for the fast imp. You said many other people, you mentioned this, Nili, would stay in Castle Age on this map. And they would go for camels with their crossbows. And HERA just stayed on the ranged units. He was very close, but he lost that big army. He's losing villagers here. He is going to lose his castle. Okay, he has a Bombard Cannon. ACCM notices that. He might run right over there to take that out with his Cavalier, though. Honestly, ACCM is not microing this all that well. It's just that he's ahead now.
Yeah, well, he did micro his Camel Archers at the very top, and HERA wasn't looking there. Lost some villagers before he reacted. He is down to below 100 villagers, while ACCM, well, 145 again.
Yep, 145 vills. 40 military. The 40 military should be stronger. Say if that castle wasn't there, you could justify going for a champion switch if you're ACCM. And full skirmisher and cavaliers working because the halbs are all dying to the ranged units. The cavalier will mop up everything else. HERA is not resigning yet.
ACM going for the Bombard Cannon that he wanted to see, jumping on the Bombard Cannon of HERA, who's trying to hold. HERA might be fooled by the score here. Is expanding to the right-hand side, so he's doing a lot of right steps, but well, ACM isn't a fool either, right? He is controlling the center, uses his gold units, pushes in, and I think the moment the castle falls, the full defense of HERA crumbles.
Yep, that castle does fall. HERA will lose his town center, he'll lose his production buildings, and ACCM will win this game. And I'm really happy for him. Like, even if HERA ends up winning the next one, and it goes 3-1 like Yo and Vinchester did, I think that it would have been crushing to ACCM's confidence to be so good and qualify for this tournament and get here and get destroyed. So that was a very good game from him. Perhaps too greedy from HERA, you think? Or do you think ACCM just played it to perfection?
Greedy due to the map design. I think on Arabia, it's all good how HERA played it. Like, he sits back, he gets to Arbalest, and he wins all the fights, right? The one move out was a clear mistake, like on any map, but just sitting back and then trying to reclaim the hill simply doesn't work on this map.
Yeah.
And I think he should have committed more in Castle Age.
Yeah, I agree. But ACCM's decision to make the Mangonels was epic. Like, because it's a risk. Normally, players go for calculated risks. Like, okay, I'm going to invest into this. I'll get so-and-so kills. But with the Mangonels, you have no guarantee of that. But it was the only thing that would have saved him, Nili. Pikemen was already coming out for HERA. He couldn't add skirms with it. He was genuinely going to die if he didn't keep that castle up and get the Mangonels to do enough. HERA also kind of felt forced to fight there, right? So it wasn't necessarily failed micro on his part, though he would have wanted to do better. I'm curious to see how much gold was collected in this game. 19,000 gold collected for ACCM. He also had more food and more wood. So HERA's faster imp just could not get the win.
And that's a lot of market use then, right? Nili Mass says 8 gold tiles should be 6.4k gold. So he used the market to get an additional 3.6k gold for himself.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, how many castles did he build, right? He had a lot of stone, so I think maybe he was selling that. And the units are quite cheap for Byzantine, so maybe he sold some food and wood as well. There's a lot he was able to achieve there. I like Byzantines for the map. I'm with you, Nili. I would have liked to seen all-in crossbows and all-in camels to take control.
Probably feels like the natural choice here, but obviously easy for us to say. Next up will be a home map of Mr. HERA, Golden Swamp or Habubi. Golden Swamp, the natural choice felt. Byzantines, not an option anymore.
Yeah, that's true. And I wouldn't say that Vietnamese, Slavs, or Britons are necessarily the top tier pick for Golden Swamp. Do you think HERA, with that in mind, goes for Habub?
I think Habub is simply the easier choice for him.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, like Koreans feels like a pretty strong civilization on Golden Swamp. I like to see HERA just Habub all in aggression through the center. Maybe Slavs men-at-arms or just Britain's double archer range.
Okay. We'll find out. I'd like to see the Slavs men-at-arms. We don't see men-at-arms too frequently in this. Normally it's archers or scouts and a lot of walling. Players start with more eco, so they protect that eco more. They have more villagers to wall with. But men-at-arms can definitely... it can not only catch wallers off guard, but also can be a good defensive play against someone if they wanted to ever come forward. We don't see that frequently either, but ACCM has Incas and Koreans as options. I know he's fantastic with towers. You're thinking Koreans on Golden Swamp for ACCM, so does that mean he uses Khmer or Incas on Habub?
Yeah. Incas if he wants to be the wild guy. Khmer if he wants to go for the reasonable, safe pick, play the long game. I think Incas only makes sense if you trained it. We did see them somewhat play it on wings in Red Bull Wololo 1.
Yeah.
Habub, the distance is short, walls are tough, but as I mentioned earlier, woodline's far away.
Okay. We will find out soon. You want to hear something funny?
Yes.
So as I'm looking at the game, it says the players, it has the location, which is the map name. And because apparently Microsoft needs to babysit us, we cannot see the map name. It is bleeped out. So if you have any 12-year-olds watching this stream, you don't have to worry, okay? Microsoft has made sure that no one playing this game is going to see the word boob. Thank you, Microsoft. That's great.
Didn't they rename the map to have 2 O's in there? So B-O-O-B?
I don't know. All I know is that it's still ridiculous that we have words bleeped out in a 20-year-old game. Like, if it was a new game, I'd get it. Maybe we have a lot of younger people watching. Anyways, maybe someday they'll remove that.
Yeah.
But it's not a big deal.
Yeah. Okay, so ACM is going for the less crazy option here and is going for Khmer. Indeed, HERA did go for Slavs, and I'm interested to see if he just plays relatively standard scout, goes for men-at-arms, or if he just goes HERA style, ignores everything, ignores the civ bonus, and just plays archers.
Yeah, that's true. Like, is he gonna go archers again? Like, oh, back into scouts, huh? What is this, 2016? HERA making scouts? We'll find out 2 seconds away. Game number 4 would be epic if ACCM could tie this up and take it to a game 5. All right, HERA in the red. He is Slavs, and this is Habub. And then he's opening up with an archer range, Nili. ACCM. He is Khmer in the yellow. Great eco civ, and he's going to go with the stable. So this is very, very much like all the games we've seen. ACCM wants to go stable. HERA wants to go range.
Yeah, and Khmer obviously great with that. Drops some instant farms here. Didn't go for a single eco upgrade, neither player, so they will play this one very aggressively. We see ACM pulling every single villager away from gold, and the specialty. Woodlines look pretty solid there, but again, our stone terrain, you cannot wall on that one.
And HERA pre-walling. We're already, we're like, what, a minute in, and HERA's walling his woodline because he knows that scouts could harass that. And he also has come over to ACCM's base, and he's confirmed that ACCM's going for the stable. So, great scouting from HERA, great preparation, and now he'll wall in that entire woodline.
Ooh, and you see, like, I say the distance is shorter, and the players know, and the players adjust. Out of the 4 eco upgrades, we only see 1. If you compare that to Arabia, we often have seen both players getting both eco upgrades rather instantly.
Yep. HERA will see the scouts. He has an archer and a spear. I can't help but feel like HERA and Leary both play Red Bull so similarly, or Empire Wars so similarly. They love this one range spearman thing. However, HERA's got to be careful. Spearman helpful here. There he goes. And this means ACCM is going to need some form of defense for this for now. He doesn't have skirms yet. Nili, he's opted for a tower. I don't like that. I think that that's not going to protect the entire wood line, but we'll find out.
It only protects the center indeed. Also, that means you will never protect your own gold. And yeah, the woodlines are pretty close together. He even pulled the villagers away to be more in the center woodline. I actually don't mind it too much.
All right, we'll find out. Certainly, HERA's going to realize that that's an area he can hit. HERA? What? Why? That was really peculiar how he got so close to the TC like that.
Just passing.
Just passing, man. And he's going to just pass over to the woodline. Still feel like he can get a villager depending on how ACCM deals with this. Both players playing defensive. And you know what? HERA could be in trouble on the gold, Nili. He has spearmen on the berries, but spearmen are slow. HERA will fight with villagers, but he will lose a villager.
Oh, why did he take that fight? Oh, actually trades off against one, is coming over. And I think maybe ACM could have committed against the second one. Stays very active.
Yep.
Very different approaches. Oh, now at the gold.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake from ACCM. He saw the archers were there a moment ago. Too much going on. He will add a range for skirms most likely. Did snipe a villager on HERA's gold there, and now is attacking an archer on HERA's berries. Man, this is such an aggressive map. There's a weak villager in there if ACCM can spot him. Good start for ACCM, but a close game. So far, this is way better than the 6-minute game.
Yeah. Oh, two different approaches played so nicely here. Would love to see some more skirmishes. Actually, ACM is going for archers. Quite interesting to see that. Still no fletching from him, though. Would love to see that.
All right, and HERA keeps going back to the gold to see what's up there. He's going to have 6 archers now with the spear, so that's more potent of an attack. With forging, I wonder if ACCM commits versus these spearmen. He does. And it's good micro, and now there's 2 more spearmen.
And he is pretty damn low there. Lots of them within the range of 1 hit dying. Massive attack now in the center. Obviously, Khmer, pretty nice that they can jump into houses, isn't losing a villager.
Yeah. Oh, those are some weak palisades if ACCM wanted to try something. Nope. Just still running around. Trying to find an area to hit. HERA doing the same. Not getting that villager, but very close to it. And now HERA's not on his gold. The scouts are confusing HERA. HERA loses another villager. Great work from ACCM.
Debated there indeed. And we'll find another kill. Gets away.
Wow, that was 3 in total there. You know, we talked about the tower. I'm liking the tower now, but he hops into it. HERA might feel like he could sit under the tower as he snipes 2 villagers. But I think he'll lose his army if he does this. Might snipe another villager as he runs away from this, though. You'd expect him to... Oh! Oh! No! No! Oh my god, she saved on 2 HP. Wow. ACCM with the plays, man. That's not something you'd expect from ACCM. He's showing he's a nerd as well.
Indeed. And, well, look at that. HERA on the way to Castle Age, and he goes full light calf switch. Super interesting. Is not on gold at the moment, therefore knows, okay, I can't go on to gold. Builds a wild mining camp there. And, yeah, full scouts into light calf. Interesting approach.
Oh, if HERA can get those archers, if he can sneak those archers around, that could hurt ACCM big time. Oh, ACCM can't AC it. Oh, no. Nili, he could clear up those archers. This is such a massive risk for HERA, who realizes that he'll probably lose the archers if he stays at home, so let's just run forward.
Yeah. Look more like a not C, not CM.
Just move on. just move on to the next one. Do you think maybe ACCM could have sent 2 or 3 villagers to stone to build more towers?
Yeah, I would have loved to see that. Especially the map is so open, right? And ooh, but now he has to pay the price for not going onto stone.
Yeah, this is what happens when you build... Oh, God, this is so bad. He still hasn't reacted. HERA's even bringing the scouts over. He still hasn't reacted. He's too focused on his micro.
To be fair, there's a lot of stuff happening. So many villagers dying now. 38 for HERA, 42 for ACM. But, well, ACM still a full H behind.
Yeah, exactly. So with that, HERA will prefer his position. ACCM should send the archers to the wood line. I don't know why he's so focused on the gold right now. I mean, that works too. See if he can take out the knight. Nili, this is so hectic. I don't even know how to make sense of it. But certainly don't sit underneath the tower with your ranged units.
Oh, this is so wild to play. I think he overcommitted a bit. The knights are coming in and they are so good. +1/+1 bloodlines. The tower happily shooting away. And now the archers can't even threaten the woodline anymore. And HERA has to be happy with how that works.
Exactly. Yeah, all of his ranged units got shot down by the tower. The reason ACCM was not able to notice that and react to that in time was because he had units underneath his tower. It is 45 vills versus 37, but HERA's got knights out. And I can't help but feel like if those ranged units would have been on the wood line, HERA would have lost a lot more there, and the fight would have been better positioned for ACCM, who does have more farmers, Nili, who is going to clean up the army from HERA at his base right now.
That was a lot of idle time.
And HERA lost a knight and a half there, and now the units are in on the wood line. What a game!
Somewhat sloppy here by Mr. HERA, who is now solid 10 villagers behind, wants to make something happen at the gold again, but those were some heavy losses. ACM still deep in feudal age.
HERA has a knight that has been sitting next to the gold for like 45 seconds. It doesn't see the villagers.
Look at his fog of war. He doesn't see it. That is so cool.
Oh, there he goes. Okay. And now the knight... now the knight's gonna die without killing a villager. Or is it gonna get one? Yeah, it gets one. Oof. I mean, could be worse, could be better. HERA's still in this because he can make his food and he has gold, so he can make those knights. For ACCM, I think you have to continue creating units in feudal age. You certainly are gonna need a lot of spears. And don't stop raiding, ACCM.
That's indeed what's keeping him in the game. We'll find another Witcher. No, saved, but another one there. Would love to see something you mentioned earlier. Just sending like 3-4 archers. Harass that woodline a bit more if you can.
Imagine 4 spears and 4 archers sitting next to the woodline right now. Oh, wait. Did I call? Oh, my. I got 3 spears, 4 archers looping around for ACCM on the right, but he's still got to defend his base.
I will allow it, Tristan.
I mean, I was pretty damn close, Nili.
Yeah.
HERA, another unit just standing there. And if ACCM notices this, he should loop the scout around to bring the knight to the spears and the archers. Or he should just run away so HERA doesn't see it. I don't know when players are paying attention because there's so many different areas to look at. Like, as this fight is taking place, the scouts are back on HERA's gold, for example. And a villager, there's so many weak villagers there, but villager could go down. Nili, I feel like ACCM's winning this one.
Ooh, he will click up to castle it pretty soon. Towers up his whole back base here. And that's the beauty also of Khmer, right? You can simply farm the back all next to the towers that will be around your gold and woodline. And now the archers arrive. HERA, that has to be some villager loss.
Yeah, exactly. He'll lose more villagers to this, and he also can't fight this easily. And meanwhile, ACCM, he's untouched. ACCM, he's going to be on his way to Castle Age. Good micro from ACCM to immediately recognize that knights were here. Okay, with 4 knights, I think HERA can clean it. I feel like I'd snipe that final villager, and ACCM does. That was great, and even distracted with the scouts.
Good job. Good job. Very active here. Oh, but Night Raid again in ACM space.
Oh, but he quick walls. All right, bit nerdy. Got spears coming back now. Man, the APM that these guys need to play this map's been insane. ACCM not garrisoning. Didn't realize. HERA getting Vil picks. What is happening in this game, man?
That's a
so
wild
good.
one, and that's the beauty of Empire Wars. That's the beauty of those open maps as well. And you see how intense that game was. Still, no farm upgrade for ACM. Only just now HERA got the wood upgrade.
Yeah, and now HERA has enough knights where this is really dangerous. Now, if these become pikemen soon, it's a different story. HERA is going to nerd out. Man, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's towers, and Khmer villagers can hide in houses, so it might be difficult for HERA to find villager picks.
See, ACM with crazy moves, sends the villagers into the tower, sends other ones out to save them as well, but now losing all the spearmen before he can upgrade them. Did he really need to take the fight there?
Maybe he felt like he did, but that's not the fight he would have wanted.
Knight's now so low, maybe the tower can get some exit kills. Doesn't look like it. If HERA now builds a monk and heals them up, and he already has the monastery, oh god, that could be so good for him.
Yep, monastery's there. I'm sure he'll send those weak knights back home to heal them up. And it is 50 villagers for HERA now, and 39 for ACCM. He has so many idols, Nili, he can barely afford to do anything. His TC has idols inside. He forgot to send them back to work. His towers have idols inside. His houses have idols. Wow. And HERA did add a second TC. And HERA is winning this game. It's just if ACCM can find a miracle.
Let's think about it. What can he do? He is 13 villages behind now. Still very poor eco upgrades. Is sitting under some towers, but has so many idle villagers forced. Maybe a monastery could make sense for him, trying to convert some of the knights when they come in for the raids.
Hey, send your villagers back. Okay, he's got to send his villagers back to work, first and foremost. HERA's had a lot of time there. Boom up to heal up, and maybe HERA would just continue to raid. He'll see the score. He'll feel like he's ahead. He'll know he has a lot of knight numbers. Yeah, Nili, I think pikemen and then also some monks. Pretty much the same thing that HERA's going for. ACCM's going to need. It's just difficult because HERA is pretty far ahead now.
Look at that monk and that endless amount of value. Oh god.
Woo!
It's like he will get a solid 1000 HP out of those.
I haven't seen that many knights being healed up since Dave and I casted a game between Tim and Slam back in like 2016. I don't know if Dave remembers that, but we were like, oh, someone's using a monk to heal up knights. And that's amazing.
Yeah, full value there. Realized that so nicely. And, well, he also has enough stone for a castle now. Defensively or aggressively?
I mean, if you want to make a statement going into the next round, you build it offensively. If you want to play safe, when you have a lead, you place it defensively. But I think he's going to use these knights, the ones that are on full HP anyways, which there's still a lot of knights here that need healed. I think he's going to get chain barding and consider running forward. He's just sent villagers into the TC Nili. I think he'll eject them forward in a bit.
Remember though, Arabia Invitational 2 weekends ago against TATOH. There he wanted to do a statement as well with Vietnamese against humans of TATOH, and that was one of the deadliest forward castles I've ever seen, losing like 25 villagers against TATOH there.
Yeah, it's not HERA's specialty, the whole forward castle thing. I think there's another player out there who's better at that. I'll let chat decide. But
we might see him tomorrow. Okay, now the knights give me some conversions as well. Not going to happen. He sends all those villagers forward and then probably kissing the blacksmith just very aggressively there could make sense.
Aggressive kiss on the blacksmith. All right, Nili called it. There's the aggressive kiss from the castle, the kiss of death. I know some of these knights still are weak, but so many of them could have died had HERA not saved them. And HERA's learned some lessons. He sent a lot of villagers forward this time. And I think HERA will gladly take the fight against the pikemen too because he has the numbers. And the castle will go up then. If this castle goes up, I think ACCM's chances have gone from 1 to 0. There's nothing he can do here.
Boyas could be so good as well against what ACM is bringing on the field. 1k score lead now and just so much more military left. Now, 13 more villagers, 15 more military. Built this market behind this one as well. Not really sure what he wants to do with that. And I wouldn't mind some siege to follow this one up as well.
Wow. Okay, so HERA gets the win. The forward market was the icing on the cake there. Honestly, Nili, when we started this series with game 1 and 2, I was looking at it and I was thinking, this is not ACCM's day. This is not the quality that we expect from ACCM. But in game 3, he turned it around. He got an amazing win. And in game 4, there were many points where he was winning. So this was an amazing game and very close game of Age of Empires 2. One of the best games that I have seen in Empire Wars, period. So I think ACCM can hold his head up high.
Absolutely. And he did exactly what we kind of jokingly said, right? He really shook game 1 and 2 off and came back with incredible performances, did win the game against HERA there. This one with some slightly better reactions, maybe on Stone a bit earlier, some tweaks here or there, and he could have taken that one as well.
Yeah, in the end, I think the difference here was getting to Castle Age. Wow, okay. 9:48 Castle Age for HERA, and ACCM had a Castle Age time that was more like a normal game, 1922. Everything was so close, though. The economy was close. HERA did a great job controlling his units when he got to Knights, and I feel like it wasn't calculated losses because there's nothing about that messy feudal age that was calculated. I think HERA probably felt like it's okay if I fall behind in villagers because I'll get ahead when I bring the Knights to the front, and it worked out for him. HERA moves on.
Sweet stuff, and yeah, congratulations to Mr. HERA there. And Tristan, this was the short day for you.
Short day for me, man. That's perfect, actually, because there's someone outside the my place with a leaf blower right now, so Red Bull wouldn't be happy with that. No, it was fun, man. We saw some good games. I was pleasantly surprised with the quality that Vinchester and ACCM brought. And I mean no disrespect by that, but HERA and Yo are 2 top 5 players, and I felt like ACCM and Vinchester played well in the sets that I cast today. You look at the bracket there, we're playing these a bit out of order, right? So the winner of TATOH DOGAO will face HERA, and TATOH DOGAO will be at another time soon. MBL versus CAPOCH is also a great set. I'll be watching, of course, as you and Dave cast, and Nili was a lot of fun.
Thank you, and we will have the pleasure again tomorrow when it's your long day.
Yep, full day tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
And now we will send it over to ZeroEmpires, who will wrap up the set together with HERA for a winner's interview.
Thanks, Tristan. We'll catch you tomorrow as well. Looking forward to that. Yeah, we do have an interview coming up with HERA in just a moment. But for me, that series, I was a little bit nervous for ACCM there after game 1 and 2. I thought all hope was lost for ACCM as HERA looked absolutely dominant. But I think it showed some good mental strength from ACCM to come back in game 3. And I think that even gave him some confidence going into game 4 as well, taking the fight to HERA a little more there. But I believe we have HERA in the channel. Hey, man.
Hello.
Hey. How are you doing?
Not too bad. I think that was a really fun series.
Yeah, it was fun to watch for us. We really enjoyed that last game specifically. Before we get into the meat and potatoes of the interview, any comments from you about the series in general?
I don't know. Like the first thing that comes to mind is honestly just fun. Like I had a good time like every game. Even the one I lost was like interesting. Honestly, a lot of micro, a lot of aggression. Yeah, I think that's like the main thing I took away from it. It was a good time.
Awesome. Well, let's first of all talk about civ drafting, right? Because I think that plays a really big role in how the series goes. So I guess first of all, for you, how much do you feel that the civ draft can make a difference? Does it help to decrease the skill gap between players?
That's an interesting question. I think normally, I think like civ draft kind of favors the people who prepare. Normally, however, I feel like in this one, there's a lot of matchups that are like very skill based. Like it just comes down to whoever plays it better. I don't think there's that many like civ wins, especially when you consider that you have the one snipe at the end. So like Vikings is really the one civ that comes out that's like a free win most of the time. But other than that, I think most of the civ matchups end up being skill based.
Yeah, you said actually in your interview before your little player profile that you did, Mayans were your favorite civ, and obviously you got to play them in game 1. But we were a little bit confused about the Burmese pick from ACCM. Do you think he knew something that we didn't? Did that pick surprise you from him?
I think ACCM was confused as well, to be honest. I don't think that pick made any sense. I don't know what the reasoning is. I have no idea, actually. That was just complete. Maybe he misclicked. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah, that was
Doesn't
sort
make
of the
sense.
speculation, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't see anything from him in that first game that sort of indicated why he would pick the Burmese. And yeah, we'll obviously skip straight over game 2. That was a 6-minute game, probably one of the fastest of the tournament right there.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see. But game 3 was Eruption where, you know, he sort of bought that back. You played Byzantines against his Berbers. So I think he really found his feet that game, and he had that really great control over the center. That big push that he made with the 4 mangonels was really pivotal to the game. What was going through your mind at that moment? Do you think it was won or lost right there?
Oh, he had some nasty ground attacks there, but I think no, I think it was lost beforehand. Well, not lost, but like I think obviously that was a turning point. But I think like me sticking on Arbalest so long was kind of incorrect. So I think I lost when I took so long to transition to Halbs. I honestly thought Arbalest was enough, but that hill in the center is massive. Like I underestimated how big that was. I was trying, like I saw the knights coming. I tried to run away, and I had like a mile to run, so I just had to fight it downhill. But yeah, I think it was the lack of help transition. I will say he did get pretty creative though, with like the mangonels, the castle forward. It was a hard game for him to win or to come back, and he managed to pull it off. So definitely props to him.
Yeah, you stuck in there for quite a while. I guess you were thinking maybe the Byzantines with the cheaper trash, you know, you could try and counter raid and find a way back in, or at least that's what we thought. Any ideas on that?
Yeah, I mean, like when a game is lost in a tournament, I know when it's lost, but you might as well play it out a little bit more. You never know when your opponent messes up, and I figured if I can go to like Halberdier and Skirmisher, I might have a chance at Byzantine. But it was more just like playing it out. Just why not? The game was pretty much lost though.
Yeah, great point. I guess, you know, you still get to go through with it, just stay loose. Sort of maybe you mentally start preparing for the next game, which was actually Haboob, one of the more interestingly named maps of the tournament. Your Slavs against his Khmer. Now, this is a really aggressive map, and it got a little bit dicey with you going to the Castle Age so early there. Looking back, you know, would you play that differently if you played that again?
No, I don't think so, because I think what I gave up in Feudal Age was so little compared to what I got in Castle Age. Like, Knight raiding is like impossible to stop, whereas Scout raiding, Spearmen can stop it kind of thing. Whereas Knights, like, they 4-hit villagers, so it's like literally impossible to stop on that map. I mean, I do think All-in Feudal could work, it's just that he didn't do enough damage with us.
Yeah, he was doing quite a good amount of damage considering, you know, that you were in Castle for so long, he was in Feudal for so long, like he took your villager count right down, but obviously once you had those knights out, it was lights out for ACCM.
Yeah.
So
Just
Empire
like
Wars... right. So Empire Wars generally, do you think there's a bit more RNG involved with how the map spawns in Empire Wars compared to like a regular random map?
Yeah, actually, yeah, because like some games, like my lumber camps in Haboob, no, not in Haboob, in the game I lost, it was Eruption. I had like the most doubt lumber camp. It was on one tree, so I had like no wood income from that part of it. So I do think that the map spawn does have an effect with like with the building placements, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I would say it has probably a bit more impact actually, yeah, because of how aggressive it is as well.
Yeah, I guess maybe sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you get unlucky, and I guess in the end it maybe evens out, but who knows. As a player, for you, do you think you're at your absolute peak right now, or do you think you're a little off, or you know, you're right on it?
I mean, this year is definitely my peak as a player. I mean, I sucked before, now I'm actually decent.
You sucked last year. I mean, you were still insane last year, man.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think the way I think of the game and the way I actually like play it out in tournaments is a lot better nowadays, and I'm also more confident as well. I see someone saying I still suck. Nice one. But yeah, I think I'm just more confident these days. I think getting tournament experience and good tournament results under your belt helps with future tournaments as well.
Yeah, do you feel like the tournaments really prepare you more than anything else? Like, obviously, you could play thousands of games on the ladder, but playing a tournament feels completely different.
Ladder games mean nothing. Like, ladder games is like people streaming, chilling, playing whatever. It's a completely different feel from tournaments. And even like the first rounds of the tournament are a different feel than the finals or semifinals.
And the pressure's really on.
Yeah,
Definitely.
and everyone is playing like no risks or like really safe kind of thing.
Yeah, I hope MBL's listening because he's like 1 and 2 on the DE ladder right now. It means nothing, MBL.
Yeah. Until I get there, then it starts meaning something.
Yeah, but then it's personal, right?
Yeah.
Looking forward to the next round. You'll be playing against either TATOH or DOGAO. What's your prediction?
I actually think both of them are like really solid players. I think highly of DOGAO. People. I mean, I still think TATOH's the favorite. And people would say TATOH is the favorite, but I think highly of DOGAO. I think he's actually a really solid and well-rounded player. So I think it can go either way, and I think that both of them will be a challenge for me.
Yeah, you do see DOGAO at the top level, you know, all the time. Obviously, this time around, he had to qualify through. Last time he was invited, since he lost, I think, the first round to LAN last time. But I think, yeah, you're right. Either way, it's going to be a great game, and it should be a great series with you as well. So we'll look forward to that. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, man, and have a good rest of the broadcast as well.
Thanks. See you later.
Bye-bye.
All right, so there we go. Thanks, HERA, for stepping in to do a little interview there. We will keep the interviews going throughout the tournament here, getting a few words from the winner as we go, maybe a little bit of insight as well. But we are going to have a short break now. We'll be back after that with MBL versus CAPOCH. And of course, we'll have the one and only Dave joining Nili in the commentary box. But right now, we'll have a deep dive video into the Empire Wars.
Welcome to Deep Dive Strategy. Today we will go into a deep analysis of a game of Red Bull Wololo 1. We are in the round of 16 and seeing a game between LAN playing the Vikings and DOGAO playing the Slavs. At the start, both players opting for a very economic approach. LAN and DOGAO both opting to go for the economy upgrades and delaying their military production. Since Vikings have bad cavalry, LAN goes for one archery range. DOGAO anticipates the archer range opening and goes for skirmishers, the natural counter to archers himself. Slavs and Vikings are two civilizations with great economy, and we see a very passive game. Now this is where it gets interesting, because LAN is actually going for knights as a counter to DOGAO's skirmishers. LAN is really getting carried by his strong Vikings economy, putting him wheelbarrow, handcart and 5 villages ahead. We still see a very low killing game, and LAN has to be happy with his massive economy lead. LAN now goes for a very turtly approach. Knowing that he is ahead in economy, he adds monks to counter the knights of DOGAO. LAN, now knowing that he has a strong army of crossbows and monks, tips his toe into the water and builds a forward siege workshop. DOGAO, seeing that he only faces crossbows and monks, is going for the elite skirmish attack. LAN moves out to put some pressure on DOGAO, but he is getting some nice monk snipes in the back, forcing LAN to retreat and camp this hill in the center of the map. Meanwhile, LAN is clicking up to the Imperial Age and DOGAO is far away from that. And now we see two very different approaches to the game. LAN is going towards the Imperial Age while DOGAO is building lots of army in Castle Age. Up to this moment we saw very few kills in this game. LAN is still 1.5 minutes away from reaching Imperial Age, and DOGAO has a significant advantage when it comes to army value. DOGAO sees LAN retreating and having a relatively low score, and therefore concludes LAN has to be up to Imperial Age. He finally starts to move out. One mistake I'm seeing here is that DOGAO is lacking the crucial defense upgrades for his skirmishers. Those could reduce the damage output from the crossbow from 4 down to 2. DOGAO now decides to take the fight. Skirmishers in the front, knights now swarming in. As we can see in the back, LAN is doing a beautiful job of sniping DOGAO's mangonels, while still remaining that crucial hill control. LAN is now starting to micro back, fearing that the knights and skirmishers might overrun him. DOGAO is moving in with all his knights and skirmishers, trying to flood LAN, who is trying to micro back. LAN now decides to pull all his villagers and his remaining crossbows back, waiting for his crucial upgrades, Arbalest, Chemistry and Bracer. DOGAO sees that LAN just reached Imperial Age and is deciding for an all-in attack. Looking at the resources though, DOGAO is a bit in between two worlds. He's going for kind of an all-in strategy, but still floating so many resources. 600 food, over 750 gold, he could have easily added 10 more knights. DOGAO is trying to force the engagements, but Lan is finding a nice choke point for himself, not allowing the knights to get us around on them. DOGAO is going for a massive raid and kills more than 20 villagers within 1 minute. The major thing though is that Lan is able to keep his high-tech units alive and can now counterattack with all his arbalests. Lan, after clearing up the raid, is now going for the counterattack and has 30 arbalests to his name. DOGAO is holding on for quite some time because he got his defensive castle up, is playing with some skirmishers, but Lan still has a massive force. Lan is finding so many kills with his arbalest, and the traps are doing the work against DOGAO's castle at the same time. The push through the center is simply too strong by Lan, and DOGAO has to type the GG. We saw a very economy focused game, and Vikings really shine in those scenarios. Lan did a beautiful job of controlling the hills and dictating the fights. Even in the moment DOGAO decided to go for the all-in, Lan was able to preserve his arbalest numbers. Now the big question is, what could DOGAO have done better? Some things I could see as options here are: he could have attacked a bit earlier in Castle Age when he had the big army lead. His macro was also slipping in the all-in attack and he could have had even more army. I also would have loved to see the defensive upgrade for those skirmishers a bit earlier. And we have to also ask the very basic question: how was Vikings not banned, arguably the strongest civilization in Empire Wars? GG, that was it from this episode of Deep Dive Strategy. And we are back with my natural voice and Mr. Dave. Dave, what did we miss? What are your thoughts on the first two sets?
Well, I mean, I was getting a bit nervous there in the ACCM set, and I know you and Tristan were too, because we never want to mix up our schedule that much with two games that are that quick. But he made it competitive. Obviously, the Vinchester set was amazing. I think I was watching, for anyone that doesn't realize, I have their cameras. So I can see them while they're casting, and I can see both you and Tristan, like you especially. You start doing this when you get really excited. I don't even know if you realize it. And
Really?
like on a couple of those comebacks for Vinchester, your hands were like, it was like a comedy sketch or something. They were like flying all over the place. So
Okay.
it was great.
No.
Okay. And ACCM, I felt like the first two games he was very shaky. Lots of pressure coming early, and he couldn't deal with it. But obviously that third game, really impressive showing, and then the fourth game, just enjoyable all the way around. I think the raids and then the counter raids, and it kind of sets us up really nicely going into these next two sets between CAPOCH and MBL, and then I believe DOGAO and TATOH right after that.
So that's the bracket. Day one will conclude with the next two sets. Tomorrow, the day two, the other four games in the round of 16. Day three, Saturday, will be the full quarterfinals. Sunday, we will take a look at the semifinals. Then we'll have a sweet 2v2 show match before we jump into the finals. So clear your schedules. And MBL against CAPOCH, I'm interested to see what did they draft, what maps did they go for.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting because, especially with CAPOCH, because is he very familiar? Obviously, he's familiar with tournament pressure, but is he familiar with drafting as much as someone like MBL would be? And MBL historically not considered a great drafter. I think we have to mention that. That beforehand.
Yeah, that's so true. CAPOCH, for some people that don't know it, is an absolute legend of the game. I played tournaments against him in like 2003. He was one of the best players there. Like in the first team game tournament, he was playing with Doubt and one of the true legends. And now came back, what I would say like half a year ago or something. And especially the South Americans are so happy to have another one alongside with Nikov to cheer for. And a lot of people will heavily cheer for him. Would love to see him go deep, but MBL, such a beast. Still my favorite.
I think he's kind of a testament to the fact that, you know, we've said it for years. When people leave the game, they never truly leave. Everyone comes back eventually. It just took him 16 years, 15 years to get back into the game. And I'm with you. After that performance against Vivi, the comeback in the qualifiers, I'd love to see him go deep. But at the same time, I've been wanting to see MBL go super deep in a tournament for forever, basically. I mean, he's got such a great stream, such an entertaining guy. And I'm gonna find it hard to cheer for either one of them here.
Well, maybe we make it easier for you to cheer for MBL. We will have an interview prepared. Let's listen to his thoughts.
I am MBL. I am a player, top player you could say, from Norway, and I've been in the scene for about 5 years now. I played it when I was a kid, and then I came back to the game after seeing it was playable online. And I've always loved strategy games, and I really have a thing for Age of Empires for sure. I don't really have a favorite civ, but I like to play civs that are good with their economy, that have economy bonuses, because that's where I feel like I have the smoothest games and can play the strongest. I would probably be the Mangudai, because I like their mobility and I like their strength. I would really like to face Mr. Yo. The one I want to avoid is probably HERA and Viper, because they are pretty fast.
It's kind of amazing the difference between MBL, like regularly, and then MBL when he has to do something official like that. That did not convey his personality the way that we know him, right?
Yeah, it's a bit like him fighting to cry, him fighting to laugh. He's somewhat more shy as well. It's so different.
So what are your predictions coming into this? Obviously, CAPOCH, if you look at his Wikipedia, guys, he hasn't had a major tournament appearance since 2005. Obviously, he made it through the qualifiers, but MBL, he said he's been playing actively for the last 5 years in that interview. The last 3 or so of those, he's been very, very prominent in the pro scene. How do you think that's going to play out in this set?
I don't really think like having the history is that important. Both of them got massive amount of games in over the last month. Both of them competing against the best on a daily basis. Yeah, it is ladder. It is not really the tournaments. MBL clearly with the more experience there. But I think CAPOCH, he just has such a big desire to have his breakthrough performance, which we already could call a breakthrough performance because now he officially made it into the top 16. I'm excited to jump into the draft. MBL, my overall favorite. I would go for a 3-1 if you put me on this one.
Yeah, I was thinking around the same thing too. I think CAPOCH, he's just invested so much in the game over the last couple months that I think he's going to take one game for sure, especially if it's like a hybrid map sort of deal. He's really good on those.
Speaking of hybrid maps, look at that. Cross, Kavasan, top 2 on water if we discount Golden Swamp there. Interesting stuff. And on the other side, MBL, he goes for the most aggressive maps. Atacama and Land Madness, close to impossible to wall.
Yeah, and I see that CAPOCH also banning Haboob, which is a very, very close land map as well, and might feed into the aggression that MBL likes. And I have to favor MBL on Arabia as well, above CAPOCH. He's just played so many games, so this is pretty standard in terms of map picks, I think.
Take a look at the civilizations here. We have Mayans, Khmer early on for MBL, Lithuanian Magia opening for CAPOCH. Those are two great civilizations actually for the home maps of MBL. So CAPOCH not really picking for himself, which most people do. He picks the civilizations away from MBL. Interesting approach.
Huns, you gotta think that would be used on Cross, and then Kawasan. What would you use on Kawasan if you were in CAPOCH's position?
Well, just by ruling the civs out, it has to be Berbers or Slavs, right? Lithuanians, Magyars feel like the home maps of Mr. MBL, and Aztecs kind of is what I would throw on Arabia. Other side, MBL, he still has Franks as Kavasan as a very natural choice. Don't really see something that's too crazy on Cross, honestly, and it feels like Khmer Franks for his home maps, leaving us with Mayans. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Mezzo or Mirror on Arabia.
And the pick for Atacama?
For MBL, should be Franks Atacama and Khmer Land Madness.
So we've got a land player versus a water player here.
Yeah, in some form. And you said it. You said it. Mixed maps before they actually showed that to us. So yeah, could be pretty lovely. And well, I'm excited to see what they will have in store for us. Nikov sending his love as well to MBL. Ooh, how big do you think the pressure is on MBL? Because obviously everyone on AM will be watching, and everyone will talk a long time about the sets in case MBL loses.
Yeah, I think it's definitely CAPOCH is the underdog, and I don't know if MBL feels this way where he gets pressured if he feels like he's the favorite. I think he just kind of shows up and plays the games, but we'll see how it plays out here. Maybe he'll look shaky in the first game, and that'll give us some indication on how the set is going to run.
Yep, well, we will see, and I already can tell you that one person isn't looking shady. or what did he say?
Shaky.
Shaky. Oh god, my brain. Like I wanted to compliment myself, and then my brain yeah, went a bit too wild there. We will indeed have mains against Aztecs here on Arabia to start this one off, and well, I'm interested to see. Still round of 16. Ooh, the pressure is on. Can CAPOCH get the breakthrough performance? We will find out in game number 1. And in the red trunks, Mr. MBL, he will play Mayans. Indeed, very tight base for him. Gold, nicely defensive, is opening with an archer range. On the other side, in the yellow trunks, Mr. CAPOCH, archer range opening for him as well. Feels very natural for Meso players.
And the Aztec pick from CAPOCH as well, which we actually, I don't think we saw that in the draft in the last set between HERA and ACCM, which is a bit weird, but that's what Empire Wars does, right? Maybe Mayans, maybe Incas are the better civilizations in this format for something like Arabia.
Yeah, Incas kind of rarely. I think Incas is simply because Mr. Yo loves it so much, and that's why we saw it early. Unless we might see something like Wings, where they become really scary again.
Well,
but yeah, certainly civs are a bit mixed compared to the normal RM meta.
Well, remember Viper picked it 3 times last Red Bull Wololo, I believe.
Incas, yeah.
And on Arabia as well. Yep.
In the semifinals against HERA, did have a pretty good game that went to distance there. Indeed, you remember correctly. And it looks like CAPOCH even wants to go for the second archer range here. How his villagers are moving. He's floating some wood.
Yeah, and MBL right away going for the walls and actually sending an archer and an eagle forward to try and get some harassment. I don't think he's looking to get any kills here. This is more like a delay tactic to get his walls up, but now there's going to be eagles coming into his eco.
Look at how fortunate that is. He instantly gets to the gold of CAPOCH while we have some harassment here. MBL shouldn't lose a villager. Both players instantly applying pressure.
Yep, and the same armies for both players as well. I think MBL, like you said, is a bit more fortunate that he came to that exposed gold area. He's going to be able to pick a villager right away, and a second one too.
Oh, and with those open goals, that hurts so much in a Meso war. You need to have gold to get to your eagles, to get to your archers. MBL with a beautiful opening.
Yeah, not the start that CAPOCH wanted at all. I mean, he was able to deny the berries from MBL, so MBL is going to have some food troubles coming in, but he does have those farms to fall back on. Meanwhile, if CAPOCH wants to go archers, if he wants to go eagles, he's going to need that gold.
Oh, let's take a look. Maybe some quick walls here. Try to trap the archers. Not really going to happen. It's now trickier to wall since the zebra is around here. Scares that one away. I think MBL could even micro this one. Pretty good opening for our favorite.
Well, he's going to love this because CAPOCH basically realized he couldn't do any damage at MBL's base, and now he's sending his army back, so there's no pressure on MBL's eco right now. He has time to get those walls up. He has time to get skirmishers ready, which he has garrisoned in the archer range, and I'm sure no one is surprised to find that MBL is housed right now.
And that he's going skirmishers at the same time. If he only could, he would also go for some camels and some towers. Just so fortunate for MBL that his gold was in the back, completely uncontested, could easily pull the villagers away from the berries. On the other side, gold way more exposed for CAPOCH.
And I love everything here from MBL. It's just about delaying. Like, he hits the gold and then he pulls his archers away, pulls that eagle away, draws the archers from CAPOCH into the corner of the map, isn't found, and is going to sneak back and be annoying again.
And berries are open. Woodline behind this one could be raided as well. And CAPOCH with so tight walls and so small walls at the right-hand side, not including his stone, and could easily be raided later on in the game.
He's going to find the berries now. He went from the gold, he found the exposed gold, and now he's going to find the exposed berries at the back of CAPOCH's base.
Oh man, so fortunate he didn't scout it before. Might find a villager kill here. Fights against the eagle. Nice pullback. Villager, can he survive? 4 HP and... makes it home.
Yep. Fortunate there for CAPOCH. And there's the tower going down in front of the gold. Sometimes the map plays into your favor. Sometimes it doesn't. This game, CAPOCH unfortunate with that gold placement, and he's trying to get a defensive tower down. There it goes.
Yeah,
to secure that area.
Had to build it there at the gold, was attacked. And behind this, look at that. We get wheelbarrow for CAPOCH. On the other side, MBL already on the way to Castle Age and is continuing his walls.
And he is going to be fully walled. Something that I think you can say of every MBL game in the last year or so. He's really adopted that full wall strategy. But we used to kind of consider him a more open player, micro-oriented player. But now he's kind of shifted his style quite a bit into this full wall meta.
Finds so many kills. Archer finally cleared up in the back. Is going for the second archer range. Will be up to Castle Age. Is full minute faster. Plus 2 villagers. But wheelbarrow behind.
Yeah, and he's really struggling with army numbers too. Like MBL is going to be the Castle Age first. And he's going to have more army. And it's going to be better army. It's not a position you want to find yourself in if you're in yellow here.
How easily can we get into more TCs? CAPOCH not really having any stone really in his base at the moment. Could potentially go out, but look at that. 2 different approaches in strategies. MBL double archer range. CAPOCH drops in another barracks.
Yeah, and he's dropping it kind of hidden too. So MBL, what he's seen is just a couple eagles and some archers. So maybe he still assumes that CAPOCH is going to be going for archers here. If he could get some vision on that gold and see how many villagers there are there, that would give him a good indication that it's triple barracks here for CAPOCH. But he doesn't know that yet.
Loops around, doesn't want to lose his army. Gets wheelbarrow, botkin, bullsaw, crossbow. Tags into everything here. Has 10 archers, wants to get them to crossbow. Will he find another villager kill? Looks good for him this time.
This is looking just really solid from MBL. The best players, even if he's fortunate on finding that gold, on finding the berries, the best players are able to leverage that luck into excellent map positions. And that's exactly what he's done here. Like CAPOCH has to be worried about MBL raiding the woodline at the front. He's got to be worried about the army at the back, the gold at the front as well. And MBL is perfectly safe at home.
Yeah, absolutely. And crossbows now behind that woodline at the top. As you said, CAPOCH maybe can clear up the main army at the bottom, but it will be so much idle time at the same time.
Yeah, it's just super messy. And now MBL sees the eagles, so he knows exactly what strategy CAPOCH is going for. He sees those 2 barracks. He sees the number of villagers on gold. And I think he would be fine to lose this forward army here. He's going to trade it as effectively as he can, but I think he knows he's going to lose it.
Yeah, and doesn't even need to focus down on the archers. Eagle Warrior upgrade is what CAPOCH is waiting for, and then he wants to jump onto it. MBL just runs away. Still no ballistics on the way. Does have the university. Finds more kills on the woodline here. Now gets ballistic.
Yeah, it's great army management from MBL. A lot of those villagers on the woodline are weak as the eagles come in to fight the crossbows and fight the skirmishers. MBL, if he gets in that little area there in between the wood.
Looks pretty solid, but so many skirmishers in there as well. Only 4 crossbows. Gets thumping as well. That's just full out aggression from him. Meanwhile, the army at the top will get cleared up as well. CAPOCH with a solid hold, considering the circumstances.
Yeah, and MBO went for the ballistics as well, so that means he doesn't have any extra TCs behind this. He is getting thumb ring as well, so he's going to sit on that hill and try and just outmass CAPOCH here. He could have opted for extra TCs, I think.
Yeah, he should know. Okay, my opponent did build the defensive tower, isn't going for those, but maybe that's indeed what MBL was scared of. The big attack, and therefore wanted to go for the full army. Snipes 1 villager, doesn't get the second one, is now getting pushed off. CAPOCH with a solid fight.
Yeah, solid fight for CAPOCH. The archers are actually coming into play for him. MBL can't just stop and fight these eagles. And really nice clear up for CAPOCH here. And now we're wondering, like, you did so much damage to CAPOCH in the feudal age. You didn't lose anything. And you've gone for triple archery range. Why not extra TCs? Okay, he's putting the second one down now.
Well, He thought maybe he could have done so much more damage there. Did go for a lot of eco upgrades. Goes for the Siege Workshop before TC number 3 as well. Knows he can't defend that. And look at that. Now built some stone walls, basically accepting that he will stay on 2 TCs for quite some time. Even walls himself off with the berries there. What's happening? Okay, now opens the walls again.
I think if you're going for the extra military, and look at where his archer ranges are. They're in such a bad position to reinforce this defense. Like behind these stone walls, he's gonna have to bring everything through that choke point, through the mangonel. I think if you're going extra army, you gotta secure that hill at the front. And he just got overwhelmed.
Maybe he could have done that. Going for Thumbring felt so weird. He also has a solid 11 villagers in the queue here in his main TC. Could be a lot more food on the map.
I don't know if CAPOCH wants to dive here. He's gonna do it. We'll see how weak those eagles are. There's a lot of weak ones in there. The numbers look nice, but...
Mangono shot from the bottom helping out as well. Villagers are jumping. Crossbow in there, jumping out at the other side. He is dancing here. Mangonel keeps doing the damage. That's beautiful Mangonel awareness.
Yep. It was a great fight there from MBL. He did what he needed to do, and now the Eagles are going to go running into the economy from him to try and find some extra picks. He has ballistics on those crossbows, so he should be able to deal with that.
Now the Eagles down, and isn't that what you needed as the ACCM player? Having the snowball running for yourself, trying to keep those Eagle numbers alive and then make one big push happen, because now he is down in military numbers, and MBL, he has to be happy with how his crossbow numbers look.
I think that was a misplay from CAPOCH. You saw the archer ranges that MBL was using to reinforce at the front. You had a position over those, so MBL's army in his base isn't going to grow bigger. There's no reason to dive in like that. Why not just mass up your Eagles, maybe get some more siege, and then start killing the buildings at the front of MBL's base?
Yeah. Great awareness by you. Maybe even adding a ram could have been one of the rare options here. MBL, now, after clearing this one up, can group up again with all his army that he had at home and out of his archer ranges, walls behind this one. And after clearing up the archers, will probably sneak around and try to attack again. Oh, forward castle, Dave.
Oh my god. Is that on that hill? It looks like it's right on the edge of that hill, and that's MBL's stone is there. Like, that's a great position for a castle, especially if you're behind an economy and you're going for the 3 barracks eagle strategy. Really, really strong from CAPOCH here to recover from that bad feudal age, and he takes a great fight against the crossbows too.
Oh yeah, in the center, didn't really spot the other crossbow sneaking through though. Mangonel trying to hold this one for now. Let's take a look. Crossbows, can they find the angle? Not really. Defensive TC for CAPOCH. What a wild game to start off the set.
And where is MBL's extra stone? Oh my god, it's to the left. Way to the left. He normally you'd want to see a castle here from MBL. Go up to Imp faster. He certainly has the res to go up. But if you don't have the stone, there's nothing to push this castle placement back from CAPOCH once you get there.
Well, especially, well, he will simply be stuck on 2 TCs. No traps there. Maybe need to run around extra stone far away from him, as we can see on the minimap. Not really an option for him either. And, well, we now have 22 eagles. They could maybe deal with the 21 crossbows.
And MBL's just doubling down. He added 2 more ranges at the back of his base. He's just going to keep making crossbows. He should be able to click up to Imp any second now. Upgrade them to Arbalest, and hopefully he keeps this army alive. If he brings it into like that little oasis or something, he could survive, I think, against these eagles.
Would love to see CAPOCH bringing one to Mangonel. It's not going to happen here. That's a horrible engagement for CAPOCH. Needs to run.
Yep. And that's a great engagement for MBL there. He takes out 4 eagles for nothing on his end.
Crazy that MBL can click up to him simply because he didn't lose those early villagers. Now taking some eagles away here. MBL, did he move out a bit too far out of his oasis? Seems like he can out-micro it.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of weak eagles there from CAPOCH. I think he can't engage this army at the moment, and it's going to be really bad for him because once these get upgraded to Arbalest, once they get Bracer, he's going to be in an even worse position over here. But MBL has a bad position at the front of his base too, so Pick your poison, right? A defensive castle there for CAPOCH.
Why? Isn't a mangonel defense way better there than trying to get the castle up there? You had the perfect spot to put the stranglehold on. And now he's trying to micro against those crossbow that are again getting into the choke point. Nice moves here by MBL. CAPOCH taking an okayish fight.
Yeah, but he only had to take that fight because he put the castle there. And he wanted to push the crossbows back so he could get his castle up. And now he's putting a TC there too. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but the
well, his base is going to be secure.
Yeah, that's true. Two eagles coming around for the raid. MBL actually did go to the stone on the left-hand side. And it has to be nice. Oh, those two mangonels ungarrisoned at the front. A market now being rushed out. MBL, his expansions to the right and left side could easily be punished.
Yeah, but I feel like it's something he has to do. And now he bought himself a castle. Wow, man. He bought like 600 stone.
Okay, how is that an option? That's just crazy.
That's what you got to do, though. Like, he should have done it earlier, to be honest. Because now it's going to be a delay. He's lucky that CAPOCH actually added an extra few TCs and is staying in Castle Age for a while, so he can't really do anything with that forward castle position.
Score incredibly close here between the two players, but CAPOCH still in Castle Age. Far away from clicking up, actually. 300 food, 300 gold here. Queues up some more eagles. Quite surprising to me that he queues up more eagles against an imp player.
Yeah. It's going to be really, really hard for him to take those engagements. Against the Arbalest from MBL. I do like the scouting, though, from CAPOCH. He's using one eagle to kind of scout out the sides. I don't know if that's his original one, but he's expanding his vision a little bit. He should go to that stone and see if MBL is on it.
Just feels so ballsy for MBL to move out. Maybe he doesn't even scout it. And most likely his eagle will die at the top anyways. But yeah, some more awareness there could have been nice.
I feel like it's a mistake here from CAPOCH to build that castle and then not think about going up to imp and boom behind it. It's just...
And now we see Jaguar warriors. He is expecting an eagle switch from MBL.
Oh, the wood line from CAPOCH. Oh no, man, that was like 9 villagers.
Oh, so costly. And now you think, okay, well, luckily MBL doesn't have any siege to follow it up. Well, that's not true anymore. We just have obsidian arrows flying in, and then those arbalests just chew through buildings.
Yeah, the palisade walls aren't going to stop these from coming into the base if he wishes it. I don't think that would be the smartest play at the moment. Okay, here he goes.
Well, he can just dive in, right? And he can kill the watchtower. He can move out at the right-hand side again. Finally, CAPOCH is up to Imperial Age. He needs to switch into skirmishers.
Does MBL think this might be the MTC?
It's not unlikely. It could make a lot of sense, right? Look at how it's melting!
That's crazy.
Obsidian arrows, the Castle Age tech here for Mayans. Extra attack for your archer line against buildings, doing so much.
Now he's killing all the farming eco too. Just killing a few of those while he's in there. And a second group coming to the right. And CAPOCH can't even deal with the first group in Castle Age. I'm surprised. You mentioned it before. No mangonels out from CAPOCH to deal with the raids. And it feels like Mangonel Eagle would have been so much more effective.
Yeah, especially with the clear up in the back, that could have been something. He had the nice spot in the center, maybe more siege. Could have pressured all that area, taking down the siege workshop. So many options there. I think he simply thought MBL is going for a different strategy.
So MBL is killing every TC but the MTC. He's gonna kill 3 before CAPOCH gets to Imperial Age, except the one that's going imp. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
But also kudos to CAPOCH. Very wise choice here, going for the best protected ones.
Good, decent fight for him at the center too. I don't know if he's gonna win it because there's so many Arbalists coming in from MBL.
Trap might even survive here. Eagles now focusing. No, Trap will go down.
What's the play here for CAPOCH, though? I mean, you've lost 3 of your 4 TCs. You can't really replace your economy now. You've got 31 Arbalists in your base. You've got like 10 archer ranges.
Yes, 7 military to 68. Don't ask me how to come back. It's getting him to resign and say, okay, at least I made it to him.
Yeah, it's just maybe get warmed up for the rest of the series, and there we go. CAPOCH taps out, and I mean, maybe questionable not going for the boom there from MBL. Not defending particularly well at the front of his base, but he made it work, and he had a fantastic start to build upon.
Yeah, lovely stuff there, and well, that was just super MBL style for you, right? Sits back, not the craziest eco ever, very methodical, nice move, great decision making, stayed calm under pressure, and well, then the wild moves, right? Something I would have never thought of. Just run out here, buy 600 or 700 stone, get that center control, and yeah, you're looking pretty hot for the side attacks. Lovely game by MBL.
And I mean, a decent effort from CAPOCH as well. We thought he was out of the game early, and with that forward castle position, with the fight he took there, he's showing us why he is in this tournament. Look at the statistics here. Lots of units killed for MBL.
Yeah, and buildings
and
as well.
Lots of military. Yeah.
Military has 74 there against 34, and 34 was a long time ago. That was mid-Castle Age. MBL with a better economy there. CAPOCH had more stone, but MBL, well, he's just a guy that can buy it for himself. The opening, just so good for MBL. Actually quite surprising how great of a spot CAPOCH put himself into in the mid-game.
Yeah, considering the fact he lost, what, 4 or 5 villagers in Feudal Age? And he had to bring his army back from MBL's base as well. There was no pressure on MBL's economy. Really, really good effort there from him.
Okay, and now we jump into the home map of CAPOCH. His 2 options are Cross and Kavasan. What would you love to see from him?
I think Cross. I've seen him play it quite a few times on his stream, and I've seen him play it against MBL a few times as well, and I've seen him win it against MBL. Granted, it was ladder games, but I think you need a confidence booster once you lose the first game to get you back into the set. And I think Cross is probably a good pick.
Okay, I see Hans for CAPOCH as the very clear choice. What are we going for as MBL? Byzantines? Vietnamese? I don't have a good answer to that. Huh.
I think Byzantine's a pretty solid pick on Cross, especially against Huns. Once you get into the late game, like Byzantine's clearly a better Imperial Age composition.
I don't really see Saracens work, so Vietnamese could probably be the only other option. Byzantines just feels very natural, especially if we expect Huns, as you said. Like Halberdier pushed through center, Mass Camelled could be a good option. And like, also, those are units MBL likes to build anyways.
All right, waiting for the game here. Just a few more seconds before it begins, I believe.
And indeed, we will jump on to Cross as you predicted. And yeah, the civilizations, indeed what we felt could be the likely ones. CAPOCH will play with Huns. On the other side, MBL will go for his Byzantines. What do you expect of the openings of those two?
You almost think the Byzantine player is going to go for the earlier dock, right? And just try and counter the pressure from Huns early. Build up the economy, get that advantage, and then push out later in the game. But you never know with MBL. We might see like a 15 barracks, 1,000 spearmen rush You can never tell with this guy.
Well, yeah, that's actually true. He is one of the crazy guys who goes for an archery range on the other side. Very open goal that I instantly see from CAPOCH. He goes for an archery range as well. I think I would have loved to see it more at the front, trying to defend his hills. Or he needs to go for a tower, otherwise MBL can punish him heavily.
Yeah, and that gold position for him, yeah, you can't help but feel like you need to get a wall down there early or something to defend that. It's really, really unfortunate for CAPOCH. The gold's super forward. MBL's gold in a really safe location. But CAPOCH is closer to the pond. So
that could be nice. Did go for the bit more economic approach. Did go for the wood upgrade. And now rushes the stable.
And MBL looks like he's going to go for the dock quickly. He's got a villager over there. 2 spearmen and an archer, not archery, coming forward.
Pressure now, 1 archer to defend. MBL rushes fletching. CAPOCH not too far behind. The scout around as well. That's going to be 4 against 1 unit. Doesn't sound fair.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate position there for CAPOCH. And he's going to be pushed off there already. And the gold is going to be harassed already. That's not a great start for him.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier, right? He needed some walls, he needed some defense there. It's not going to be too easy. And yeah, he's going for the stable now, but 2 spearmen already out in MBL. He has to love how this start is going again.
And there's the tower. Okay, he didn't delay that much building the tower. I really like something there to defend the villagers that are going to be on the gold to prevent MBL from taking control of this hill.
He's pulling a lot of villagers though, Dave. Look at that. It's 4 villagers fighting, 6 villagers building at the moment. And MBL still active behind this one. MBL even gets the tower up. That was some nice annoyance here. CAPOCH losing a lot of villager time.
Yep, and MBL taking some decent trades there even. And now he's just going to loop around with the archers. Similar to last game. He hits the gold. CAPOCH pushes him off, and he loops around to the back of the base. And now he's forcing CAPOCH to wall the back of his base.
Oh, I see a lot of villagers wildly moving over there at the map. CAPOCH builds a dock at the bottom, but Byzantines, they get free town watch. Easily seeing that one, especially in feudal age. MBL sneaks a villager around as well.
Yeah, and MBL hasn't started making a fire ship yet. Byzantines also get the better fire ships, which will benefit him if CAPOCH is looking to drop a not-so-sneaky dock. MBL with some great micro trying to just pick off these last archers, but doesn't do it.
Yeah, not really the firepower there. Did get some units low, but not getting the kill. Sneaky stable by MBL, but actually, he did scout the walls. That's like MBL. Why do you decide to build the stable there? You know that you won't get into the base.
I don't know. Maybe he thinks that CAPOCH is going to give up on completing that wall now that the army's gone. It seems very strange to me.
Wow. Meanwhile, MBL thinking heavily about Castle Age. Look at that, 450, make it 600 food, 200 gold, and CAPOCH full feudal age.
Look at that villager from CAPOCH, right by MBL's gold. She just... she made the dock on the left, which MBL didn't notice. Now he finally made a fire ship. And now she's going to make a dock on the right. So one thing that you can do if you're not winning the land battles on Cross is you can try and win the water battles. And if you get control over like 3 out of the 4 pawns, that's a big economic boost.
Absolutely, you can afford like losing 3-4 villagers. Speaking of losing 3-4 villagers, those scouts are deep into the wood line, microing away here. CAPOCH, nice move. Micros away with the low HP scout, and the others are still fighting.
Is that 3 villagers dying for MBL here? 4 villagers dying for MBL?
Oh,
he decided to engage with the villagers. 5?
Whoa, so good. Losing 3 scouts, yeah, that's a lot, but Wood Eco will suffer a lot from that.
And MBL actually killed a couple villagers from CAPOCH at the front on the wood line. So he was trying to even it out, both players paying attention to different areas of the map. Now CAPOCH is going to come with some scouts and some archers to try and clear that up. And MBL actually docking on the left too.
Yeah. Oh, so many sneaky moves here. And let's take a look. How many fire galleys do we have at the bottom? Okay, could go for that one. Pawned at the top, not contested. CAPOCH still heavily goes for more scouts. Not a lot of wood for him in the bank at the moment.
No, I think trying to go for that dock and the extra fishing ships on the right and trying to do it on the left and make fire ships at the bottom. It's kind of straining his resources, especially since MBL raided him, but he's going to get a good clear up on the archers in his base. MBL not doing too much damage with those.
Nice move again. CAPOCH playing on fire. His scout micro is so good, always pulling away the weakened scouts and dealing the damage with the higher HP ones. And now we'll defend that raid as well. Might lose one villager. No MBLs even running. Solid defense by CAPOCH again.
Yeah, but MBL now with a fire ship on the left side, and he's on the way to the Castle Age. Looks like a much more stable position for him. Even though it says he's down 7 villagers, that's going to even up when he kills some fish on the left side.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet for him. Indeed, those will fall. Right-hand side unleashed as well. 3v3. That looks better for CAPOCH, though. Demo as well. Up. Also the micro moves there. Fish is going down, and CAPOCH tries to claim
Trouble
the
for
one at the
MBL.
top.
Trouble for MBL in his base. He decided to go up to Castle Age. CAPOCH decided to invest in Feudal Age, and this is the risk. In the transitions, it's like throwing a punch, right? You might overextend yourself. And this is this is the weakness of going up to Castle Age that quickly. The Feudal Age army could bite your economy.
Oh, MBL, not a lot of villagers working at the moment. Look at how many villagers he's pulling away from all his resources. Not a lot of gold income there. Is building a second stable. Still no idea what the stable at the other side is doing. Archers are diving in deep. So many scouts around as well. MBL could lose a lot of villagers.
Yeah, he's doing a good job so far to pull them away and wait for his Castle Age upgrades to come in. I think once he gets crossbow, he could potentially fight this back, but look at that positioning from the scouts from CAPOCH. Really, really nice.
Oh, but also nice reaction by MBL, instantly deleting that house. I think that saved the lives of 2-3 villagers. Still very active, and CAPOCH, he continues his Feudal Age all in, right? Archers still being produced, more spearmen now as well, goes for more fishing ships. He is hungry to dive in, is now going for the berries. I think he could have dove in again into the woodline.
Yeah, I think he needed to hang out at the back of MBL's base rather than doing what he's doing here, camping this hill at the front. It kind of gives the MBL time to stabilize his eco, get those crossbow numbers out, and defend.
Scouts wanted to commit. Some armies now coming at the bottom. MBL apparently heavily housed. Not really sure. Okay, just rushing out a house with 6 villagers. 60 out of 85. Probably tried to run away from the one archer.
MBL house, never heard that one before. Joke.
Joke?
I think he's been housed 4 times, 5 times so far this game as he loses more villagers to those scouts. Oh my goodness.
83 population against 55, and CAPOCH, he will click up to Castle Age pretty soon. Goes for another gold line. Pretty much exposed as well, though.
I think we're seeing why CAPOCH is so dangerous on these hybrid maps. Well, he's been doing all this with the land pressure. He decided to do that feudal all-in. He has control over 3 of the 4 pawns.
So lovely. So extremely lovely. And yeah, still contesting the one at his home base as well. Not the greatest repairs at that end, but yeah, that just put him in a beautiful spot. Look at that. 12 villagers ahead and 11 fishing ships ahead.
But now MBL coming with some crossbows on the left-hand side. CAPOCH only 38% on the way to the Castle Age. He is going to go knights, but what damage can MBL do before he reaches it? If he gets in on that wood line, it could be very dangerous.
He needs to do damage. It's guaranteed to do some damage. I think if you do only 2-3 villager kills, that might not be enough. I think that's good enough for CAPOCH, and he sees it instantly. Oh, that's good. I think that's maximum 4 villagers dying.
Yep, great recognition there from CAPOCH. I think he was going there to place a wall at the exact time that MBL came through here.
Very
So it was
fortunate
very,
for him.
very fortunate.
Couldn't really build the wall, as we can see. It didn't really go for the woodline because MBL was crossing it at that time. But CAPOCH needs to run a bit from his goal. Takes the fight against the camels. Now triple stable and a solid amount of resources in the bank.
Yeah, but camel crossbow for MBL. How is this going to deal against 3 stable knights from CAPOCH?
Well, the
I
camels
think he
need
needs
to
to
have a lot
save
of
his camel
upgrades.
numbers. Yeah.
not going to happen. +2 defense instantly there. Gets the Knights on the field. 4 in production. Looks solid, but big raid at the wood line. Oh, CAPOCH underreacting to this.
Now he's overreacting. Look at how many vills are making the migration. He's sending some Knights over, but there's 2 camels and crossbows, so he's going to need more than that, I think, to deal with this. And not a great position for those Knights either.
Now builds a market, tries to balance his resources, has 600 wood, maybe get some more gold for himself. Knights repositioning themselves, probably want to wait for the second defense upgrade, and all of a sudden, MBL sneaky stable. Actually, a great spot for reinforcements for his camels.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job dealing with those Knights. The villagers are still on the run, and if MBL wanted, he could actually attack the gold from CAPOCH as well, but he's going to meet up with his other crossbow army and try and hit the secondary gold that CAPOCH migrated to.
Oh, that's so much army all of a sudden. CAPOCH maybe needed 1-2 defensive towers here. He needed to survive, then he had the better economy. He still is close to 20 workers ahead though.
This is a really, really strong position for MBL to sit in. On this hill, over that gold, right near the stables, and CAPOCH realizes he probably can't take this fight straight up. He knows MBL's base is still open. So why don't I just go raid? I do have +2. I'll use my mobility, and he's going to have to come back with the crossbows, which is what MBL's doing right now.
Yeah, I think camels going back is the most important thing there, but still no upgrades on those. Knights are moving in. Luckily for MBL, he did get 1 extra TC, and villagers now moving over, but some will surely die.
CAPOCH is actually going to see that sneaky stable from MBL, and he's going to see the villager, the dock villager that was probably moving over to the
and yeah, Knights are running away. Camels to chase this one away. Guys, you didn't miss anything. Crossbows are now moving over from Mr. MBL.
Once again, through that same area, there's not too much to hit there anymore. Now, CAPOCH, it says he has more villagers, but if you look at the way they're distributed, it doesn't look like the most balanced economy ever.
14 on wood, 22 on food, 22 on gold. That sounds really reasonable for me. Tries to get a monastery up there. MBL just so active with his crossbows, just having some camels around as well to protect his crossbow numbers.
Yeah, and CAPOCH actually might lose the fish at the top too. Let's see. He's still making fishing ships from that dock. MBL with a sneak dock there. MBL with a sneak dock there.
Look at that beautiful thing again. Like the Knights around, does he want to heal those or does he want to take the big fight? Look at that beautiful spot here for MBL.
In between those wood lines, there's no way CAPOCH needs siege to deal with that.
Fish still being active here. Horse color now pretty late into the game. Obviously an upgrade that we see later the moment we have some fish. Knight numbers looking pretty solid. 22 on the field, but also 13 camels for MBL.
Could you justify going monks if you're in MBL's position here? Some monks in your base?
It just feels too open, right? It's too many fires to put out. You need like 8 scouts at 4 different angles to really have a defense, and then he can still overwhelm you. I think camels is the only option here. So you're too spread around.
Speaking of fires, MBL actually clearing up the pond in the north. So there goes a lot of CAPOCH's food income if he actually notices those fishing ships. Oh my god. He's not going to notice those?
Is that? He doesn't see them. He doesn't see them, Dave.
What? There's no way, dude.
But he also will know, like, okay,
where are they?
All the fish is gone. I don't see any fishing ships. What's going on? Okay, now we'll... No, it was...
No.
Second. Meanwhile, some other stuff is happening on the map as well, where we have a massive amount of knights finding some villager kills, and we have a castle being built in the center of the map. But we were slightly distracted there with the fishing ships that are still unseen.
That's a good castle position from CAPOCH. It kind of controls the avenue right into his base, and now he's putting pressure on MBL's economy. MBL still in CAPOCH's base with some crossbows, but CAPOCH hasn't gone to that wood line in a while, so he's not really doing too much damage there.
Just sitting a bit there. Oh, even going for some war galley, some water here, trying to contest that stone. So many knights out. And MBL, still not a single upgrade on his camels. What's going on?
Well, to be fair, he hasn't really taken many engagements with them. He's just been building them for this whole time, using them to kind of frighten away the knight army from CAPOCH. And he's going to wipe up the fish on the right, too. So CAPOCH's food eco is down to 3 farmers.
Wow.
Once the fishing ships disappear.
Well, he could just ungarrison and then he could go up to like 8 or 10 farmers. But yeah, surely not the greatest thing. Now the big engagement here against all the camels. But the camels, as we said, no upgrades. He cannot really engage into this one. It's so underwhelming if you do the counter and still don't win fights.
Yeah, and camels need a lot of upgrades to be able to fight their knight counterparts very effectively.
Runs away. I'm not even sure what it feels like CAPOCH has Hasper into and MBL doesn't. MBL now gets the first defense upgrade. Simply didn't have the food for so long. Loses 1 TC. More HP on Byzantines gives him a bit there. Oh, and that's not a great angle for the camels to retreat either.
No, that castle is going to be very annoying if MBL wants to push out. MBL actually went on to the gold from CAPOCH, got about 3 or 4 villagers, and then went back. So I feel like at some point CAPOCH has to deal with this crossbow army, right? Like just a mangonel or something?
Something, yeah. Yeah, feels very reasonable. 4 Rams now pushing in. Some people in the chat confused with the score lead. Guys, this is mainly because MBL now controls 4 of the pawns and Dave told me score matters a lot if you win water.
Yeah, water units account for a ton of score. And that TC gonna go down. The Ram's an interesting choice here from CAPOCH. And finally, MBL is gonna take this battle with the crossbows behind, with the camels in front.
TC will fall regardless. So many camels going down. We had 1 conversion. Mangonel still shooting as well. Still 1 Ram active. Villagers trying to fight this one off. Another Mangonel shot connects as well. And this one is looking really damn sexy for Mr. CAPOCH to maybe even finish this game off right here, right now.
Going to be close. I mean, a lot of those knights are weak.
The disrespect, TC! I will build the TC where yours starting TC was once.
The TC on the starting position. Oh my goodness. That is a get out of this match TC right there. And what did MBL do? He got right out of the match.
Okay. Apparently this is the winning condition in Age of Empires. You just need to build a new TC where your opponent has a starting TC. Lovely stuff here. CAPOCH makes it an even set.
Still only +1 on the camels at the end of the game for MBL.
Underwhelming in that regard, but it's simply that he had so few pawns, right? It was 3 against 1 pawn when it mattered the most, and therefore he didn't have the food eco. Would have loved to go a bit higher there. CAPOCH with the aggressive castles. I think I would have loved to see him going onto stone a bit earlier, because he was on the verge of losing this game, his early castle age.
He was on the verge of losing it in feudal age. Remember how many villagers he lost when MBL came in and raided him?
Oh yeah, at the gold. Very early on, yeah. Some people feared a 6-minute game.
Yep, but taking control of the pawns, getting the food up. I mean, he didn't have that many farmers because he had so many fishing ships, which meant he could go on wood, on gold with his villagers and produce more knights. So very, very nice for CAPOCH. Great to see him tie the series up. And now we go into MBL's home map.
Yeah, and that will be an aggressive one. Land Madness and Atacama, the 2 most aggressive maps there. We did see CAPOCH with the nice stuff here. The faster castle age for MBL, maybe a bit too fast. And, well, 30 more villagers in the end. Lovely, lovely play. Atacama, Land Madness. I see Khmer and Franks, and I also see, for CAPOCH, Magyar and Lithuanians, which I personally even like a bit more.
You like Lithuanians on Land Madness?
And on Atacama, yeah. Just instant. You can get the eco upgrades, you can get 2 scouts, It's just so sweet. 150 food extra at the start is massive.
Oh, that's why I guess you're 2K.
You don't like Lithuanians?
I think they kind of fizzle out. Like it's a strong start at the beginning, but then you're kind of fizzling out, right? I guess the extra speed on the trash helps though.
Yeah.
The spearmen.
The spearmen, the pikemen take better engagements. If you have all the map control from the early aggression, you can get the relics and snowball from there if you get the extra attack on your knights. I really don't mind Lithuanians. And as you can see, pick number 2, and I think we had them banned in the first set of today, right? Yeah. Whew. And I apparently got a PM. Okay, we need to full time, and I'll be back. Oh, don't full time, Dave. It's okay.
Oh, you were talking to me. I thought you were reading your PM. I can fill time anytime, man.
Not anymore. No, I don't care. Okay, I fixed everything in the background. And yeah, would be lovely if we continue with all this aggression. MBL, now with his 2 home maps, Land Madness, Atacama, feels like something where the AM guys should always shine. HERA, Lyri, MBL, on those maps with that aggression has to be a blessing to see.
So you think the Saracens pick from MBL, do you think that was for... What is that for?
I think it's a bit to take it away from your opponent. I don't really see MBL playing Saracens too much. Like, the map that it makes most sense would be Arabia or Kazakhstan.
But he already has Franks, so it's kind of... You're thinking that's the Kawasan
I think
right?
Franks could actually be an Atacama and Land Madness Khmer. Because you need to play for scouts, and Vietnamese and Saracens aren't great. And I think Atacama is kind of a scouts only map. Yeah, I think so. I wanted to say something else as well. Ah, yeah, exactly. Saracens. Maybe he feared that Mayans might be sniped at the front, and he wanted to have another archer civilization. Because he had Persian, Khmer, and Franks. So kind of 3 horse civilizations. If you get sniped 1 there, it's not that bad. But you saw, okay, Byzantines, he already had a plan. And then he didn't have a lot of archer civs. That might have been his thought process for the remaining games.
Just keep it flexible?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, we should be able to get into this game pretty soon here, folks.
Also think about, like, CAPOCH had a lot of horse civs, right? Magyars, Lithuanians, Huns, Berbers. And yeah, maybe even Slavs, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So he could have taken away more archer civs as well from CAPOCH. Huh. Well, it's pretty complex, those drafts, and a lot of thought process going into this one. Obviously not completely possible to understand every thought process behind that one. But overall, strong civilizations. We will most likely see something horse based on Atacama and Land Madness. Something else would surprise me, but sometimes I like to be surprised.
I think we're going to be going, judging by the lobby, I think we're going to be going into Land Madness for game number 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Next level, right?
Next level. Yeah, Land Madness. So I would say Lithuanians and Khmer there. You could also see Magyars and Khmer.
Magyar's a pretty solid pick for that, but another civ. See, Magyars and Lithuanians are kind of the same for me. They kind of fizzle out. It's just that, like, mid-castle age. What are you doing when the Khmer have the farming bonus?
What are you doing when you're 5 villages ahead and have doubled the army?
No.
Like, it's like this start is just so incredibly good, and you get the map control, you take the better fights, you put him back. It's like so tough for them to ever raid you, for example. And Land Madness, since you can't really wall on that map, snowballs so nicely. Well, we will see. But I predict CAPOCH if he goes very aggressively, Spearman, Scout aggression, Franks will have a problem to defend that.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see how it plays out.
Franks indeed for MBL, so he will save Khmer for Atacama, and will have Kavasan with an Archer Civilization for himself there. CAPOCH. Now the big question is, does he go for eco upgrades or does he instantly build the stable?
I would think if you're playing against Franks, you want to get that army out there quicker. I'd say you go for the stable.
Yeah, well, Franks, you have the beautiful spot anyways to not do the farm upgrade. So indeed, MBL will drop the stable instantly. On the other side, we see the stable as well. No eco upgrades from either player. This one will be very aggressively.
Yeah, and a lot of the times on these Land Madness games, what I see is that the first person to go up to Castle Age, like usually Feudal is a full-on Scout, Spearman battle, and it's the first person to go up to Castle Age is whether they can survive in that like 2 or 3 minute window between them getting to the next stage, and the other player usually floods Scouts, so we'll see if it plays out the same way here. Which do you prefer, Magyars or Franks in this situation?
I'm a huge Magyar fan. I think they are the best civilization on those wild open maps. I think I even love to see Spearman being added, because Spearman, that +1 attack is so good as well in the Spearman with Spearman fight. So I think CAPOCH is actually not playing it as aggressively as he could. Look at that, the Scout even in his stable, surprising to me.
Yeah, he's expecting full-on aggression from MBL, I guess. And it's not only the Spearman with +1 against military. With the +1 on the Spearman, you can actually use them to do decent damage against villagers as well, if you're pushing forward. So it's a very, very nice bonus. Once again, the Franks do get the extra HP on the Scouts, which is great at the start of the game. And they do get that farming bonus, as you said before. MBL looking for an opening here in CAPOCH's base. He went all the way around.
Oh, CAPOCH, look at that. Both eco upgrades and then went for the stable. Weird, weird opening. An opening that I've never seen. Magyars playing so defensively, wants to hold the early game, then goes for the eco approach, and then the massive flood after that. Interesting approach.
And he also walled his woodlines at the very beginning. He walled his gold, he walled both his woodlines, and MBL still hasn't done that.
Some very small walls. Kind of defensive woodlines here, though. Let's take a look. The Scouts, the 5 at the top there. I don't think they will find too much against the 2, soon to be 3 Spearmen. I think MBL will be bulletproof here.
Yeah, and he might actually find a pick here on CAPOCH. Is he going to see that villager?
4 hits.
No, he didn't, but these villagers are pathing a bit weirdly, so maybe he can get one here. No, he's going to run away from the Scouts from CAPOCH. And CAPOCH actually pressuring his woodline as well, but we all know MBL. Dude, we all know MBL.
Lost. No.
Every woodline has a Spearman, if not 2, if not 3, if not 10, when you're facing MBL, and you just got to know that, and you can't engage like that, losing 5 Scouts for free.
Oh no, that hurts so much, and that's the full advantage of Magyars. And now after the game you will be like, oh, Nili, they will fall off the Magyars. Why did everyone pick them? Why do you think they're so good? Oh,
that was a good impression.
And now the switch into an archer range here for CAPOCH, who's floating 340 gold. Quite surprising to me that he didn't pull all those villagers away. And, well, all of a sudden, MBL, the one that can actually get into the pressure.
Yeah, and he's got those Spearmen forward too, so it's going to be really tough for CAPOCH to deal with this. He's actually adding an archer range. MBL dictating the play right now.
Oh, man. Barry's now done as well. Scouts jumping into this one. Scouts of CAPOCH cannot really take this fight. Spearman behind this. Oh, horrible for CAPOCH.
Great fight for MBL. Horrible for CAPOCH. I think 3 villagers are going to go down there. The Scouts from CAPOCH, I think 3 of them, 4 of them are going to go down.
Look at it, how much red there's still left. Yeah, very low HP, but CAPOCH tried to make a miracle hold here. And look at that. MBL That's one of the fastest castle age timings I remember from a guy. Look at that. He's already thinking about it. 200 food there, 150 gold. Finally, the archer for the defense.
17 farms too for MBL. It's a really, really good performance here. He's taken advantage of the fact that CAPOCH decided to throw away his military at his woodline early. And I think the risk here for MBL is that he hasn't added that archery range yet, and CAPOCH is going to have it. So if he goes full feudal, like I said before, when you're on the way to Castle Age, sometimes you're a little bit exposed to a full feudal push.
And Maggie, I have a deadly feudal push. Villager count +5 for MBL, trying to make it +6. HERA snipe indeed. Tries to go for some more, no, dwindles through there, tries to regroup. And MBL at 2 different gold spots at the moment. What do you think about a defensive tower to be safe?
I think that that's not MBL style. Not at this stage of the game, I don't think. He'll wait till he sees the army coming across before putting one down.
Okay, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Just lost line of sight of those. Oh, yeah. Of those scouts. Could have maybe gone for the counter attack. Still no bloodlines for our Magia player on the way to Castle Age against 20 food in the bank for CAPOCH.
He is getting wheelbarrow right now, but yeah, I love the way MBL's using his army here too, because he knows he might be vulnerable. He just clicked up. He's adding third stable, but he's isn't producing scouts out of the second one. He's just using his army to distract CAPOCH and keep him at home.
But 7 scout counter attack now running over will take some time though, and MBL relatively exposed. Yeah, still has some spearmen right hand side completely open though. Not really the angle that CAPOCH is attacking into though.
There was 2 spearmen there. Oh, he shifted them to the other side. He thought he was going to the other gold. There still is 2 left over though, and that's going to chase CAPOCH away and let MBL know exactly where he is. So he's not going to take any damage here. And if CAPOCH dives in against this without the archers, he's going to lose a ton of scouts again.
Well, let's take a look. Archers are now coming forward. MBL maybe trying to intercept them. Deer weirdly blocking this spot of MBL. That's a fight he doesn't want to take, actually.
I think this is actually not too bad for MBL because he's got the 3 stables behind, reinforcing.
Yeah, but he can just get light cav in 30 seconds as well.
Yep.
Really
Knights coming out.
Went for Knights first. Interesting choice. And now dives in.
Does not look good for CAPOCH.
Oh, all the archers are going down. Spearmen doing the job behind this one. And CAPOCH, that's kind of the fight. Okay, I will break him. Trying to make something happen to get the snowball running. But the Knights are coming out and the Knights are defending this one quite nicely. Meanwhile, MBL did waste some scouts at the other side. Still open at the gold now, but CAPOCH not with the army numbers that he needs.
And you look at the villager count. Usually in this stage of the game, if one player is in castle, the other's in feudal, the feudal age player has more villagers. Not the case. MBL's done so much damage to CAPOCH's economy, and CAPOCH, I think, has only killed 2 villagers from MBL.
Maybe something like that. Not too many for sure. And now the Knight counter attack. CAPOCH is active here with his scouts. Will find some other villager kills. Wants to get more stuff done, but, well, his defense at home will be problematic. Oh, the Knights are coming in.
Into the woodline. That's 3 dead villagers right there, and only palisade walls protecting that other woodline. CAPOCH trying to even secure his gold somehow in a rather ugly way with all the houses.
Oh, yeah, not pretty to have the villagers working after that one. Gets a nice raid in at the top. Now only 1 villager behind. That's actually pretty solid, but it will be 3 against 1 TC and more Knights coming over. Not unlikely that they will find more kills.
Yeah, and he's forced to...
Gets in at the woodline. Oh, only 1 Knight,
boy.
but that 1 Knight enough with forging. 4 hits a villager, and all those villagers are fighting back. What is this, Dave?
That's a GG right there. That's what we call that in Canada. CAPOCH was forced to drop the market. There was like 30 seconds of panic there from him. He was forced to drop the market to try and sell his wood to try and get up the castle age. And while he was doing that, the villager let the knight right through the gate. And it was just the nail in the coffin for him. MBL was such a good performance there early, taking all the great fights. And CAPOCH, it all comes back to when he tossed away 5 scouts for free.
Yeah, absolutely. He took 4 hits to get there and then somehow took a fight. That hurt a lot. And MBL, well, played the Franks pretty much to perfection, right? You have the farm upgrade, did drop the farms, did delay the wood upgrade, did get so many spearmen out to be safe, then went for the aggression at the front, distracted CAPOCH, and had great macro behind this.
I can't help but feel like the Magyars really fizzled out there.
After he was 10 villagers behind and had no army, they kind of fizzled out.
Yep.
Dave. Oh. Let's take a look at the statistics, maybe. Okay, then we had MBL obviously with more kills there, made it pretty easy on himself with knights fighting against villagers, had the better food economy, even wood, and yeah, Castle Age timing against no Castle Age timing, had more villagers. Kind of felt over after the first 5 scouts died. CAPOCH did his very best to allow himself in the comeback, but MBL not allowing it.
Yeah, one of the keys to being, I think you could call MBL top 5, although I'm pretty sure we have like 8 top 5 players in the Age of Empires. One of the keys to being top 10 or top 5, which I think we both agree CAPOCH is not in that group yet, is consistency. So CAPOCH could, take a few games off of someone like MBL with a good performance, but then can he keep that up? Can he, manage his military in the last game, losing control of those scouts? Can he do that every single game, right? That's the question, and that's what puts you in the top tier of players.
Okay, getting some stuff behind the scenes, all fixed now. And it will be the next home map of CAPOCH, Kavasan. Frank's gone. We did say we kind of want to see Lithuanians and Kimura battling out on Atacama. I will say we will see Slavs against Saracens. Could also be Berbers. I think Slavs feels more natural.
Slavs against Saracens, okay. I'd have to agree.
But I see Saracens being better there. Slavs, what can they... It's like, yeah, they have 1 Castle Age Mangonel push. That's
when I think of Slavs against Saracens, yeah, you're right. It's all in Castle Age for them. Or like really late Imp. But I don't think you're going to get there on Atacama. At least I haven't seen it yet.
Kavasan is the map.
Oh, Kawasan. Sorry, I thought you said Atacama.
Good that we are the experts casters. Okay, CAPOCH with a completely different idea, which I actually like and which I didn't think of. So Kavasan, what's in the center, Dave?
We have a ton of berries in the center and a hill as well.
And?
Relics.
Relics. Okay, what's a good civilization controlling a lot of relics?
Aztecs.
Good. What else?
Lithuanians get
plus Dave,
attack.
You got it instantly. Yeah.
First try.
Oh. Okay, and indeed, CAPOCH thinking about, okay, maybe I will just try to control the center and get that sweet relic bonus for myself. MBL playing some mind games potentially there, is going for Vietnamese, so Saracens unlikely to be picked in the long run. Opens with the archer range. Kavasan, 2 pawns at the side as we can see, and the beautiful 5 relics. And as you all know, Lithuanians, if they get a relic in their monastery, their knight line gets +1 attack, and that's probably the reason for this choice. Drops an archer range to begin with though.
And MBL with the immediate walls as well. So I don't think he's going to be pushing out too much. Maybe he'll send his first few units, similar to what he did on Arabia, to try and like harass and delay CAPOCH. But I would think that MBL wants to get some big walls down around his base as soon as he possibly can.
Big walls, you don't really know MBL. He goes for the weird small ones here. Could have taken some time to scout. Was more scared of the early scout attack. And, well, we can see CAPOCH already building quite nicely. Not a lot of villagers on food. And still got the eco upgrade in. Is going for some archers. Did already get fletching for himself as well. Is walling off the left-hand side as well. And MBL, the first one to dock.
And CAPOCH is going for a slightly different strategy. He's putting a stable down instead of going for the dock.
Okay, I don't mind this too much, although MBL has nice amount of spearmen already at the front. First spearman will go down, though. Okay, nice defense so far. Quick gate. Nope.
He tried. he's the player from 2005. You gotta give him a little slack when it comes to the quick gates, right? That's new meta.
Well, we simply couldn't do it, right? Playing with ping 3000. Quick walls one.
Well, and you had stone gates too.
Ah, yeah, we didn't have those. And we couldn't rotate them as well. Oh, bad old days. Okay, scouts now added. Let's take a look. Fighting down the spearmen could be nice. Already low HP there. Debates quite nicely. Pretty good opening for CAPOCH.
Yeah, MBL's trying to get as much value as he can, trying to snipe those archers. CAPOCH actually pulling that away.
Nice one.
CAPOCH did a great job with the getting the damage early on MBL's spearmen, and that's what's dictating this fight here. And now he's reinforcing with enough scouts to push him back, and MBL didn't get the walls up in time. He's still only got 1 archery range.
This looks so good. 7 against 2 military at the moment. That's 1 weak scout. Look at that. Woodline completely exposed. And MBL, he will need a lot of fish boom to compensate for this lack of military.
Yeah, he's investing all that wood into fish, and you can't help but feel like he needed another military building of some kind.
Not getting the second defense upgrade either. Scouts are now fighting. Fights down against the archers. And that's the beauty of Lithuanians, right? So many more resources, get so much stuff done. But kind of throws away his military advantage fighting against the villagers. I only killed 1 if I saw that correctly. And military now somewhat even out from 7-2 to 6-3.
Yeah, he needs more archers in this group. Spearmen counter the scouts pretty effectively here from MBL. And CAPOCH needs to fight with the archers and the scouts together. He's kind of been picking fights individually so far.
Fighting a bit too much against the villagers. Yeah, it is very tempting to fight down a villager, but it's so much better for your snowball if you keep the enemy's military numbers small.
And he's actually going for a dock of his own as well. So I wonder if he suspects that MBL has a dock over on that pond, or if he's just going for fish of his own.
And now in the woodline, MBL, no reaction. Quite surprising to me. Now pulls the villagers. And, well, we will see him go for fishing ships before fire galleys. So not really contesting that one. Let's take a look. Villagers, can he get another snipe? Yes, he does. And now is solid. I wanted to say X workers ahead, but it's actually even.
What's up with this tower at the back of MBL's base?
What?
That's why I asked you the question, as he loses another archer there.
What? Okay.
Open field? Those 2 wood lines at the front and the stone locked down.
Look how beautiful and peaceful the right-hand side is when it comes to the fish. And, well, scouts again harassing MBL, fighting this one back. Would love to see some sneaky archers in the woodline.
Look at the archers from CAPOCH just preventing MBL from going out to this area, and he's drawn the villagers into a fight with the scouts. And that's bad. That's a really smart play from CAPOCH to draw them in like that. And that's bad for MBL to lose like all of them.
One girl makes it home. 11 worker lead now. That's 10 villagers. And now the aggression continues. Double archer range on the side for MBL. And CAPOCH kind of got his wish, right? He should control the center. Adds a second stable.
He controls the center, and he controls the entire front of MBL's base. As MBL sends another villager in there on a YOLO mission, he's going to die. That wall is going to be killed, and now CAPOCH can kind of loop around.
Bloodlines now. Let's take a look. Also, it's so nice that CAPOCH mixed in some skirmishers. Makes it so much tougher for MBL to engage.
Yep. Also, nice fishing numbers from both players. I don't think they've noticed each other yet.
Day number 6. They haven't noticed me yet.
I'm beginning to blend in with their society. There we go. MBL is in the Castle Age. CAPOCH not too far behind. He's trying to go for a raid on this gold at the back, but those scouts are weak.
Oh, yeah. And even with Bloodlines, you're not getting too much there. It's not 20 HP, it's percentage-wise. And, well, he moves them around, maybe later for some control, seeing some more TCs. Actually, no, loses 2 of them at the left-hand side. Third one at the right-hand side dies as well. There's just so much going on for CAPOCH at the moment. Who will take control of the center area and is getting the monastery. And triple stable of Lithuanians. Hallelujah.
Triple stable with the relics that are going to be coming in. Those knights are going to be super deadly. He's also docked on the left-hand side. So he's going to expand his fishing economy. MBL finally, since I think minute 2 was the last time MBL had a unit over here in the middle of the map.
It was a 2. What? Maybe he shouldn't move out if he's moving out like this. Takes an okay-ish shot. Look at that. CAPOCH so active. Moves the low HP knights to the side. Oh, couldn't save the second one, but I love the try. And look at that. Only 1 loss. If he heals this one up, that was perfect for him.
Monastery from MBL and a university as well. So he's probably going to go for 1 TC for the moment. Be interested to see when he adds that second one, if he ever does. Second TC for CAPOCH is going in the middle.
Yeah, indeed. Goes for the barriers. Maybe some spot for his monks as well. Knights are moving in. MBL is trying to micro this one away. Some crossbows offering themselves. Spearmen are coming in as well. Remember, those crossbow have more HP, being Vietnamese crossbows.
This is a great place for MBL to sit here. In between these berries, and it's got to be pretty annoying for CAPOCH. I mean, you had the army advantage here, and the terrain is just not in your favor. As MBL continues to add spears, which is a great choice.
That will be some dead villagers, my man. Monk going down. No micro there. Knights are moving in. Is he actually finishing this TC? MBL is trying to micro against the Knights.
TC's at 80%. I don't think he'll get it. I think MBL is going to kill these villagers. And this TC, maybe in a rated game, this is fine, but this doesn't seem too much like a tournament decision here for CAPOCH.
Does not go up. KD was brutally in favor for CAPOCH at one time. I think it was like 27-12 or something that I saw. And now it's damn even all of a sudden. Conversion should be really ugly. Should not be allowed. Oh, gets it.
Very, very nice. And CAPOCH's fishing isn't working. As he gets that TC up in the middle, he sent a bunch of villagers, so he's going to have that. It's going to be under threat, though, for the next little bit from the crossbows of MBL.
Okay, we have 2 relics here for our Lithuanian player. Me equaling +2 attack has 1 from its upgrades, but so many knight losses here. It just feels like he couldn't get onto the numbers. Maybe the Siege Workshop could have really helped out.
Knights are 10+3. MBL has to be careful about those engaging with his crossbows. They do a ton of damage. And now they're fishing right next to each other.
Are they fishing though?
Well, CAPOCH is hanging out.
Yeah. It's like the fishing trip with my friends. Like they are fishing, I'm just hanging out. Okay, now goes for the counter-attack though, and MBL shouldn't really have a lot at home. He has nothing at home! Dave, this could be so deadly!
He's
Yes.
gonna house wall.
But how much do we want to house wall?
Everything. That's the answer.
He can't.
He's gonna house wall everything.
No, that's impossible. He has one single monk. Dave, that's 20 dead villagers. He can't wall everything. That's crazy talk, Dave. Oh! Crazy talk.
He didn't finish that one foundation. He did get a knight though. If it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
GG. That's no way. That's like honestly 25 villagers dying here. No way he can save those. That was too much of an area. He did get some damage on the other side. Did get in there, but 3 TCs, just so much better. MBL felt he was so far behind that he had to go for the all-in, had to go for the aggression. But his very early walls didn't really allow him to get all the map control. He had very natural, easy walls, but he simply was too scared of Lithuanians early on.
I think it was kind of indecisive from him. Like he went for the dock too early. He didn't make another military building, and then he made like half a wall, like you said. Like either go commit fully to the walls or commit to military. I think what he did was, well, it got punished pretty hard by CAPOCH, who went for extra military buildings right away.
Oi, 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 oi. Luckily for MPL, we go into his next home map that will be pretty similar to Land Madness. We will have Atacama next. Let's take a look at the statistics. CAPOCH with the better KD there. Had the better KD so early on in this game. Then kind of took some bad fights with the Knights, but had so much control, and MBL simply not the mobility. Maybe should have not moved out that far, but that's easy to say if you're just so much slower.
Well, if you're moving out with those crossbows, you gotta feel like you need something at home, whether it's walls or more than one monk or more than one pikeman sitting on your wood line. Interesting. It's pretty hype that CAPOCH has tied it up here 2-2. We're going into game number 5. I did not expect that from this series.
Oh man. And yeah. So I want to really think about what civilizations do we have now, because for me Lithuanians was the easy choice. Khmer now is the easy choice as well. How do you play against Khmer? Do you go for Berbers or do you go for Slavs?
I think you have to go Berbers, right? It's going to be difficult either way. I mean, Khmer has the advantage over both, I believe.
I think so as well. Khmer are just so flexible, can raid so easily, can save the villagers on such a super exposed map. Berbers, you kind of need to survive and then make something happen in Castle Age, which is absolutely possible. Yeah.
Slavs just feel slow.
Yeah.
They feel very slow against Khmer, and if you're getting raided, like, you don't have a ton of mobility with them.
This one is going to be intense.
Can we also bring up the fact that MBL didn't pick Celts?
Okay, why?
He loves Celts.
Okay, well, what map do you think he should have played Celts on?
I don't know. He just loves them.
Okay.
I'm surprised. I feel like you just pick it. You know, it's the tossaway civ, and you just pick it just in case, you know?
I think this map pool didn't really give too many good options for Celts. They're more like the one-dimensional push, need to survive early on, cross super aggressive, Kabasan, Atacama, Land Madness. Especially those maps are one of the most aggressive ones we have in this map pool, and Celts, they're kind of having a small problem in I would say mid-Castle Age? Mid-Castle Age, mid-Feudal Age.
Mid-Feudal Age, because they don't have the scouts with the bloodlines.
No bloodlines. Your economy is okay. Yeah. What do you think CAPOCH needs to play now? like not civilization-wise, we will just assume he goes for Berbers, and MBL will go for Khmer. How does he need to approach this game?
I think he needs to continue being aggressive. Every single win of his was aggression early, winning those early fights. And every single loss from him was losing the early fights. So.
Yeah, well, yeah, the Land Madness was one single like macro mistake or screw up or something, maybe misgrouping something that really hurts. And this one is really big for CAPOCH. I think he didn't, like in his 1v1 career, that might have been, this could be one of the biggest sets ever.
Yeah, especially considering the prize pool. Like, you look at the stuff back from 2004, he's got like a first place finish for $800 or something like that.
Yeah.
I think he already has that, just being in the first round here.
$750 indeed.
Yeah. I mean, adjusted for inflation, it's not the same, but it's actually funny that we have to adjust for inflation in an online like tournament setting. You can't say that for any other game, I don't think.
Actually, poker has that as well.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah. Poker, they have like
games,
all-time money lists for inflation. But yeah, let's think about it. Maybe Tetris could be something. Right?
Or like Smash Bros or something. I don't know.
Like Street Fighter or something. But I think they don't have the same players, right? StarCraft 1 probably. But yeah, it's lovely that the game is around for so long. And indeed, civilizations are confirmed. Berbers for CAPOCH, Khmer for MBL. The pressure is on. Game number 5. I love the intensity of the game number 5.
Yeah, especially when you have a clear underdog and a clear person who's favored. You gotta imagine that there's nerves on both sides, like heavy nerves on both sides.
Yeah, and not sure, like MBL, we always see him tilt. Is it really affecting his game? I would say no, especially on such a short set and him not streaming. Let's see how he will approach this one. The action is on MBL in the red trunks here on Atacama. I will quickly show you the map. We have a lot of small forests with only 5 trees. And it is basically impossible to wall. Fighting for the center where we have all the wood. Map is pretty damn open, and that's why we see all the mobility. We see a stable opening here from MBL, and we see an archer opening by CAPOCH. Interesting.
So is he going to play this super defensively? I know you asked me what the keys were for him, and I said be aggressive early. Is he going to keep these archers at home? Or is he going to add a ton of spearmen and then a stable soon and try and go forward?
He goes 2 spearmen. I think if I play archers against scouts and I know it, the first move out is like 2 spearmen, 1 archer. And just go for the aggression. Try to block him from the woodline in the center. Maybe punish some on the berries or something.
Ooh.
What are
He's housed early. Real early. Badly housed. For CAPOCH, not MBL's.
Surprise!
What a revelation. Yeah. MBL getting his houses up on time. And here comes CAPOCH, just like you said, 2 spearmen and an archer. Another spearman going off towards the left. And his starting scout is actually harassing that wood line. MBL opted to go for that middle wood early.
Interesting. Spearman and archer finding another angle. MBL builds the house there to always jump in and out. A defensive or a sneaky tower behind the woodline is absolutely an option. Villager going low very early on here. CAPOCH putting on the pressure early. Maybe he'll hurt you.
Yeah, and I don't see an archer range yet from MBL. He sees the amount of spears. Do you think he adds one here soon?
Could make a lot of sense, right? But we pulled so many villages away from the woodline that are now idle. He also put 100 wood onto that one, so it will be delayed. Rushes the archer range now with 4 villages.
Really good position here from CAPOCH as MBL sends scouts forward. And CAPOCH is actually sending 4 villagers forward too. Are we going to see a tower rush to complement this? Get position maybe on those berries on that wood line.
Maybe between the woodline and berries? That would be crazy talk, right?
Yep. That would be a super strong tower though.
Look at where he's building it. Holy moly, does he think he has huge advantage?
He sees those villagers still stuck in that house. And
yeah.
MBL looking for an opportunity, and CAPOCH's base has actually got 3 scouts there, and no spearmen in sight. Sorry, 4 scouts for MBL.
Oh, but those villagers walking faster, having the Berber bonus might save herself. Jumping in there. That was the Berber bonus for you. Otherwise, she's dead.
Yep. And these villagers, well, if MBL engages against the spear, I think he can...
Dave! CAPOCH should wall in the house.
That's what I was thinking too, but MBL could just delete the lumber camp, so...
Well, just gate it in with the lumber camp. Is she thinking about it? Please, that would be the craziest move ever.
I think MBL's forgotten that the villagers are in there, to be honest. He should have taken them out a long time ago. He's taking the wood.
Okay. Pure scum defense now. Wild Farms, the big bonus of Khmer. On the other side, Spearman did defend quite reasonably well against CAPOCH's aggression, or against MBL's aggression here. This one looks really good for CAPOCH.
Yeah, MBL only able to pick off 1 villager with those scouts. He is fighting the spearman in his base. I think he's going to lose a villager to spearman.
They don't do a lot of damage.
He got in.
No.
That tower is so funny to me, man. And the fact MBL still has 4 villagers in that house.
Yeah. Shouldn't you get to them once you press either villager hotkey?
He's not pressing it, I can guarantee you.
Oh. Army running pretty close next to CC. That is not really shooting. Okay, now it is. We'll do some damage. And, well, CAPOCH doesn't want to leave this position here. And it's basically MBL playing with -4 villagers.
Mm-hmm. And CAPOCH is -2 villagers down, so it kind of evens out. Oh, now CAPOCH is going to get a few more of his own here.
Oh, Spearman around, needs to micro bit. Scouts are going back, nice move. Archer's doing the damage against the villagers, tries to squeeze through, doesn't really get the connection against the skirmishers. Now he is through. That's so much army, 15-7.
MBL's forced to commit with the villagers here, but so many of them are wounded. He can't do this for very long.
Oh yeah, the second wave should get so many kills there. One skirmisher is trying to push them away. Scout around here, 4 archers doing a good job. MBL is forced to go back even further. This looks great for our Argentinian.
Yep, the underdog maybe providing an upset here as the 4 villagers are still in the house, by the way, for MBL. This is getting kind of ridiculous at this point.
It's like... okay, they will have some nice bedtime stories to tell each other there. They like each other.
Really, really good pressure here from CAPOCH, especially opening archers and being able to put this much pressure down early, and MBL just not able to deal with it at all.
MBL slowly getting onto reasonable numbers, but as we take a look at any upgrades here, MBL, okay, he just finished the defense upgrade for his scouts, tries to get onto Bloodline, some dancing here, feels like the slightly better engagement for MBL, if you ask me.
Yeah, the armor's really coming in clutch there for MBL. Not taking as much damage from those archers. He does have the skirmishers and archers behind to deal with the spearmen now. But it's just so messy, especially with the villagers all involved.
Oh, more scouts coming over as well. Again, military lead there. It's constantly idle villagers. Now we're up to 10 idle villagers behind this. Spearmen trying to take the fight. It's just so messy. Villagers constantly fighting.
It feels like if MBL ever does get this cleared up, he's going to have to go full feudal, right? To push back against CAPOCH, because CAPOCH's eco is looking pretty nice right now.
But why would
nice compared to MBL?
Why would CAPOCH ever stop attacking in Feudal Age? He knows that MBL will never get wood, right? The wood will get only worse and worse from here on, since he has no control over the center.
Yeah, the object right now, the objective for MBL is just to stabilize. And there's another tower. Or sorry, his first tower. The tower was from CAPOCH before. And the villagers are still in the house, by the way.
We were really not like, is that like self-isolation, home office? What's going to?
That's their what do they call it? Their social bubble there. Oh, they came out.
Oh,
they're out.
Social bubble ended. And instantly.
You gotta wonder it back in.
Oh, okay. Just a prank. Just a prank.
So now he's gonna engage against that tower, take that out. Maybe clear up this archer with the
no,
scouts.
they
No, he's
can't
gonna
take
hop
that
in.
out. There's scouts are coming over and archers as well. Archers hops in and scouts taking that engagement back into self-quarantine.
Oh my goodness. MBL, what would you feel like after finding those 4 villagers in that house? And you know it's been like 8 minutes.
Oh, it feels like 11 minutes to me, but yeah, not great at all. Maybe feels okay. Now I have 4 more villagers to play with. Maybe I get a better chance to come back.
Look at how messy his wood eco is.
Yeah, and it's
At
not
the
getting
back
better.
of his base.
Yeah. And
You
the
can justify with Khmer spacing your farms out like that, but not your wood eco, and not when there's archers looping around from CAPOCH.
Yeah. In the qualifier, Fire was playing a game against Miguel where he built 17 lumber camps, I believe, before he reached Imp.
You would count them.
I would count them. Yeah, I did my chat like, let's go all for predictions, and everyone like, lol. In the end, it were 20.
Oh, the villagers came out, killed the tower, and now they're back in the house.
Scouts still active. Neither player thinking about getting to Castle Age. Would love to see some more eco upgrades. As we can see, CAPOCH still no farm upgrade. MBL still no wood upgrade.
I'm just surprised that MBL is only 3 villagers behind. I would have thought he'd be like 10 at this point. And he might be soon with these scouts looping around.
Uh-oh.
Bunch
Yeah,
of
but
weak ones.
He's
but...
going for the counter attack as well, though.
Yeah, and his scouts are not so weak as CAPOCH's.
Uh-oh. This could be problematic for CAPOCH. MBL jumps, and that's the power of Khmer, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just so good for you to save those villages over and over again. And
Oh, there's a hole! CAPOCH
What?
thought he had patched it with that house, but there is a hole there. They snuck through. They greased themselves up.
2 scouts and archers are coming over. That will be some losses for sure. Meanwhile, at the
What
other
a
side,
swing!
we are only attacking 1 scout. That's going to be some dead villagers.
That's a crazy swing from MBL, and CAPOCH is sending weak ones in. There goes another one.
But archers here for the defense. Suddenly, both players with the same amount of villagers.
This is, like, I know it's an overused meme that Tristan calls MBL a cockroach, but really, he is. Like, I don't know how he's still alive at this point in the game. I don't know how he's putting pressure on CAPOCH at all, but he is somehow.
MBL with the score lead now takes an okay fight against all the archers. CAPOCH not
has the
microing
armor.
at all. Indeed, Bloodlines and the armor looking pretty good. Has forging as well.
Great
The
fight.
Archers still lacking the defense upgrade. That was way better than what I expected.
Yeah. Armor in the feudal age against archers just does so well, especially when you have forging, so you can get that extra damage output. CAPOCH taking a fight against the scouts from MBL in his own base. Looks like he killed another villager, but now he's got no pressure on MBL's economy. Can MBL come back from this? It looked like he was out there for like 5 straight minutes. It looked like he was just, it was a matter of time.
We were already casting it like CAPOCH making the upsets happen, beautiful stuff, and well, not with MBL apparently. Maybe finding some villager kills at the woodline here. 2 are very low.
Get in the house again?
That's the beauty of Khmer here, and now we see the counter attack. 4 new close to full HP scouts fighting off against the villagers. 2 archers around there as well. Nice defense by CAPOCH here while he's trying to keep up the aggression at the front.
Yeah, and he's running under the TC from MBL, but no reaction. Okay, now he garrisons. MBL also had a ton of vitals at the back of his base, so obviously his eco is not looking fantastic. And finally, the house is going to go down.
Uh-oh, but behind this, MBL on the way to Castle Age, and we still have full aggression from CAPOCH. Military is 28-9, though. CAPOCH, he needs to do damage within the next 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, and MBL needs to avoid losing his economy. So he just needs to shift his villagers around,
But
try
where
and
to?
protect them.
Where to, Dave?
The tower.
Where to?
There's houses. Isolate now.
But that's like not shifting, that's hiding.
Shifting, hiding. That's just semantics at that point.
Okay. Okay, lots of aggression now. Lots of villagers could die. Now a solid 10 villager lead goes in deep. Would love to see now some spearmen at it, as we know, okay, our opponent might go for some cavalry in Castle Age. Lumber camps not too great. tries to go for the wood line. CAPOCH, he realizes he has to play this one all in.
Yep. And I do love how MBL kept making scouts on the way to Castle Age. A lot of players would have wait for those elephants, wait for the siege. He kept making them, and he's going to be able to push these archers back, but the scouts come in from the other side from CAPOCH.
Oh, that one tower is helping out. That's going to be so many dead villagers. Will it be enough is the big question. 20 villager lead here, Feudal Age against Castle Age. MBL reaches Castle Age with 5 farmers and 60 food in the bank.
Yep. One night he's able to produce. One night. He needed the scouts on the way up to defend against this army, but that took his food away, unfortunately. Kind of die if you don't and die if you do.
No barracks working at the moment for CAPOCH. Still goes for more scouts, goes for more archers, wants to find more villager kills. And lots of idle villagers, so many of them, so incredibly hurt.
CAPOCH still streaming military. This is just a great performance from him.
Ooh, 4 villagers at the front. 5 soon. He rebuilt. The house was not finished. I think it was down to 10 HP or something. He repaired it and sent 5 villagers to the front.
Dude, he loves that house.
And I don't think that it's the greatest move ever by CAPOCH to go for those.
He's repairing it again.
Then it's guaranteed 5 villager kills, yes, but don't you want to do the damage against the food and gold eco at the top? So tough to judge.
MBL behind now by over 20 villagers. He doesn't have the eco to get the upgrades for his units either. He's just streaming out knights, and he's going to hope for the best here.
Look at the population, Dave. 88 to 46.
Yep.
5 villagers under heavy threat of losing their lives as well. House now down to 200 HP. Villagers ungarrisoned. Scouts are coming over. Knights trying to save them. First spearmen arrive as well. Again, got enough HP on the house. Tries to find a spot next to the berries. Beautiful spot there for Mr. CAPOCH.
Really, really good. It's just showing how you can engage against the Castle Age army if you have enough in Feudal Age. And this is why the feudal pushes work, right? So MBL cannot engage against this. He doesn't have the resources to replace those knights. He's going to go for some raids.
Okay, let's take a look. We have some spearmen for the defense, some scouts as well. Those 6 knights, 5 knights kind of need to decide the game. Maybe the engagement, maybe CAPOCH can find some wall-offs here. The knights kind of getting debated away.
If he gets in on that wood line, if CAPOCH doesn't have any reinforcements there.
Oh, Dave! This could be the comeback chance. I know
the scouts are going in and the archers are coming back. And MBL has knights to defend and he has knights in the wood line from CAPOCH.
And it sounds like a hypecaster thing to say, like, oh, the comeback is possible, but actually it is. There will be so many dead villagers.
We were saying how far ahead CAPOCH was in eco. That's like 7 villagers dead, 8 now.
He's still a solid 25 ahead after this, but, well, knights, we can get to those. 3 more in the queue, but scouts again at the woodline in the top.
Yeah, and MBL, oh man, I thought he was going to defend there. He had knights. But he sent his knights forward to that wood line. He had like 5 knights at home. Now he's just relying on the reinforcements from his stables. And he went from 39 villagers to 24.
Some knights still for the defense. Archers trying to chase this one away. Spearmen for the defense there. And that's going to be rough. Indeed, 24 villagers, but 58 on the other side. CAPOCH not done with Feudal Age.
CAPOCH can win this in Feudal Age. I mean, MBL's economy is just, it's struggling hard.
Knights in the gold, but honestly, those are so low in HP. Villagers could even consider taking the fight with the 15 archer French that they have. You see CAPOCH not overreacting. Lovely move. Great awareness of the HP here.
MBL stabilized at about 25 villagers now, 24 villagers.
Do you think CAPOCH could build another lumber camp?
I think he could think about it.
But actually, like Berbers, they walk faster, so why would you?
Oh my goodness, what a scrappy game here. As CAPOCH keeps going in, he knows how many villagers he's killed. Just keep killing them. Dive with the scouts. Keep killing villagers.
More knights are coming over. CAPOCH needs to run. Lots of idle villagers now by him. Was really scared there. More knights coming through the center. Some spearmen to defend. Actually, funnily trapped knight there. 1 spearman. Now sent the next champion in there. And archers for the defense should be good. Whew, small time to breathe.
How does MBL ever deal with these archers?
Maybe
It's going to be a
getting
struggle.
Scorpion out.
Yeah, it's just, does he have the wood eco for does he have the eco for anything at this point?
Not really. Sends more villagers into the watchtower. And honestly, with every other civilization than Khmer, this game is long over. MBL being able to save the villagers into the house over and over again, having the farms so exposed.
Oh, another good raid from him though. At the front on that same wood line.
Oh, and there's not a lot of spearmen. Villagers need to be pulled.
They're weak villagers too. They're gonna go down easy. Oh my god, what are we watching here? This game.
+1
It's
attack.
insane.
But MBL is now overcommitting. Doesn't want to take this fight. Archers good enough with the defense, and that's a lot of arrows that they're throwing. 29 archers for the defense. MBL, he is running away.
Unfortunately for MBL, he doesn't even really have the food income to keep making villagers if he wants to produce knights.
10 on food, 11 on gold, 1 on wood.
He's just looking for villager picks here, and CAPOCH has to be thinking, like, if I get up to Castle Age, as he has 1,000 gold in the bank, he has to be thinking, if I get up to Castle Age and upgrade these to crossbows, I'll be in a very good position.
I think he needs to spread his archers a bit more. Look at that, he's just chasing the army over and over again. Could open himself for another raid at the top. Now gets the market up. Uh-oh.
If MBL gets in on that gold
Don't
with
tell
these
me.
knights,
Don't tell me
oh
MBL is
my
outrunning him.
God.
Don't, Dave. No way. Unprotected here, low HP villagers, market won't go up.
he won't even have...
Are
he won't
you
even be able
kidding
to
me?
buy the food!
Dave, this is
You
not
can't make
supposed
this
to
up.
happen.
Not from this position. Not from this position. Not if you're MBL.
28 villagers to 40.
And he's going to get in on the gold from the other side with the knights. And the archers are so out of position. There's no spearmen there. He has to retreat from the gold. Oh my god, MBL is clawing his way back into this game. Only 10 villagers behind now.
Meanwhile, scouts are raiding again, but honestly, one scout raid isn't the scariest thing ever. They are now clicking up to Castle Age after heavily using the market, though. CAPOCH is solid 300 score behind. The production at the moment, MBL, a villager. CAPOCH,
Dude,
nothing.
his farming eco is a ghost town. Everything is on that gold. Everything is wandering around that way. The villagers are going back through the knights. What is happening?
Oh, Archer's trying to defend MBL, losing some of his knights, some of them trying to find another angle. 500 score lead. I think he simply didn't do the best job of splitting his archers. Villagers so exposed, didn't really wall his wood line. Now finally the gold is walled.
4 villagers difference between these two players.
But it's still 4 times.
MBL.
It's 4 times the army, Dave. Surely CAPOCH has to finish this game with Castle Age crossbowmen, no?
Maybe. I mean,
has to.
MBL should be thinking about a siege workshop soon. Get those scorpions on the field, defend against that if possible. I think he still thinks he's far behind in villager count. Farther behind than he is.
Does he though? He also looked at like, okay, I just killed like 30,
He's in on the
40
wood line
villagers.
again. He's gonna be ahead.
Look at that KD. We have one player in feudal age, Dave, and it's 200 to 120.
This game is insane, and he's using the mobility again to get in front of those villagers. He's gonna pick off like another 5 or 6. And CAPOCH doesn't have an economy anymore, and now he's going to the other gold. He sees it now from CAPOCH. There's weak villagers on that as well.
Uh-oh, gold. He can't quick wall that one in time. Goes for 2 camels as the defense now. Uses the mobility of the knights. MBL tries to build a town center in the center of the map.
I think MBL has a better economy. That's something I never thought I would say in this game.
He simply has 32 villagers to 26. We need crossbow, we need botkin, we need a killing counterattack by CAPOCH now. Suddenly he's the guy playing the all-in.
Yep, and he does have a ton. He's got 34 soon-to-be crossbows. MBL actually going for that second TC. I would have favored a siege workshop a lot more than that. At least he is kind of tracking that army, I believe. So he knows it's coming as he goes in for another raid, but he's going to run into camels. So solid defense finally from CAPOCH.
Okay,
I can't believe this is in this position. This game is insane.
44 population for MBL. If he gets one Mangonel shot off, he wins the game. And he's building the defensive siege workshop. He might be able to defend this one.
Yeah, and the good thing about Kimura is that he can wait inside those houses until he has the mangonels to engage with the crossbows. Usually you would have to run with all of your villagers, which he should do with the ones at the back, actually.
Oh, some of them will be exposed. Let's take a look what CAPOCH can do. We're building one Scorpion against that. The better unit, probably. But I think he needs the high variance shots.
Yeah, he needs the game-changing shots. And Camel's now out on the field, which will do fairly well against that Scorpion. So now we've shifted again. MBL can't get in on that gold on the right-hand side. He's trying. He's trying again. He's in on the wood line again. Oh my god. Can you wall this?
Oh,
please.
No.
No.
No. The others. Oh, okay. The others saved themselves. Whew, 2 down. I can live with that. Only now bot can arrow. It feels so
CAPOCH.
scary having the crossbow there. I would be so scared of a Mangonel popping every second. Oh,
Yeah,
gold.
you can
Dave,
see.
the gold. He didn't wall it. Ooh, walled it in time. Oh, villager.
He did snipe a villager in between, though.
Okay.
Interesting.
And he shift clicked that one. Oh, it's so important to be very active. Tower goes down, or at least goes under 25% of the HP. Villagers are forced out there, and Camel's doing a good job.
The gold. The gold. The gold.
No, Dave, don't.
Again. Woo!
My heart rate in this game. 4 knights coming in the center, 3 camels for the defense. CAPOCH is active there. MBL taking not the greatest fight. Good for CAPOCH. Needs another camel, I believe, to defend this one. No, looks good. And now, crossbowman. What can they do in the center? We'll find some villager kills, guaranteed.
Yeah, he's going to come in on that TC. MBL doesn't realize right away. He does have a Scorpion, though, so that's going to push CAPOCH a little bit farther off. Bunch of weak crossbows in that group.
Ooh, gold is dying in the right-hand side. Dave, just a quick reminder, guys. We are starting this game with 27 villagers. We played this game for 41 minutes. One player's 35, the other one 27 villagers.
This is the greasiest, grossest, grimiest, and simultaneously greatest game of all time.
Scorpion, defense here. Get some damage done.
Those Scorpions are going to act as a pretty good defense. I mean, CAPOCH, this army is all that he has. He doesn't have the eco anymore. He doesn't really have that many camels. He just has these crossbows, so he's got to be very, very careful about losing them.
Gets a Scorpion at the top. Not really sure what he wants to do with all those crossbow. MBL anticipating a raid at the right-hand side. More knights coming over, trying to find another villager kill. Kills the spearman. That's all he gets for now. 42 population in a 42-minute game for MBL.
And MBL trying to go for a TC at the back. I kind of like that on the gold. Provided that CAPOCH doesn't go back there. I don't think he ever will.
Did scout the gold spot there, but not really expecting it. Has some camels around. Sending a camel over for the defense here. Woodline over chopped in the center again. Crossbowman now building the monastery to heal them up. And all the camels. Makes a lot of sense.
So we've stabilized, I guess. This is crazy.
Dave,
dude.
close your eyes.
Give
me how much army does CAPOCH
have? 37.
Great. How much army does MBL have?
3.
You are a genius, my man.
40. Oh my god, I looked at 3 and then it went down to 2.
Oh, Siege Workshop now in the center. 2 Scorpion defense against 40 army.
Yeah, those crossbows are pretty weak, though.
But they will go through the choke point there. Need to go back. Like 3 bolts could kill everything there. Crazy area of effect damage that the Scorpion can do in the line. TC goes up there at the top.
MBL's going to need... He could deal with the crossbows and the camels with just making, like, booming and making TCs and just garrisoning and whatnot. But he's going to need something else to deal with any potential mangonels that are coming out from CAPOCH.
Yeah, and his woodline is so exposed here at the front as well. Score completely even.
MBL ahead by 8 villagers.
MBL does see the siege workshop in the center. Now goes for an elephant. But one elephant won't be enough.
Here come the camels from the other side. A bunch of those camels are weak. You get some good scorpion shots on them.
Camels running away. Ooh, problematic. Double click them actually. One camel going inside there. Sends 2 at the top for the raid again. The others down for some healing. Lovely use of the monks. And if that TC falls, MBL, well, the story of the game is kind of migrating his villagers.
I like the fact he's making a mangonel now.
So important. And MBL, an absolute genius in mangonel micro. Yesterday, he played a best of 5 set against Mr. Yo. Outplayed him every single game when it comes to mangonel micro. Let's take a look what shots he can land. Oh, crossbow going in deep.
That was very, very close. And like you said, MBL probably the best player in the game when it comes to mangonel micro, like on average. He does it so often. He's so good with it. And I love the fact that he sent a random knight into CAPOCH's eco as well. He knows how open it is.
Absolutely beautiful, indeed. So distracting. Will always get the free kills. Meanwhile, Mangonel's continuing to shoot. Actually, good sign for CAPOCH that he sees the Mangonel shooting here. Knows, okay, it's not attacking me. And gets some vision. Repair there. MBL not even having enough wood at the moment to repair his Mangonel.
I wonder... I see a world in which this game goes to the time limit and both players are under 100 pop.
That would be too crazy. That would be too crazy. Mangonel now moves forward. Maybe the spot for the camels to go in. Ground attack pretty nice. Was a bit early though. Camel still
got to repair with more.
Low.
He's got to repair with more, but he doesn't have the wood.
No wood, Dave. And now jumping for the Mangonel, splitting away, gets the shot off, gets one Mangonel and 8 crossbow. Is it enough though? Military is 40 against 6. CAPOCH is going for the win.
But MBL is repairing the TC and CAPOCH is trying to go in. MBL hops in the TC just in time.
Needs to attack the TC now with the Mangonels as well. Both Mangonels very low, needs to shoot. Bow and loses bows against the TC.
The camels are going to clear up the scorpions, but the TC will survive. I can't believe he got both with the TC there.
600 HP. He just needs to shoot it 1 or 2 more times. I think he even bought 100 wood for himself to keep up the repair. The Mangonels just needed to shoot the TC and could have killed it. They were sitting under it.
CAPOCH got so greedy there going in with those mangonels. He saw the victory in his eyes, and then he just kind of... He threw away the sure win, in my opinion. And now another Scorpion's out. The crossbows are thinking about going in again. That knight is still wandering around in CAPOCH's base.
Such a good one. One camel for the defense there. And if the knight, attacks the villager first, so that will be cleared up. Mangonels still not popping out. Lots of exposed villagers here for MBL.
Oh, Scorpion gets a good hit on the crossbows, but still no mangonel out yet.
35 idols out of 45 at the moment from MBL.
Yeah. And nothing to deal with the camels. I think that's the biggest issue here. Nothing to deal with the camels at all.
Camels debating some of the town center fire, still some repair, but remember guys, repairing is double the cost for TCs. Only wood, yeah, that's nice, but still very costly. More camels coming over for some healing, might lose some of them, and TC, very problematic here for MBL.
Can't buy wood.
Ungarrisoned.
Can't buy wood.
Look at the resources, everything at the bottom for both players.
Oh!
Oh, what a big mangonel shot there. But will it be enough? There's simply no military. So many villagers will go down. No repair coming in there. MBL did everything for the comeback. Score still better for MBL, but that's going to be so many losses.
Yeah, that's half his eco here. We've said that before, though. He's gone down to 20-something villagers before. Can he recover this time? I don't think so. I think CAPOCH has cleared this forward area up, and he's going to continue right into the center of MBL's base. What a game.
36 villager, 1 military for MBL. He is trying to run. He has 1 knight in the back, meaning he can't counterattack. He is trying to move away. He will lose his starting TC after losing the TC at the front. He has to call it. CAPOCH goes into the round of 8. Red Bull Wololo number 2, one of the best games I've seen in my life.
And like you said, he doesn't just upset MBL. He doesn't just go into round 2. He does it on arguably one of the top 10 best games ever. The 5th game of the series. What an amazing comeback from CAPOCH. What an amazing struggle there from MBL to stay in the game. Whew. That's a great start.
I can't believe it's. I'm already 3 sets in, my man. Holy guacamole! What a game. Whew. MBL allowed himself the comeback, nearly the comeback. Did get 35 villager kills there. He was so far behind. He was at pop 35, CAPOCH at 75 or something like that. Khmer, the only civilization that could hold this one. MBL so active, so good with all the mobility used in CAPOCH space. But he simply was so far ahead, got so many crossbows out, and then could finish the game. That was nothing short of incredible.
Can we even go into the next set after that? Oh my god, dude.
Holy. Military. MBL plus 100 kills. Did kill so many villagers. It's so weird, right? He lost 120 villagers or something, or maybe 150 villagers. In total, only 185. Never really had a lot of military in general. 16 military there, and still killed 100 more. Counterattacks were just crazy. Got so many crossbow kills. Look at that. Those are resources normally that you see in a 25-minute Empire Wars game. Nothing really collected. So many idle villagers. So few villagers in general. 21-minute castle age. 35-minute castle age. Remember, we start 27 villagers in feudal age. Villager high in a 52-minute game. 53 and 66.
Obviously, I'm sad that MBL gets kicked out of the tournament this early. But I'm super happy for CAPOCH. What a comeback. What a return 2020 has been for him after taking 15 years off the game. Oh, super impressive.
That was a crazy, crazy game. And CAPOCH has to be incredibly happy with how that went. MBL with, the dropout here in the round of 16. As you can see in the bracket now, CAPOCH will face Mr. Yo. That's going to happen on Saturday. And the next set that is coming up will be TATOH against DOGAO. The next set that will follow on the stream. We will try to find the opponent of Mr. HERA. Any final thoughts on this set, Dave?
I think I've said it all. I think it's all been said, and congratulations once again to CAPOCH.
Okay, I think I'm not really sure getting the info here, and CAPOCH not really responding. We're trying to get an interview rolling for him. Maybe we move over and ask Zach a bit. Guys, what did we miss? Do you maybe have some intel on us? What do you think about the set?
Wow. Seriously, wow. It's amazing. It's incredible to me that a player can come back after 15 years and then in less than a year be able to compete at the highest he last played. We do have CAPOCH for an interview. I'm incredibly excited for this. So, Robo, just confirming that we should be able to get him in here in just a moment. I think he is here. Hello, CAPOCH.
Hey, hello guys. How are you?
Hey, oh my goodness. How are we? How are you after that last game? My goodness, how are you feeling, man?
Yeah, pretty good. I'm still shaking, I think, from that game. It was very crazy, I think.
I can feel the adrenaline. That must be one of the best games we've seen in a very, very long time. It had absolutely everything. It was tense. It was back and forth. The chat was going crazy. We were on the edge of our seats for the entire time. But I've got to say, it is an absolute honor to be able to chat to you right here. And, welcome back to Age of Empires. What can I say?
Thank you. The honor is also mine. That game, I mean, I knew he was going to go for Khmer because it's so open and you can lose villagers very easily there. And Khmer has the house bonus, which is great. I used it last time against Vivi. And now I had to choose between Berbers and Slavs, which are both good seeds for that map. But I thought Berbers were gonna help me a bit more, I think, especially in Castle Age. But sometimes that map ends sooner than you even get to Castle. I mean, I think I did enough damage in Feudal. Like at some point of the game, we are pretty even, and I noticed that he clicked up. And I said I have to do some damage to his economy, so his Castle Age won't hurt me that much. And that was kind of the strat at that point, and that's why I took like 15 more minutes to Castle up after that.
And you really did so much damage at that point. I don't know if you realized you were actually 30 villagers ahead at that point in the game. And then, of course, you reached the Castle Age. And what was your response when you reached the Castle Age? How did you feel when the knights started raiding you back?
Well, I kind of expected that, and I thought I was for sure going to lose a lot of villagers because it's hard to counter the mobility of the knights with feudal army, of course. And scouts were just useful to keep raiding him so he doesn't get to a critical mass of knights. So basically, I just tried to defend myself as much as I could, and keep putting the pressure with my leftovers of the feudal army. That's what I thought for the game. And then at one point I needed to castle up and start massing camels, and that's where Burpers really helped me out, I think.
It was the cheaper stable and all of that, and just really an incredible game. Thank you for your insight on that as well. Just, this is a great opportunity to get to know you a little bit more, right? I mean, you played back in the days, 2005, 2007, I believe. And obviously...
Yeah, I started playing in 2001 and then quit in 2005.
Then 2005, gotcha.
Yeah, and then I moved on to other games like Warcraft 3, and then in 2010 I played StarCraft 2 until 2014, around that. And then I've been off the competitive gaming until this year that I saw H2 like 4 months ago, and I decided to give it a try. I'm liking it a lot so far.
What made you come back to Age of Empires? What was it that inspired you to pick it back up again?
Well, mainly it was that I had like this free time that quarantine is giving us, and also because mainly because also the DE happened, and I bought it and decided to give it a try. And also while doing all that, I saw that there was like this hidden Cap 3 or something going on, and I started watching some streams on Twitch, and that three things, that combo made me start playing again and see if I liked it or not.
That's amazing. And are you sort of surprised by your own performance here? I mean, you must have expected it to be a little bit tough to get back into it, but here you are at the top level in such a short space of time.
I used to play a lot of this type of games, but I also didn't expect to be at top. I'm not sure if I'm even at top shape yet, but I didn't expect to be like in this kind of tournaments after only 4 months of playing. I've been playing a lot anyway because I'm liking it, but I guess you never know until you try.
Yeah, for sure. It's amazing to have you back. You're obviously such a great natural talent as well. And something I've noticed watching all of your games today, you have this incredibly aggressive style. Is this something that you're finding is working well in Empire Wars, or is this just something you generally enjoy?
I used to have a very aggressive style back then, but I think the Empire Wars mode is aggressive for itself. Like, you need to start doing damage very early or try to pressure your opponent early. That's how I feel that it should be. And I think like standard game, you can try different approach and be more defensive. You can wall much easily. But for Empire Wars, I feel like you have to go and set the pressure early on in most maps, and then see how it goes.
And it goes very well if we ask you. So what do you actually? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I had a couple of bad games anyway. Like the game in Land Madness, I made like a very silly mistake, losing 4 scouts very early on, and then I couldn't recover from that, and I was a bit pissed. But I could recover the series at least.
Yeah, that always hurts. I mean, losing that many scouts that early on, and obviously the game really can snowball at that point. One thing I wanted to ask you as well, since you're back now, what are you enjoying most about Age of Empires in 2020? Obviously, a lot has changed since the AOC days.
Yeah, the meta has completely changed. I mean, back then it was mostly hand wars in Arabia, and then in like Iceland maps, Vikings, which they are still pretty good, and they are probably the top tier seed for Iceland. And then you had like Persians and Mongols for the hybrid maps. But like right now, you have a ton of options with so many civilizations. The game got much harder than before, I think. And also, the meta has shifted so much that before we never used walls. It was like, you played the game without walls mostly. You could wall just a bit or something like that. But right now, the meta is like everyone walls early, or maybe it's the Arabia style that is on the ladder that makes you wall so fast and so easily that you can protect your economy, and then just start thinking about how are you gonna play the game on Castle Age and stuff like that. But I like that some tournaments have like the Arabia map more open and it's harder to work, so it's like a bit more old school. You have to protect yourself and do more feudal army than what is the current ladder. But I think that the meta has shifted a lot, and there are many top tier civs for each map, I think.
Yeah, it's awesome. I think Age of Empires is in the best place it's ever been so far, and it's amazing to have you back. Thank you, CAPOCH, for the detailed and really interesting answers. I really hope we get to chat again sometime in the future. You'll be playing against Mr. Yo tomorrow. How are you feeling about that?
Is it tomorrow? I thought it was on Saturday. I'm not sure.
Sorry, actually, no. It is on Saturday. That's my mistake.
Oh, okay. Don't worry. Yeah, I would like some rest and try to train a bit more here. But I feel like Mr. Yo is like probably top 2 toughest opponent to get in this kind of mode. And also he's very good in random map, of course, but he was the champion of the Red Bull now Cup 1, so I'm not sure how it's gonna be.
Well, best of luck to you, and vamos, CAPOCH.
Gracias.
All right. Well, there you go, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in today so far. We've had an amazing set of games, and we're really looking forward now to our next match, which is going to be TATOH and DOGAO. We'll have Nili and Dave casting once again. We'll take a quick look at the bracket, though, here, and see exactly how that is all shaping up. We have one more match to come today, but of course, we still have another 4 matches in the first round tomorrow. So TATOH DOGAO, the winner will face HERA, and then tomorrow we have another amazing day of Age of Empires. Really looking forward to that. And if today has been anything to go by, we have a lot of fantastic games still to come. We're going to have a player profile now from the one and only TATOH, and we'll be back shortly after that.
I'm Roberto. I'm living in Spain, in Madrid. I'm 30 years old, and right now I'm full-time streamer. I'm a programmer as well, and I have more or less 2 years of math, but I didn't finish yet. That's something I need to work on. And as I said, right now I'm just full-time streamer. And I played Age of Empires 2 because when I was younger, I saw my older brother playing it, and I was during the warm summer in Spain. You had to stay at home until like late night, so I was kind of like lying on the bed watching him play, and I kind of enjoyed that. So I decided to give a try, and then I started to play more and more, and I fell in love with the game. I don't really have a favorite civilization. but I really enjoy playing Mongols, Mayans, and Vikings. If I have to be at Empires 2 units, I will definitely be a heavy demolition. I think Viper is the favorite to win Wololo 2, even after the Red Bull Wololo 1 result. So I think Viper will take it this time. I would like to play against Doubt. It's always lovely to, because he's my practice partner, and and it will be really, really good for us. Like, it will be tricky for us to play against each other. Okay. That's that.
The lovely TATOH will play his next set against DOGAO. Matchup that I could see going into a lot of macro-oriented games.
Yeah, both players actually quite good on both fronts, micro and macro. This was one of the sets that when I looked at the bracket, and I'm sure you're the same way, Nili, this is one of the sets where I identified it as a potential 5-game and a potential upset for DOGAO to take over TATOH. I think he would come in as the favorite. DOGAO obviously having to go through the qualifying rounds to get here. And now that we've had the CAPOCH MBL set, I came into the day thinking CAPOCH MBL is going to win like 3-1 or something like that. Now that we've had the upset, maybe can this one be better in your opinion?
Oh, better than the last one, pretty much impossible. That was the 5th game alone was so crazy. The games before that were pretty entertaining as well. Obviously, I love TATOH for all his strategic choices. DOGAO will be well prepared, right? He had time to prepare together with Miguel. And yeah, that one could be interesting. When I looked at the brackets, I felt like LAN, the max was my clear 5-game set there. And
Gout, Nikov, and then this one, TATOH, DOGAO, in my opinion. Yeah. But we've had some crazy sets so far. DOGAO obviously having a pretty good 2020, in my opinion, even though he had to go through the qualifiers. Obviously, a really strong showing in Hidden Cup 3, getting to the semis there. And we'll see if he can pull it off against TATOH here. TATOH always in contention. I think the last 2 years he's been consistent top 5 player. Yeah. So it's gonna be really tough for DOGAO.
Kind of felt with like the first EGM events, right? So since like Rise of Rajas came out, he was constantly a big threat there. Something like
and
that.
he's so good with coming up with strategies, and he usually holds them back until the actual tournament.
That's so important, right? Yeah.
It's an exciting part for us as casters because we'll be speculating about all the things he can do, and then he'll pull something out of the hat, something we never expect in actual tournament games. And this is a huge set for him, considering the prize pool and considering how much more you get as you advance through the stages in Red Bull Wololo 2.
Maybe we take another look at the prize money. I think advancing from this stage to the next stage is actually a rather small step. I think you're only quote unquote jumping by $500 indeed, but making it to the semis, that's a major step as well. Look at that, jumping from $1,250 to $3K. That's a solid salary.
Yeah, especially for someone who does it full time, like TATOH. I don't know what DOGAO is doing or if he is a full-time player, but TATOH obviously with the stream, with his tournament results, it would benefit him a lot.
Yeah, I think he's making okayish money now as well with his subs. Obviously, lots of viewers at his channel. Let's take a look and see what maps they draft. What did they go for?
So it looks like TATOH has picked Lowland and Frigid Lake, and he actually got Wings banned by DOGAO.
That's interesting. So Lowland, a very passive map, had some changes very recently. We had a massive amount of resources at kind of the plateau area that changed a bit as well. And Frigid Lake, oh, that's going to be a tricky map. On the other side, Haboob and Land Madness, the kind of MBL choices, I would say, the very aggressive ones.
And I think of DOGAO as more of a hybrid map and sometimes a water map player as well. He's very flexible, so it's interesting that he's gone for Land Madness and Haboob. I wonder how many times he's played Haboob.
I don't know. I would just assume he trained some with Miguel there. And normally I see him as well as the hybrid or water player, but also against TATOH?
Yeah, that's a tough one. TATOH, one of the best when it comes to water maps or hybrid maps. Now we see the civilization pick for both players. So we do see Celts this time around, really.
Very early on. That's interesting. And where will he go for those? Haboob could be the option with a small distance. Maybe Frigid Lake, he has something prepared. Interesting. TATOH will get Vikings because Saracens are banned.
Yeah, and that's a good ban against TATOH. We've seen how much damage he's done in the past with Saracens. He really likes that civilization, especially since DE came out and they got the buff on the archers. He was using it pre-DE. When it wasn't considered a good civilization. So imagine how good he is in DE with the Saracens. That's a smart ban from DOGAO. But you're also leaving the door open for TATOH because you didn't ban Vikings.
Vikings pretty crazy, and we see two civilizations we didn't see before, I believe, right? Or even three. Cumans on TATOH's side as pick number 7. And actually we have 3 new picks, right? Teutons, Mongols, and Celts. Although you already mentioned Celts. So very diverse pick, or like different pick from what the others went for DOGAO.
I think we're about to get into the game here. It's best of 5 series, round number 1, DOGAO versus TATOH. Can we live up to the last series? That's what I want to do here.
That's not how you can approach this, right?
That's how I'm gonna approach it.
Okay, go for it, Dave. You're the hype caster here. Mongols. That's an interesting choice. I would assume that is for the lowland. I'm not a big fan of Mongols in general because Mongols obviously heavily benefiting from the hunt bonus. Well, you don't have any boars on Empire Wars, so kind of solely play them for Steppe Lancers and Mango Dice.
Yeah, it feels like they don't really get any benefit of Empire Wars. Like Mongols, the weakness in a normal game mode is that they stall out, right? Late feudal, early castle age, it's like kind of like, well, what do I go for? And that's where you're sitting most of the time throughout these Empire Wars games, is in that late feudal, early castle age.
Okay, then let's jump into the action. TATOH versus DOGAO, game number 1. And TATOH is playing with Vikings. He is having some reasonable lumber camps here. What is his approach going to be? Is going for the archer range first and not going for any sheep at all. Interesting approach there. On the other side, Mr. DOGAO will play Ethiopians. Should be an archer fest.
You're going to have to give me a second as I find the game here, Nili. Keep going as you're going.
Okay, villagers very efficient here at the gold, and DOGAO goes for the archer range. We are just expecting both players to go for a lot of range units. Vikings obviously incredibly good due to their strong economy. Getting wheelbarrow for free puts you far ahead in the economy, and getting handcart as well. Ethiopians on the other side, plus 100 food, plus 100 gold, allows you to get fletching very early on or some economy upgrades, and well, faster shooting archers comes in quite handy. 6 on gold already here. Wouldn't be surprised to see the second archer range. Goes for some more houses for now. And TATOH, look at that approach. He's dropping a lot of farms before horse color. That's a very castle-oriented play.
Well, he does have the free wheelbarrow in feudal age, so farms are going to come into play pretty early here for him. What do you like about Ethiopians versus Vikings here? From the Ethiopian side.
Ethiopian, well, they can just go for a good amount of archers and probably then in Castle Age, even if you have like smaller, the worse eco, the Viking player can't really take the heads-on fight, right? 20 archers against 20 archers. Ethiopian just wrecks that every single time. Also, switch into knights, not really an option. And TATOH, if he mixes in some skirms, even those won't perform too well. I think TATOH either needs to wall a lot, try to get to Castle Age and play this one out, or needs to add mangonels, just a heads-up fight, and both going for the same army. Doesn't really work against Ethiopians. They're just so deadly.
And you can continue to produce military without worrying about your resources for upgrades as well, because you get that 100 food, 100 gold when you advance the next age, which is quite nice.
That indeed comes in handy. Let's take a look. Both players with heavy farms here. 18 against 16 villagers on food already. TATOH needs to pull his villagers. Very open goal. Did only go for archers. Not going to be too easy because some skirmishes are mixed in.
Yeah, he still has some gold in the bank, so he can continue to produce while he's off of that main gold of his. As you said, he's producing skirmishers. DOGAO just looking to harass a bit, I think, see if he can get any free picks. The way he's walling up, I think he definitely wants to take this into Castle Age.
Oh yeah, surely doesn't want to allow any counterattacks. Will have some problems if he loses that hill, but with that aggression at the start, he won't lose that one too early. TATOH now tries to rush out the second archer range. Another question, or questionable time. Maybe a defensive tower at the gold could have helped TATOH out.
Yeah, TATOH's, I think overall he's reacted pretty well here, but it's good pressure from DOGAO on this forward gold. And he had a forward gold of his own. But he's preventing TATOH from raiding that by being so aggressive in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, but the big difference was TATOH solely did start with archers and DOGAO did mix in some skirmishes, now a lot more, and therefore TATOH cannot really take the fight. Most of the time you want to mix in scouts against that, but Vikings obviously not really the civilization that wants to go on to a lot of scouts.
And TATOH going for a market now. Okay, and he almost has the res to click up anyway, so what's the market for? Second feudal age building, I guess?
Not really, when they two archer ranges. I'm a bit surprised as well. Is floating 500 gold, and it looked like he maybe bought 100 food. I don't even know exactly. Is on the way to Castle Age. On the other side, we see 600 food, 400 gold for DOGAO.
I always forget that you start with that blacksmith. Empire Wars is such a strange mode to kind of switch into here. DOGAO camping that hill. I love the way he's built his houses and archer ranges around that gold. Kind of slowly securing the map while having a position forward. And both players are in a pretty similar position right now. Stable from TATOH, though.
DOGAO can fall back on the hills way easier than TATOH, and his gold just feels more exposed. Military count 17 to 17 at the moment. DOGAO 2 villages ahead, but obviously a bit of Castle Age timing behind.
So TATOH's going to add in some knights, presumably, in the Castle Age with that stable. Obviously, Vikings, usually you don't see knights from them, but when so many skirmishers are mixed in, it is a great play. I love how DOGAO is splitting up his army here. Skirmishers to one side, archers to the other, but TATOH spots that.
Yeah,
he saw there wasn't any archers in that group.
Indeed, and he will easily defend that, but the moment he defends the right-hand side with skirms, only the archers are exposed at the front. Needs to pull back, goes for some more houses. What a wild opening here for TATOH.
Yeah, it's a delicate balance, right? Because you want to prevent those archers from doing raids, but you don't want to let the skirmishers in. TATOH, however, fully walled on the right side, so he can pretty confident fight these skirmishers in the middle. And now he's sneaking his archers around. They're not going to find anything in DOGAO's.
Let's take a look. It seems all very, very walled. DOGAO giving up that one lumber camp there. Wise choice. More aggression at the front. TATOH drops the TC. Bot can now elite skirmishers before crossbow even. Is that properly walled, Dave? This is so easy to have some holes in this area.
I think it is. I thought there might be a hole near that archer range in the house, but there's one behind there. Oh, never mind.
Dave! Oh, let's take a look. Quick walls here, and DOGAO will just accept. Okay, one villager is going down. Crossbow now coming in. Could even cancel crossbow here. Will lose all of his archers for sure, but might want to go for them afterwards. Clear up is pretty nice, though. Did kill 2 villagers.
Yeah, and now TATOH's coming forward with a forward siege workshop on that hill. That'd be such a strong position if he can get it. Knights are on the field as well, but DOGAO is going to spot this, and TATOH wisely deletes it and sends his villager back, building it in a more safe position now.
Loses a bit of the hill control, but that is okay for him. Did go through with the crossbow upgrade, has 1 on the field now, 1 knight only, so it looks like mainly skirm, skirm at the moment. Then the mangonel dance becomes crucial. Siege workshop for DOGAO, also the stable, very much a mirror matchup.
Yeah, except TATOH is already going on 3 TCs. I really love his TC placements, by the way. He's got 1 in front of that gold, which is going to make it very hard for DOGAO to raid there with skirmishers or crossbows. And then he's got 1 on the other side, which basically locks down the left side of his base. Yeah, very nice.
That's pretty sweet indeed. And also, well, we have to mention he is wheelbarrow and 10 card ahead. The second wood upgrade behind. TATOH's trying to flee at the right-hand side. DOGAO, well, wants to reclaim the center control. Oh,
and now DOGAO's running under the TC from TATOH. No response.
Loses 1 villager. Kills 1 crossbow in exchange.
Pretty clean from both players there.
Both players walling themselves up, and well, it's funny. This is what I normally would expect if we had a real mirror matchup, that both players go for such a similar army composition. TATOH now tries to run from the right hand side. 1 knight, 1 mangonel coming over. Ooh, TATOH could be trapped.
Yeah, and I don't think that TATOH knows DOGAO has a siege workshop, right? He hasn't seen it yet?
I would be surprised. Let's take a look. No idea. In general, didn't see a lot of DOGAO's map.
Good oh, TATOH deleted his mangonel to try and negate the hill bonus from DOGAO, but DOGAO was too quick and pulled it away. Unfortunately for him, the knight is going to clear that up. And now TATOH pushing back across with those skirmishers.
Oh, that was so important that the knight was going up for the clear up here. Let's take a look. Goes down, not finishing the second mangonel. TATOH, he needs to stay active on that mangonel production.
DOGAO now on 3 TCs of his own. TATOH slightly ahead in villager count and ahead in economy because he does get the free wheelbarrow and free handcart.
Oh, that's risky. Ooh, gets the kill. 1 for 1. Kind of takes the aggression out of DOGAO's attack. Neither player with ballistics so far. TATOH is researching it now.
TATOH's just kind of waiting with these skirmishers over on the right side. Maybe he's hoping DOGAO's going to forget about them, and at some point he can trap this army in the middle. Or maybe TATOH forgot about them. You never know.
I'm not really sure. Normally you don't, right? That's always something you have on a group. Normally needs to be crazy. You need to override the group for that to happen. Now goes for Bowsaw. Is going in here. Ballistic should find a lot of kills. Oh, a bit of miss micro. Isn't getting as many kills as he wanted to.
Yeah, I feel like he could have got 3 or 4 more there. Doesn't have the second armor upgrade yet. Neither player has it for their skirmishers.
Not even sure if it makes the difference, honestly.
Well, again, if you have crossbows mixed in, it does.
Yeah, yeah.
And TATOH has some.
Yeah. And DOGAO as well. Now it goes for
TATOH trying for the raids.
DOGAO not
super aware.
Yeah, yeah, that was crazy good. Okay, villager count 75 against 73. DOGAO still without wheelbarrow, only getting it now. So TATOH's eco is better. Goes for scale barding armor. I think if you go for knights, then you need to add more stables. Mangonel pops out, gets the kill. TATOH goes back, has to love that.
Oh, now the skirmishers are moving. Right as he sees the crossbows. Gets a few picks there.
Oh, that is so sweet. And yeah, those were some good minutes for TATOH. So much going for him while he still has the better economy. But skirms are now moving into the mangonel. Oh, mangonel shoots in the other direction though. Skirms need to split. Oof, that
Great micro from TATOH. Not even losing a unit there. Really, really nice.
Gets away at the left-hand side.
Second
as
Siege
well.
Workshop
Oh,
for DOGAO.
interesting, right? Did he lose that many Mangonauts that he feels like that production is needed? Behind this, by the way, oh god. And that's why we see Vikings banned so often, guys, right? DOGAO, not a lot of macro mixed mistakes behind this one. And still,
TATOH
such a better eco for Vikings.
TATOH went for the same composition. He went for earlier TCs, and he's up to Imperial Age far earlier than DOGAO.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
And now the Mangonauts, TATOH will get that crucial hill, can pressure that gold, takes another good fight at the left-hand side, and... Well, now some more knights added for DOGAO, but still, it's enough crossbowmen. And TATOH, he just needs to dance with his Mangonauts, has the hill advantage here, and trades off 1 for 1.
Wow. And he got some damage in on those skirmishers from DOGAO as well. Really, really good Mangonel micro here from TATOH. I'd love to see him just keep these archers kind of back in reserve as soon as he gets to imp, upgrade them to Arbalest, and then see if you can try and secure that hill with a castle, maybe. Not too far forward, but maybe the hill in between your bases.
I think you can get that crazy castle in front of DOGAO's base, right? Just feels very natural. He has more army, he has Mangonauts on there.
DOGAO?
Shouldn't be the most difficult thing.
It's a dangerous spot here for DOGAO. He's playing with fire, trying to fight these Mangonels uphill, and there's the castle you were talking about. TATOH with a commanding position.
And those knights can't do much, right? Without any defense upgrades. Trying to find another angle here is DOGAO now. Look at that. He will click up to him pretty soon, but will lose all the control at the center. He might even get into a trap war before he gets imp with his castle at the left-hand side.
Yeah, I don't think TATOH knows that castle's there, though. No, he does not. He's probably going to push up the gut into DOGAO's base, and DOGAO, with that sneaky castle on the left, might actually surprise him once he gets to Imperial Age.
Oh, I think some raid might come in there later as well. Crossbow now being sent over for the defense at the right-hand side. Quite a lot of army sent in a spot that where he's completely walled.
TATOH overchopped. He overchopped there.
What?
But he knows the army's here.
Oh, that could be
I think...
problematic.
No,
Oops,
he
the
didn't.
villagers.
There's a tree hiding there. There's no hole.
Oh yeah, there's no hole. Yep. Arbalest easily microing that one away. Shouldn't be a big problem. 7 range against 8 range here. DOGAO is running. TATOH with the easy clear up. Still lots of control here in the center. 20 population lead at the moment for our Spaniard.
Still the same villager count, though. And DOGAO is on the way to Imperial Age. The second castle is going down in the middle of his base. So he's going to be pretty secure. And now he's moving out to the golds on the left as well. But TATOH, same idea. Outposts all the way across the map, trying to get that vision, trying to get that control.
Oh, I love that. I love that so much. And TATOH, well, villager count even, I will give that to you. But look at the military. 35 to 6 at the moment. But, well, TATOH tries to make it a bit more even.
Yeah, all it takes is one bad engagement, right?
Yeah, but against what army?
I'm looking for positives.
Arbalest diving in deep. Maybe they run into the castle there. Could find a lot of kills in the gold, though. Oh god, that's so bad for DOGAO.
Amazing reaction from him to notice that right away. He's only going to lose, what, 4 villagers immediately?
Yeah,
And then the castle is going to deny those Arbalists from running in further. TATOH castling on the left-hand side. Great position there.
Oh yeah, controlling the gold. Allowing himself more control over those hills. And, well, more villagers will die at the woodline. DOGAO losing so much army there at the bottom was really unfortunate for him. Now he reached him with so little stuff to upgrade.
Yeah, the red is just spreading all across the map. DOGAO, let's see if he can defend this castle against the trebs from TATOH. He barely had enough wood to make a single treb. And he's running out of stone, and none on stone for him at the moment. He's trying to go to that neutral gold too, but TATOH's castle gonna be up in time.
Oh yeah, that's going to be ugly. Arbalest actually running away from all the scorpions. TATOH needs to get to another unit. Arbalest alone is a way to allow your opponent to get a comeback. But 3 traps, I think they should control the left-hand side. Oh, scale budding armor, maybe berserks, is that an option?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, what is the Ethiopian player going to do immediately against Berserks if you have the economy to get a lead anyway?
Arbalest, maybe?
Yeah, but DOGAO's got some gold issues, to be honest. He can't go on the one to the right. He can't go on his main gold. He only has that gold on the left. And the neutral one, it was just denied by TATOH's castle.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, that's so true. Only 9 villages on gold for TATOH. On the other side, 10 for DOGAO. Quite low numbers from either player. A bit surprised on that end. Castle will probably fall over here at the left-hand side. Still 3 traps shooting. TATOH got away with most of his Arbalest. Another castle at the right-hand side. He's trying to control every single hill on the map.
He's smothering him right now. Like, it's a slow death for DOGAO, and he taps out before TATOH can kill his entire base. But wow, what a commanding performance from TATOH there. Both players looking very even into mid Castle Age, and then he just leveraged the bonuses of the Vikings to get that much farther ahead and start asserting his map control.
Oh man, and it felt so clean for TATOH. For everyone who was around earlier from the beautiful deep dive strategy analysis, that felt a bit similar, right? So DOGAO not banning Vikings, played against a guy that just macroed out. Against land, DOGAO went for the all-in though. And here he just slowly grinded himself down, it felt.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it comes down to the fact that he lost basically every single Mangonel engagement in Castle Age. So he couldn't really deal with the big masses of archers or skirmishers from TATOH. And he couldn't get a position because TATOH had those archers on the hill, got the castle down. And once he got that castle down, it was just, it seemed inevitable.
Bombard cannon would have been the next step. Maybe he had so much control at one point. The siege workshop where we have the castle could have been so nice for DOGAO. Then TATOH can never really take that area, but obviously wishful thinking. GG well played by TATOH. Let's take a look at the statistics.
Yep, you can see the economy difference for TATOH is pretty much what contributed to the victory here.
Yeah, and that was with basically even villagers this whole game, right? TATOH had slightly more at the end there because he killed so many, but that really shows you that DOGAO didn't fall behind in numbers. It's something like invisible or like hidden kind of with the upgrades.
So going into game number 2, it's going to be DOGAO's home map pick. What do you expect to see from him?
Let's take a look at what they show us here. We have DOGAO with Haboob and then Madness. Pretty similar both. I think he will go for the Haboob Celts play. That's my wild prediction. And I will be excited to see what he plays. Probably something with Men-at-Arms.
Yeah. You can envision the Celts on that map, but when I think about them in Castle Age. Like, I think about the Mangonels, the Pikes, everything that you can do in Castle Age. I don't really think about what the Feudal Age composition is going to be, and he's going to have to weather the storm to get the Celts' power fully rolling. Wonder if he can do that. Men-at-Arms, like you said, potentially a play.
Well, could be countered by a lot of archers. TATOH, he has still a lot of strong civilizations left there. Aztec, Lithuanians, interested to see what he will have Cumans for and what's his game plan there. This one will be pretty aggressive. I will assume like Khmer, Land Madness, Lithuanian, Haboob. Feels somewhat reasonable.
Well, I'm looking at their lobby and it's all asterisks. It's all started out here, so I'm assuming that it's Haboob.
Yeah. And it will be... Teutons for DOGAO. TATOH will play Berbers. What are our thoughts there?
Berbers. Haboob seems almost like too close of a map for Berbers, doesn't it? You want to like utilize your mobility with them and the good stable units and Well, he's obviously got a plan, so we'll see.
But also
what he can pull
Teutons,
out of
right?
that.
Yeah, you can put a lot of farms down, but they really only shine in Castle Age, right? You can't really play monks against them. Their melee is just so much better, and they can go for a very strong push there. TATOH, obviously, if he gets a castle up and camel archers, that's going to be crazy. But yeah, well, we can just stop theory crafting and jump into the game. TATOH with a slow PC today, and we can see what he has in store for us. In the red trunks again, drops the archer range instantly. And, well, very short distance as always on this map. And we have the archer range from our Teuton player as well. Interesting approaches.
Yeah, you would think he would almost start with a stable instead, but he's gone for the archer range. Both players with very fortunate gold spawns on this map. Both of their main golds very protected at the back of their base. So you don't really have to worry about those early raids with archer spearmen into that gold, as we saw in the last series that we casted. There is a hill, though, in front of DOGAO's base, so he probably has to prevent TATOH from taking control over that. Maybe later on in the game we'll see him build some walls around that area.
Yeah, looking at the overview of the map here, it's scattered around with small hills everywhere that you can sometimes take, and yeah, only one elevation, but not the craziest thing, but also something you can micro a bit with. Archer v Archer shouldn't give us too many surprises. Actually, DOGAO goes for fletching. TATOH, not so far.
TATOH's already fully walled in his wood line. He's nervous. He doesn't want any raids to hit him. That was the very first thing he did. He walled in it completely, his wood line.
But against archers, that's not going to be the most important thing. Only now
But
gets
when
fletching.
when you see you're against Teutons, you're not expecting archers, right?
Yeah, that's true. He still didn't scout neither stable nor archer range. Obviously did see the army, so he knows that it was an archer range opening, but might have been surprising for him.
Yeah, DOGAO's using those buildings to create a wall across the front of his base, too. He's giving himself some time to secure his economy. Obviously, it's going to be a big ask to put walls on the left and right, but pretty good start here.
For a big Asterisk map.
Yep. Both players just kind of feeling their way through this Haboob map so far.
Horsecolor now on the way for DOGAO. Sees, okay, I can't break my opponent. Instantly want to drop some more farms. Actually has a lot of farms already rolling for himself. And TATOH goes for the second defense upgrade. Oh god, that horsecolor timing. 175 food on this farm. The next ones will have 250 food. And, well, I wouldn't even mind DOGAO going for some walls at the left-hand side. But remember, guys, we cannot wall on that stony area.
Look at this. DOGAO's almost like drawing TATOH in here. He's got the scouts garrison. He had the archers garrison. He's like, I'll fight now that you're out of position.
And that will be problematic. Look at that, focusing down the skirmishers. Good job, Archer v Archer, Scout v Skirm. And TATOH has to retreat here. Nice surprise by DOGAO. TATOH, he did not scout it. He was so close to the buildings.
He's going to lose his whole army here. Really great play from DOGAO to draw the archers, the skirmishers back with those spearmen.
Oh yeah, and well, quite a surprise tech switch there for sure. Did have some spearmen in there, so felt a bit safe, but those get sniped quite nicely. KD now 11-4.
Second stable for DOGAO.
Wow.
So we're going to see a feudal age all in here. TATOH with the smart tower near his gold. He knows how exposed he is at the back here. He doesn't want DOGAO sitting on those hills.
Archers though running into the tower. Ooh, papa. Lots of HP lost. Meanwhile, tries to get some damage done against the villagers on the ostrich. Not going to happen. TATOH with the defensive tower did easily survive.
What is papa? What is that?
Didn't you see it?
All right, I'll trust you.
Okay.
There's a hole into that wood line, by the way, right beside the gate.
Yeah, he just opened it, right? Oh. Oh.
Look, there's... Okay.
Debated.
DOGAO didn't want to go in, and running right past the archers again. Gonna take some more HP off these villagers. Maybe take one. Not worth it, though, to lose two scouts like that.
Well, what is he really doing with the scouts after that? Yes, 6 on the map. Ooh, another raid at the front. Barry will just need to run.
Needs to stop running into that tower too, losing 2 archers for free and then HP off some others. Getting another villager though. So his economy is untouched. TATOH just lost 2 villagers and a bunch of army.
Double stable here. Still for DOGAO. Didn't go for the all-in that we thought could happen for a small moment. DOGAO is trying to find another angle. And, well, more villagers on stone now. Could be a massive play in Castle Age. But TATOH, no stables so far. I expect he will add 2 stables on the way to Castle Age.
Yeah. You really need it unless... just to prevent your opponent from going siege or from teching into skirmishers or whatnot. It'd be very nice, especially with the Berbers.
I love the Town Watch edition here by TATOH. Doesn't want to get surprised by any attacks, but still, not the greatest vision everywhere. Even built a defensive tower. That's interesting. That's his wood line. Okay.
I guess better safe than sorry, right? He's played this game like that so far. I mean, he walled in his wood line right away. He put that tower at the back, which helped him out. So it's worked before. Why not, right?
Oh, but still 50 seconds later to Castle Age. 2 villagers behind as well. DOGAO basically +4 in villager count.
Yeah. TATOH realizing that those scouts are still around, having Town Watch, he's going to be able to locate or put his spearmen back there and drive those scouts away. That tower's done work so far this game.
Yeah, that's so true. Berber villagers so fast in getting away. Ooh, DOGAO runs into the army of TATOH, but TATOH runs away. Oh, nothing happened. 3 stables by DOGAO.
DOGAO didn't get that left side fully walled, but I think with TATOH on the way to Castle Age, maybe he wants to wait before he dives. Okay, here he goes. And you're right, he is adding a stable on the way up.
Yeah, but only 1 stable. Wouldn't mind to see some more. Indeed goes for 2 stables there. We are expecting a lot of knights to come out of DOGAO.
How many knights does he need before he engages this, though? Because they're going to be crossbow pretty soon.
Well, he's getting the 2nd defense upgrade. TATOH is up to Castle Age way later, so I think he could have jumped on it with maybe even 2 knights. After they get to crossbow, maybe 4 or 5 could be nice for him. Should get to those numbers quite easily, though. TATOH, he stables himself.
Yep, there's the 3rd stable. I was about to say there's the 2nd stable, but then I saw the one at the back. And 2 towers now on the wood line. Not just the 1, 2.
Okay, just super scared, wants to be safe. Can he save the villager? Jumps in there. Worth it.
And here come the archers at the back, and DOGAO wisely made a tower at the back.
Look at that, exactly 10 villagers that fit into the tower, and we have murder holds. Perfect for Teutons.
That guy couldn't get in, but, you know, 9. Fit in there.
Gated community. Okay, Camels not having a lot of upgrades there. Only the 1 defense upgrade, no bloodlines. Meanwhile, Knights are trying to find another angle. Would love to see TATOH building a TC somewhere at his exposed gold.
+2 on those Knights as well, so he should be able to clear this up. I don't really see any super choke points that TATOH can sit in. He can obviously sit against the wood.
Not going to be pretty. TATOH, I think he needs to micro that against 6 knights. Maybe take down 2-3 villagers. Might be okay. Wants to maybe take the fight from the hill.
3 more knights.
Oh, that's going to be ugly for TATOH. He will get cleared up.
Yep. 3 more coming in. Great micro from DOGAO to pull those 2 wounded away. He tried to get that 3rd one away too. Really great trade from DOGAO.
Loses 1 single knight, and that was simply beautiful.
Yeah. Very, very good micro. And he's winning on the front too. Picking off a few camels with the knights. Teuton's looking like a pretty decent pick here. Hey, Nili?
Well, against Berbers, I think they're both having the same strength. Right? They're more shining in Castle Age, and therefore we didn't see the dominance that could have gone into Teuton's face if they faced something like Lithuanians, something like Magyar, something like Ethiopians.
Both players also going for the 1 TC. Oh, as I say that, TATOH drops the 2nd TC. DOGAO still just producing out of his 3 stables.
Oh, those knights don't want to take this fight. Camels heavily under upgraded though. Oh, yeah, I don't think they do too much damage against those knights.
I think the knights could have
Won that
traded.
one.
Yeah, but barely. That's the thing, right? Because he had the spearman there too.
Knights coming in left-hand side. Everything walled by TATOH. The TC will go up in time as
But look at the wood line. Yep, he's in on the wood line, like you said. Distract on the right, hit on the left.
Yeah, but TATOH is doing the walls in time. I think that might actually be passable. TATOH? No, okay. Solid defense.
And TATOH doesn't really know where to go with these camels, as assuming DOGAO just keeps running away on the right.
Yeah, but he shouldn't be able to run away, right? He doesn't have husbandry. TATOH should be the one forcing the fights.
I don't think he can take that fight, though. Because he has to worry about the army on the left as well. If he trades all of his camels with all of those knights and both players end up with 0, DOGAO's still got 8 knights left over.
16 camels, make it 17 against 23 on the map. Pretty damn crazy numbers. Look at how he's melting the archery range as well.
Oh, he needs to get out of here, though. That's a bad place to engage. TATOH getting free hits there. And TATOH now with 3 TCs. DOGAO still only on 1.
Wow, okay. Is going for mass pikemen though now. And he is going for 2 barracks. Goes for the aggression. This one feels like the castle age all in now. Would love to see a villager move forward and get some siege workshops up.
I love the fact he's killing these archer ranges. TATOH wanted to make a transition to deal with the pikes. And he has 3 TCs. He has to make farms to produce out of the TCs. He just doesn't have the wood to build more archer ranges.
I think he will heavily go into stone. Maybe even buy some stone and try to somehow get a defensive castle up and go camel archers. And camel archers are incredibly good against Teutons because they don't have husbandry.
Can DOGAO make a case for just going over to the TC on the left and nuking it?
I don't think
Because he
so.
sees the army from TATOH over here on the right.
Yeah, but it's still close enough, right? Maybe he can jump onto the wood line. I think it might be open. No, it's not. TC. Oh, Dave. He might do it. TATOH's
He's gonna do it.
back.
He's gonna do it, dude.
Ooh, that's going to be rough. Camels
It's gonna be real close.
far out of position. Not really going for the repair. Defensive castle.
There's the castle.
Oh, could be the game-deciding moment here. And oh, DOGAO gives it up. I think 2 more volleys and he could have killed the TC.
Yeah. But then you're engaging against the vills and the camels are getting free picks, right? So, like, pick your poison here.
No, just keep right-clicking it. It was down to 600 HP, I believe. Uh-oh. TATOH, that's a fight he can't take. Needs to walk back a bit more. TATOH pulls more villagers, trades off all his camels here before the castle finishes.
He had to trade off the camels to get the castle up. Otherwise, the knights would have engaged against the villagers. He did take a decent fight there. I mean, a lot of those knights are weak. He cleared up probably, 20 knights there in that battle. And he kept the TC alive, so I think TATOH would take that.
Now monastery to heal up all those knights, but is that really the main thing here? It looks a bit weird. Villagers pulled away and TATOH, he and camel archers, something you hate to play against. He's just so active and so good with the micro.
Tossing away the rest of his camels now, though.
Too low
Where's
HP.
they going? Where are they going?
Look
They didn't even care.
Okay. TATOH 3TC play, runs away. Maybe 5 villagers into the tower. Camel archer numbers not that high so far though. 3 on the map, 1 more in production, and another TC under threat.
Yeah, and I'm pretty impressed here that DOGAO, with the 1 TC for so long, is only 9 villagers behind TATOH, and now he's getting the other 2 TCs up of his own.
And 2 eco upgrades ahead. So doing a good job there. And yeah, he will be safe. This is a pretty even game still. DOGAO with way more army, but it feels like TATOH gets onto his desired unit.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. What is DOGAO's counter to camel archers as students?
I think he should have played the Castle Age all in more aggressively. The Siege Workshop to follow it up. He is now camping with 40 army against 10 army. That's something that should never ever happen.
And he's still open on that left-hand side, and here come the Camel Archers.
Should find some villager kills quite easily here, and DOGAO instant reaction as well. Not really sure how they ghost walked through the lumber camp there.
I think DOGAO might be going for the Castle Age all-in. Still producing.
But no siege, my man. He's only
There's
now
a
getting the
siege
siege workshop. Yeah, but that's so late, no?
Yeah. It's going for monks as well to convert the Camel Archers.
I think it was mainly to heal up his very low HP knights. Look at how slow those knights are of Teutons.
Yeah, you don't really appreciate husbandry until you can't get it, right?
Yeah, I think so as well. Ballistics now flying in. Villager count slightly better for TATOH. Ooh, runs through the TC. I think the TC should now focus the Camel Archers actually, because that's a scary unit. Attack at the right hand side, but TATOH willing to defend. Very short away, or like not far away from getting a second castle for himself. 17 stone here, drops off those. Yeah, nice raid by DOGAO. But now overcommitting.
Yeah, it feels like he should have only lost one knight there instead of the 4 that he did.
Ooh, Camel Archers in the center. TATOH tries to fire ghost this one down. 2 Camel Archers. All Camel Archers actually dying. Oh, look at that. TATOH actually did send the knights for the monks and did delete all his Camel Archers, knowing that DOGAO wanted to convert those first.
Second castle for TATOH on the right-hand side, just defending his base. And that's going to give him another building to produce Camel Archers. Just seems so scary once he gets that mass of them. Especially when he's in Imperial Age. He just clicked up.
Mangonel aggression through the center. That's not the TC he goes to Imp with. 2 Mangonels. What can they do? TATOH already sends those villagers away. Accepts the losses there. Gets a monastery up. Wants to get some more gold control. Some more relics for himself. And now it's just annoying against the Mangonels.
Yeah, I think if you're DOGAO here, you send a villager forward to repair, and you just keep attacking that TC, because I don't think TATOH's ever going to let you hit the Camel Archers.
Yeah, but then he just kills the villager.
Yeah, but you have your knights to push back the Camel Archers. You just got to be very active, right? It's a sticky situation either way.
Yeah, TATOH can always micro there so easily. Now goes for another mining camp there at the stone. Will probably find another Mangonel kill. And those Camel Archers doing reasonable damage. Another Monk sniped. And TATOH, well, he is just loving his life here.
Yep. Castle from DOGAO soon. It's coming forward. Yep, there it is. Middle of the map. Maybe he can do something with some trebuchet pressure.
Well, let's see. He is up to him 50 seconds later. 2 castles against 1 castle. TATOH should have the advantage in that regard, but obviously TATOH doesn't really want to use his castles for any trap production. Ideally, he wants to go for more Camel Archers, takes those into his own hands, and tries to go for a raid. Could be pretty nice against the gold there. Look at that! DOGAO puts the defensive tower next to his gold. Great anticipation.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be in time, too. He's also sending his knights over there. I think the key to winning this game for DOGAO might be to force TATOH to fight in one location. He doesn't want TATOH to use his mobility and keep raiding his economy. So his knights, those poor knights.
TATOH goes for Thumpering. Some knights trying to intercept, not really going to happen. TATOH just runs away. And, well, castle's up. TATOH knows about that one. Now a siege workshop here at the left-hand side. And TATOH, he's just microing like a god.
If you're Teutons, could you justify going Helb SO in this position?
It's not like we have the craziest eco, right? DOGAO has 102 villagers. SO sounds more like something with 130 villagers. But struggle against, especially Helb ramp push.
Look at the micro from TATOH. It's just, it bodies all the way down the map as those knights attempted to chase the camel archers. TATOH microing the whole way. And finally, we have some trebs out on the field from DOGAO. He's going to start the push down the middle. He's going to start the push down the middle.
We have Bracer.
Capped Ram.
Elite Camel Archer. Lovely choice. And Capped Ram, really?
Capped Ram.
Well,
okay, guys. For anyone who's not familiar with the Teuton tech tree, they do not get Siege Ram. So that is the most upgraded those Rams are going to be. Gone for Cavalier as well. Okay. Might actually snipe the trap.
Oh, tries to go back. No repair option there. Builds a farm in its way. Not really sure what's the thing there. TATOH tries to fight with the villagers. Not going for the repair. Oh, that's close. Actually, TATOH is doing a great job of dancing around here.
Look at that trip move.
Don't tell me he's saving this one.
Oh my god, no way.
What? That should never ever be a save. Crazy save by TATOH.
He used the camel archer as a block and then went in circles around it while repairing.
That shouldn't be a thing. TATOH's eco upgrades quite lacking behind this one though, and now the Rams doing a good job. And camel archers, for people that don't know too much, not great against Rams.
Yeah, the Rams are kind of paying off here, and Capped Ram upgrade is not that expensive, so he didn't invest too much in this push. And it's going to force TATOH into going melee. Some melee units to counter this.
Ooh, right hand side DOGAO's catching some of the villagers. Lovely move there. TATOH wanted to expand. Not a lot of extra resource on this map, if any actually. And more eco upgrades for DOGAO. Love those moves. Ram, whoa, having quite a task to get the undefeatable trap, and that one will be saved again. Now some knights to kill those capped Rams, but camel archers still active. TATOH goes for another raid.
Yeah, I think DOGAO probably needs to add some extra towers or another TC or something back in that area to prevent this from happening. There's another TC right as the camel archers are coming in. So for the second time, DOGAO predicting the direction that TATOH is going to go in.
Absolutely lovely play, but TATOH is going back. Surprisingly high score advantage here for TATOH in a spot where I feel like he's getting pushed quite a bit. Sits at pop 160 against 150.
That's a great raid. That's a great raid on the right from DOGAO. Unfortunately for him, a lot of those Cavaliers are wounded, but the villagers won't be able to take them out, and they're going to kill a bunch.
Oh boy, TATOH did react in reasonable time, but well, not all of them will make it home. Castle is falling. TATOH down to only one castle and not a lot of stone control.
It kind of, like, the capped Rams did so much better than I thought they would do.
It is kind of the counter. Like, that's why you sometimes pick Slavs as the counter to Berbers, right? Because it's simply halberd your Ram. It's so tough. Sometimes you even tech into champions if you are Berbers here in this spot.
It's even less about, like, what damage they're going to do to the buildings and more about forcing TATOH to go into a unit that can actually kill them. And that'll take his resources away from the camel archer mass and from pushing out across the map. So very, very well done from DOGAO.
Oh man, I don't even know if how much gold we still have left on this whole map even. Going for another raid here at the side. Well, Camacho just dealing with that one quite nicely. Those Cavaliers not having the greatest engagement ever. Tries to split away, but runs into the next castle. TATOH will have to let that one go, but nice group of kills. Oi, 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 oi. The intensity of that game. It just feels like DOGAO is constantly pushing, but TATOH not really dropping in population.
No, and he's still got that camel archer mass, which is going to be so deadly as the game goes on here. Do you think going into skirm? Okay, DOGAO's going into skirm now.
Yeah, but skirms, as we all know, not having the last attack upgrade, not having the last range upgrade, will hurt those skirmishers surely in that fight. TATOH can micro away from it so easily, and look at that micro of TATOH.
Yeah, the camel archer is just so much faster than the Cavalier from Teutons, and all those gold units going down the drain now for DOGAO. Like I said before, though, DOGAO, I think he's in a better position as long as he forces the fights in the middle. and forces TATOH to be there. And with the constant tread pressure, he kind of is doing that. Although TATOH has a chance now to get into the eco with Camel Archer.
And TATOH and a bombard cannon. Like, that's where I emotionally resign. This guy...
You got it!
What?
Did you resign yet? Because you could still keep playing.
I would have
Nili.
resigned already, but DOGAO is on another level. He apparently can kill those bombard cannons. Holy moly. Okay, TATOH normally very active with that one. Now dives in with all his pikemen. Gets the trap. Should probably get out of there. His Camel Archers will find so many kills. DOGAO tries to rush out some towers in the back, and some of them surely will go up.
Yeah, the Camel Archers being so annoying back there. Upgraded to guard tower, so... Oh, she's not going to get it up?
Oh, okay. Some in the back, but that was a solid 10 villagers dead already. TATOH now getting forging. I still like... The eco upgrades are so much behind here. TATOH takes the 2-0 though. Those elite Camel Archer in TATOH's hands are so lethal.
Yeah, he never stopped moving once. There's no opportunity to take out that pack, especially in a map as open as this, where he can just run in circles. DOGAO, I mean, he tried to push through the middle with the cap rams. They did surprisingly well for a period of time there. He took out a couple TCs, a couple castles, but he just couldn't make it happen as long as TATOH had that mass of Camel Archers.
Beautiful game here. So much aggression. TATOH forced deep into his base, had to retreat. Didn't really have a lot of gold and stone income anymore, right? Did you have any gold now? I think it was down to 600 gold now overall to collect. Now slowly reclaiming gold.
TATOH had 2 relics and DOGAO had 3, so there wasn't that huge of a difference on that point either.
Okay. Yeah, overall gold collected very close in the relics as well. DOGAO was a bit slower, but look at that. Killed army value as well. TATOH killed 22,000 resources. DOGAO only killed 13,000 resources.
And the economy was so similar. Again, it was 2 games in a row where the economy is very similar between these 2 players, but... Or sorry, the villager count is similar. But TATOH just with the better military.
Yeah, but now the economy should be better for DOGAO, right? Because he had the better economy upgrades. Yeah, slightly better there. And TATOH could have gone for a bit more income. And yeah, now set up all the farms at the side. Surely would have switched into hussars pretty soon. And, well, we will jump into the second and last home map of DOGAO. Up next.
And it looks like that map is going to have to be...
Land Madness.
Land Madness.
Kind of a Slavs pick to me.
Yeah.
Against Khmer? Against Lithuanians? One of the two.
Well, what other maps does TATOH have? 'Cause we'll have to consider that. If he does lose this game, he doesn't, like, for example, he doesn't want to waste a Khmer pick if it's super important on another map. He has Lowland and Frigid Lake.
I think, like, as humans, it's only pick number 7, right? So it's not have to pick it 100% thingy. He still has Aztecs open as well. That's not that easy for me. It feels like Khmer is really good on Frigid Lake, though. So I think it should be Lithuanians versus Slavs. Yeah, that's what I will go with.
For Land Madness?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's going to be Khmer against Slavs.
I think Khmer are too good on Frigid Lake.
I'm not super familiar with Frigid Lake.
You
so
can't farm
maybe that's
around
right.
your starting TC. So that's
Oh,
really
that's right.
good.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi. And yeah, we're just waiting for information on the next games to come up. TATOH so far looking pretty sharp, and DOGAO, those were 2 high-level games. It just felt like TATOH was a tiny bit better.
Yeah, and the Civ advantage in both games too, for TATOH. First game, obviously Vikings are probably the best civ for Empire Wars on Arabia. And then the second game, once you get into that like mid-castle time where TATOH has a castle up and he has the camel archers, just seemed like such an advantage.
Yeah,
Maybe a better draft for him.
And if we look at the remaining civilization, it's not like TATOH is falling off too much there either, right? Aztecs still left, Khmer incredible as well. So it looks really damn good for Mr. TATOH. Remember that the winner of this set will face off against HERA on Saturday. That's going to be a banger regardless. Either TATOH against HERA, or if DOGAO makes the comeback here 3-2, then I will be super excited to see that matchup. Obviously, the other bracket match at the top is Mr. CAPOCH going through early on, and we get some info of Robo. Robo's typing.
Always
that
typing.
always gets me
I
nervous.
see that.
Okay.
I could see like fill time for an hour and a half. We have problems.
Yeah. And yeah, CAPOCH against Mr. Yo. That's going to be a banger as well, flying in on Saturday. I know that the Spanish community went wild here. So many people so happy that CAPOCH went through. Lovely stuff. And yeah, a huge huge support out of the especially the South American community.
It's such a renaissance for Age of Empires right now. We have CAPOCH that came back, a name that no one thought would ever come back. We had Riot, who's still active and playing very well. We have Jordan, and I don't know if everyone noticed this, but Chris, my favorite player of all time and a Canadian legend, has actually been streaming the past week and is doing quite well and likes the game. So it's really nice to see the old players getting back into it.
And I won 3 ladder games last week as well.
Yeah, but you never stopped playing.
I did stop for 1 week in 2009.
Oh, okay.
Does that not count?
No.
Okay, and TATOH says, no, Nili, what you're saying is wrong. He will indeed go for what you predicted, arguably one of the strongest civilizations for Land Madness. He will pick Khmer and will face DOGAO with Slavs, expecting a lot of scouts from both players, or maybe some switcherinos in there, maybe some archer spearman aggression. We will find out. TATOH with Khmer, DOGAO with Slavs. Let's go! TATOH with a 2-0 lead. DOGAO must not lose another game. We see the archer range opening by TATOH towards his opponent, and on the other side, Mr. DOGAO, what is he opting for? Pulls 5 villagers away from gold. That's the indication for the stable opening for our Slav player.
No spearmen coming out immediately from DOGAO either, so maybe he's aware of the archer opening or considers it from TATOH.
If you're going stable, you can't yeah, it's barracks, stable. Yeah, maybe you could have gone for it. Most of the time, if you go spearman and your opponent opens archers, then you're not looking too great, as you said. And first scout already doing some harassment here. TATOH, very annoying. Might commit here.
Great micro on the hill too. I'm surprised that DOGAO just fought that straight up. He didn't even try and pull it away, even though he had the scout coming. So that's a free villager for TATOH. Obviously, scout is wounded, but I think that's a good start for TATOH.
If the scout dies, I actually don't know who has the advantage. Trading off one scout against one villager would be good, I think, even for the guy that lost the villager. But if you're running into the spearman, takes 2 hits against the spearman. Okay, massive win for TATOH. I will take everything back.
I told you. He planned that from the beginning. And now DOGAO is actually going to see those archers really early. That's good for him. That's good information.
Oh, double archer range by TATOH. That's interesting as well. Most of the time we saw one archer range into stables then on this map, but TATOH moves out, and that's going to be some aggression. One spearman who already has quite some blood on his spear and tries to go to the other side. TATOH, I think he doesn't have a lot of vision. No, he doesn't even... What? Where is he going? Quite weird pathfinding there. Scouts won't really find an opening.
So as soon as DOGAO saw those archers, he pulled all his villagers off that front wood line, sent them to the back, but he still hasn't made either another stable or an archer range of his own.
Spearman defending again, another villager going down.
Bad fight.
And yeah, good move by DOGAO, pulling away the villagers from the front there. And villagers on the Ibex somewhat exposed. And 2 archers with fletching. I think they could find a kill. Okay,
Yeah.
no, instant reaction by DOGAO. Good job.
Yeah, that was a great response. And there's the second stable from DOGAO. Just seems like he doesn't really care about these units in the back. Okay, he's going to try and fight them with villagers, but that's... TATOH will always hit and run that.
Oh, but second stable? That can't be right, Dave. Like, it's
I feel like an archer range is necessary. You know, get a few skirmishers or something on the field.
He needs to overrun the spearmen so heavily, and he's only sitting at 7 military, which is okay. Like, you can easily clear up the small troops, but the moment TATOH gets onto like 4 or 5 spearmen, it's basically an unfightable army.
Yep, and TATOH's adding a stable of his own now too.
Bloodlines coming in though, I love that. Slav efficiency now takes that fight.
That's a lot of scouts.
Ooh.
2 of them are super weak, but this looks really intimidating if you're in TATOH's position.
Only one of them is super weak now. And yeah, that's a nice clear up. Sneaky move around though. 1 spearman, 3 archers again. All villagers full HP. TATOH needs to regroup now.
I think TATOH added the stable because he thought that DOGAO was going to add an archer range.
I think so as well. Counterattack now at the side. TATOH moves in.
Ooh, this could be good. This could be good for DOGAO here if he catches these archers coming across the field. Still got to deal with that stuff at the back though.
Bloodlines and +1 defense.
Yep.
Slavs are just crazy with their food income.
So he's going to deal with the stuff at the back first and then go to the stuff at the front. Actually, he could fight both battles at the same time with +1 defense.
1 spearman here. Can't do enough. Takes the fight like a man, but dies regardless. And, well, those scouts mopping those archers up. But next group of archers is already around the corner, but without protection.
Yeah, it's going to die. I'm convinced that TATOH thought he would see skirmishers by now, or archers, or something to deal with the spearmen.
Oh, only 1 spearman now, and let's see if is DOGAO jumping on it. Yes, he is. TATOH is microing away. Knows that's not really a fight he wants to take. Uh-oh, goes in. No. I got debated by 2 sheep on the minimap.
This is a really good pushback here from DOGAO. TATOH kind of trickling the spearmen in with his archers, and DOGAO just flooding them with scouts.
Yeah. The perfect counter to this, which no one does, is just adding a second barracks for TATOH. But it feels so unnatural.
MBL would do it.
No, he wouldn't.
Berry's expiring for TATOH. He's going to shift those away before the scouts can get in there. Still, I think DOGAO's still in a good position, even though he's going to have a big problem dealing with this army coming across, with 3 spearmen now.
3 spearmen. How much do you need to really fight against that? Like, are 9 scouts enough? Now the +1 defense as well.
I think it depends on like how well the spearmen engage initially. Because if you take out one of them and it only gets like 1 hit, then you can focus the other 2, and the scouts do really well against the archer.
Yeah, that's so true. Defensive tower now being rushed out. Spearmen coming forward, but I don't think this is going to be too pretty. TATOH, that is the fight that he wanted to take. Oh no, Spearman not really fighting back. He had his army on stand ground.
Yeah, and that's a great fight for DOGAO. It's going to clear this all up.
Holy moly.
That's the thing. It all depends on how many hits the spearmen get initially.
But just the story of the game is DOGAO gets the clear up. TATOH sends another army somewhere.
Yeah, but we got to look at the economies here. DOGAO looks like he's in a pretty decent position to go up to Castle Age soon.
Okay, he's not on gold though. I think that he might just go for more scouts pretty soon. Might just be a bit of miss-macro by him. Might put those resources on the map pretty soon. Oh no, sends villagers on to gold now. Still lacking the wood upgrade though.
3rd stable for him.
TATOH goes for the second barracks. Oh. Did he hear me? Did I talk too loud?
DOGAO had 7 scouts queued up, by the way.
Oh boy, yeah.
He's gonna have a gigantic army of scouts, and TATOH, realizing what's happening now, he's just sending a crap ton of spears across the map. And what is that villager for DOGAO doing?
Feels a bit like a misclick. Scouts now at the other side. Actually, 3... What? Do we have 3 barracks for TATOH? TATOH did build a defensive barracks just to defend himself at home. Like, behind his economy, even.
Yep, and it's working. I mean, spears are constantly coming out to deal with the raids from DOGAO. DOGAO gonna lose 3 more scouts, it looks like, at the back of TATOH's base.
Ooh,
and he's gonna have trouble fighting this.
Spearman +1/+1, not the greatest engagement either, but still, that has to be cost efficient for TATOH. Maybe DOGAO clears it up again. Oh, that's actually pretty close.
I think with the reinforcements, DOGAO's definitely gonna clear up the archers there. It's just like, at this point, sure, the scouts are working to some extent, but like, why not just add something to deal with the spears, you know? Just like a couple archers, maybe, you know?
3 spearmen now. That's the kind of the reinforcement. Sending 3 spearmen to the front, and DOGAO, oh, that's the first really bad fight he took this game.
Yep. He just keeps with the scout production. Still not in archer range.
And the defensive tower at the woodline means he doesn't have stone to build a defensive tower at the gold. Maybe that's why he's building the market to buy himself 100 stone. Indeed, that's what's happening. Needs to rush that one out. Indeed, that's what he is doing. Lovely move. Spearman trying to attack. DOGAO trades off a lot. And again, more spearmen moving forward without any archers now.
Yep, and guess what DOGAO is producing to deal with the spearmen?
Scouts. Okay.
I mean, it's working for defensive purposes, but like, TATOH's spending less resources on these units, right?
And TATOH, although he sees the double defensive tower, is going for the prolonged castle age. Adds more stables, goes for bloodlines, goes for wheelbarrow. So he will kind of play this one feudal age all in. Surprising to me.
More units. That's the story of this game. It's just units constantly streaming across the map for TATOH. And DOGAO, well, it says he has a better KD. He's kind of been, you know, scouts are expensive, and he's been streaming those into the spearmen. Is there a hole in that wood line from TATOH? Oh, there is! And they have the armor! They have forging!
And villagers not jumping into the house. Why is he not using his Khmer bonus? Okay, he has some spearmen around that will fight those off, but oh, those were some villager losses. That hurts.
But look at the front of DOGAO's base now. That's a lot of spearmen. Oh my god.
That's a full spearman rush. Look at that. Attacked with 8 spearmen at least. 8 spearmen are still alive. Maybe he could even attack the towers, sit under it. Indeed, that's what he's going for.
DOGAO, though, on the way to Castle Age.
Oh boy, but without any gold income now. 5 villages and gold being sent in there. Oh, what is he doing?
Fine. TATOH giving some free hits to that tower on the archers and the spearmen, which is not ideal.
Oh, bought himself another tower.
DOGAO placing another tower and still producing scouts, so he should be able to clean this up. TATOH has to try and take that first tower down as quickly as possible.
And then it's going to be tricky for DOGAO. I think this tower is like 1-2 tiles too far away. 100 HP on that tower. More scouts focusing down. Spearmen and archer arrive. He doesn't have stone to repair. Tower goes down. TATOH keeps producing. Look at that. 4 more scouts in production. 7 more archers in production. Has 15 spearmen on the field. DOGAO reaches Castle Age any second though, but not with the most resources.
I think TATOH might be surprised that DOGAO is in Castle Age right now. He's seen the 3 stables. Constant production. Slavs are just so strong with that farming bonus.
Does TATOH know about that gold? He did scout it. He did scout the gold.
That quick?
Well, he didn't have any resources. Didn't really go for too many stables. GG. We obviously, like, we are still in the mood of the game 5 of the set before, right?
I know!
1 player's in Castle Age. He can have a third of the population and still has chances to come back. But realistically, this is how a normal game looks like, right? You are 15 villagers behind. You are 32 military behind. Your gold is exposed. Your woodline got raided over and over again. This game is over, and TATOH did win it. Goes through 3-0. Congratulations to him. Strong performance. Game number 1 and 2 felt so clean. This one got a bit more messy. Nice aggression out of him.
Yeah, it was a great performance there from TATOH. And it's funny because both of us thought the set would be fairly close when we were talking about it earlier, or pegged it as a really, really good set to watch. And it's the only one of the day that is 3-0. And TATOH just looks so strong there in these games.
Yeah, that's convincing. And, well, that's the big problem now for HERA, right? He will face TATOH in the next round. And what can you really learn from this set? Is there too much to gain? Like, yeah, Vikings is the best civ. Congratulations. Second game, yeah, TATOH is good at microing camel archers. I knew that before. And TATOH is, well, a good one producing spearmen if someone goes triple stable scouts. So not a lot for HERA to really learn out of this one.
Yeah, I think DOGAO really didn't come up with any unorthodox strategies, or really didn't push TATOH enough to see how he would respond, or to force him into his home map so HERA could potentially see some of the strategies that TATOH had banked up.
And, well, TATOH has to be happy with that. And, well, Dave, I'm not really sure. Are we finishing all 3 of us? We have a schedule for tomorrow. You can close the day, show the ending of
highlights.
I think
that's something you could ask our host.
Yeah, I think that's simply Zero Empire work from here on, right? So, Dave, thank you so much for this lovely evening. On Friday, we will have T90 carrying you through the day. Saturday is Saturday, and on Sunday we have the big grand finals. Now, Zero Empires, take it away.
Thanks, Nili. Thanks, Dave. What a great day. And yes, cannot wait for tomorrow as well. We do have an interview with TATOH, so as soon as he gets in here, we'll ask him about that series. And actually, the only series of the day, which ended as a 3-0 sweep. Here he is, the man himself, TATOH. Hello.
Hello, Zach. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing really well. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm happy. I was a bit scared of DOGAO, basically. I think he has been playing amazing lately, and he's a really tough opponent, so I'm really happy that he did good on my end.
Yeah, I mean, both of you are always playing at such a high level, and it can be quite scary in these matches, especially when they get so messy like the last game. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. But first of all, let's quickly talk about the draft. Were you surprised by DOGAO's draft? I think he had some very unusual civs in there.
I'm not surprised.
Okay.
Because I have seen his draft on the previous, like on the qualification, and I kinda wanted to bait his like lowland and Friggy Lake. I think he used them as home map, and when he draft and had the home maps, he picked those civilizations first. They was Celts and Mongols, and then I said. I was thinking like, okay, I will try to bait those civilizations so I can get better civilization on my side, because I kind of knew what was his plan on those maps, so I was still fine, and I could get Vikings and Saracen as I did.
Yeah, you're always such a smart player. You know, I think you're one of the players who probably prepares more than anyone else. And then, of course, he didn't ban the Vikings, which, you know, I guess he had to pick his poison. Would you have banned the Vikings if you were DOGAO, or were you happy that he banned the Saracens there?
I mean, you mean if I was him?
Yes.
I think I would have banned the same. I think Saracen is really hard to play against, because you don't know what is going to happen, right? I think it's the most tricky civ right now, because with the market, you can do almost anything. But it's true, like Vikings, on the other hand, they have an insane economy, so they are really, really strong.
Yeah, they have an insane win rate as well, so we'll be keeping an eye out on that and tracking the stats throughout the tournament. But yeah, so let's go just briefly over the games. Game 1, Vikings against his Ethiopians on Arabia. You had a really strong performance in that game. You came out, you looked really clean. Did that give you a lot of confidence for the rest of the games?
Yeah, for sure. I had a tough map because I had a hill in front of the goal, and it was quite hard to wall. So I was kind of forced to play defensive there. But I think I played the map quite good, and Tonguach helped a lot to not make any mistakes. That was probably the biggest factor there on the game, that I didn't make any mistake. So DOGAO couldn't punish me with that map.
Yeah, it was super clean. And actually, you mentioned walls. How do you feel about walls at the moment? Because it seems super meta. If you're ever watching any Arabia games on the ladder, everyone's just walling up, walling up, walling up. Do you think that's in a good place, or would you like to see some changes to walling?
I think walling is fine. Maybe quick walling should be something that could be addressed. But this time, yeah, just see like it is hard to balance, because if you make them like more expensive, it will hurt more the player who has to wall the most, right? If you have a good map and you have easy wall, you have cheaper walls as well. So I think it's really hard to balance. The meta now is a lot of walls, but that only makes the game to go to castle.
Which can be a great thing, because we've seen some games so far in the series today where one player went castle and one player stayed in feudal, and then it ended up going for this really long, drawn-out, messy game. That was kind of what you had in Game 3 there. You saw that DOGAO sort of went all in. You went up. He went up to castle while you went all in. How hard is it to read when your opponent might go for that feudal age all in?
Actually, I think it is more about how you feel with your map. If you are safe at home and you feel like you can stay safe until castle age, because usually if you are going for, like, the game is more or less balanced, like both players are on the equal position. It's really hard to, if you go for castle age, you will lose map control, so you don't know what your opponent is doing, and I guess that's something that makes it harder to play against.
Yeah, and then of course you get massively overwhelmed. I think that's sort of what tipped it over the edge there for DOGAO in that final game. So I think on Saturday you're playing against HERA. How do you feel against him? Do you feel confident against HERA? He's in great shape at the moment as well.
Yeah, HERA has been playing amazing, and it will be really hard for me. I still feel confident. I think this set is a bit different than RM, where I will say that he has a lower edge over me, but I think on the settings that is not full meta yet, I still have good chances to beat him.
Yeah, we've got a number of new maps as well. I noticed in your map draft, you were the only player to pick Lowlands and Frigid Lake. So I can only assume you've got strategies prepared for us.
Maybe.
Well, I won't make you tell all your secrets just yet. But hopefully we'll be speaking again soon. Best of luck to you on Saturday against HERA. Thanks for stopping by for a short interview here.
Thank you, Zach.
Thanks and good luck. All right, so there we go. That was TATOH, and of course he takes his victory over DOGAO with a 3-0 sweep, the only sweep of the day, actually. Well done to him, and congratulations. Of course, that is the end of the day today, but we will be back tomorrow at the same time, 13 GMT, right here on the Red Bull channel. We've got another day of jam-packed action. We've got Liri versus Valessa starting things off, followed by Lan and the Max. Then in the second half of the day, we have Doubt versus Nikov. And to top it all off, the cherry on top, the Viper versus Miguel. Lots and lots to look forward to tomorrow. And then, of course, we will have the semi-finals and grand finals on Sunday at the same time. So make sure you put that in your calendar and you don't miss a thing. Thank you everyone for tuning in today. We've had a great time. We've had some fantastic games, and we'll be back again at the same time tomorrow to do it all over again. So thanks for tuning in. Make sure to follow along if you haven't already. And we'll be saying goodbye now, and we'll catch you all tomorrow. Thanks for watching.
And the skirt, Vinchester. Don't do this, man. This is like the last 4 years for them in this age. There's the bonus in the next stage, and it's super expensive. CAPOCH is in general, most people seem to think, oh goodness gracious, oh my god. Well, like yo, here, I feel like Hera's always going to outmicro ACCM if he has equal numbers. And also Hera. You just shot his own deer!
What?
He tried to click back and the deer was there. Oh, man.
Now taking the fight, the villagers are being pulled.
Oh, man. Did Hera split against 4 Mangonels?
He should probably.
Oh, my God. Oh, attack round ACCM. Oh, he's getting some big shots, Nili. That could be enough.
And he is clearing that one up. Still 1,000 score behind, but clearing the full army. Now a 40 population lead. If he gets the 3 traps, I think he can hold the castle.
All he needs to do is take out the traps. ACCM, take out the trebuchets. He hops into it. Hera might feel like he could sit under the towers. He snipes 2 villagers, but I think he'll lose his army if he does this. Might snipe another villager as he runs away from this, though. You'd expect him to... Oh! Oh! No!
You're mad.
No!
You're mad.
Oh my God! She saved on 2.
So no, like, okay, there's...
Where are they?
There. Oh, the fish is gone. I don't see any fishing ships. What's going on? Okay, now we'll not able to...
No.
Second. Meanwhile, some other stuff is happening on the map as well, where we have a massive amount of knights finding some villager kills, and
The villagers are still in the house, by the way.
Self-isolation. Good offense.
That's their, what do they call it? Their social bubble. Oh, they came out!
Oh,
They're out!
social bubble ended.
Got it, wonder. Get back in.
Oh, okay. Just a prank. Just a prank.
So now he's gonna engage against that tower, take that out.
Get
Oh,
me.
buy the food!
Dave, this is not
can't make
supposed
this
to
up.
happen.
Not from this position. Not from this position. Not if you're MBL.
28 villagers to 40.
And he's gonna get in on the gold from the other side with the knights. And the archers are so out of position. There's no spearmen there. He has to retreat from the gold. Oh my God, MBL is clawing his way back. Everything is on that gold. Everything is wandering around that way. The villagers are going back through the knights. What is happening?
Oh, Archer's trying to defend MBL, losing some of his knights. Some in early though. Camel's still
Gotta repair with
so
more.
low.
He's gotta repair with more, but he doesn't have the wood.
No wood, Dave. And now jumping for the Mangonel, splitting away, gets the shot off, gets one Mangonel at 8 crossbow. Isn't enough though, military is 40 against 6. CAPOCH is going for the win.
But MBL is repairing the TC and come
Well,
on.
both Mangonel's very low, needs to shoot. Bow and loses both.
Gets
the
both!
TC.
The camels are gonna clear up the scorpions, but the TC will survive. I can't believe he got. That's so expensive. He's been streaming those into the spearmen. Is there a hole in that wood line from TATOH? Oh, there is! And they have the armor. They have forging.
And villagers not jumping.
And 2 trebuchets.